Chapter 1. 11 The Magical Watchtowers. You will learn why it is possible that the choice of Russell's to name his magazine Watchtower was due to its secret magical implications. You will find out the role Enochian magic may play in tracking the lineage of the One World conspiracy. You will be informed how the humanistic renaissance was caused by the movement of Jewish thinkers. The Masonic Watchtowers. The Masonic lodges are usually given a number and then are named after the location they are at. For instance, in Oregon something like 9 out of 10 lodges are named after the town that they are in. However, some of the lodges are named after famous Masons such as Franklin, Lafayette, and Washington. Others are named after Masonic themes: Mystic Tie, Mystic Circle, Rising Sun, New Jerusalem, and Mizpah. Mizpah. What is Mizpah? The Watchtower Society tells us in the issue of the Golden Age, March 26, 24, p. 387, that Mizpah translates watchtower. The Hebrew word Mizpah, also spelled Mizpeh, and Mitzpeh, occurs only once in Scripture. And the use of the word Mizpah among the Masons is interesting. This author has located 4 Masonic chapters so far in the world that are named Mizpah, and 3 of these are in C.T. Russell's area of Pennsylvania. These are all York Rite, RAM Royal Arch Masons, lodges like Russell belong to. They are Mizpeh Chapter No. 288 RAM. Of Allegheny, Pa, Mizpah Chapter No. 252 RAM. Mahanoy City, Pa, and the Mizpah Chapter 96 of the Grand Commandery of Knight Templars of Pa. There is a Mizpah Lodge No. 639 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and the Grotto, which is an offshoot of the Masons, has a Mizpah Grotto in Long Beach, CA. What could be important enough to Masonry to call their lodges watchtowers? The highest Masons, which get cryptic and mystic, are exposed to Enochian magic, where the use of the magical watchtowers is the key, the heart so to speak, of Enochian magic. It is interesting to note that several of the Masons who founded new cults were fascinated in the name and person of Enoch, for instance Joseph Smith, Jr. and Charles T. Russell. Joseph Smith gave himself the name Enoch, called his first community the City of Enoch, and created the Communal Order of Enoch. Further, Joseph Smith, following the Jewish pseudepigraphic Book of Enoch's story, purports to narrate Enoch's experiences in the Book of Moses. Joseph Smith, as the reader remembers, wrote the Book of Moses. Joseph Smith in fact believed that Freemasonry went back to Enoch. Freemasons believed that the correct pronunciation of the sacred name of the Tetragrammaton had been revealed to Enoch. In Enochian magic the Tetragrammaton plays an important part. Each letter represents a different element. In Joseph Smith's day it was popular for Masons to trace Freemasonry back to Enoch. It is not so much in vogue now. Enoch may be considered as representative of that class of mankind which in the future will be in harmony with God and have eternal life, the ones who will be brought to perfection during the millennial age. Charles T. Russell, 19,073. Russell was careful not to exceed what he could back with Scripture, and he was not about to break his Masonic oath of secrecy and blab about Enoch and Enochian magic. However, Russell can still be recognized as having put an inordinate amount of emphasis on Enoch. What happened to Enoch seems to be one of the secret things which Moses says belong unto God. Deuterium 29:29 WT April and May 1884. Russell pointed out on numerous occasions that Enoch was the 7th man from Adam, this meaning he was the perfect man. This view was still coming out in the WT as late as 1941. The WT Society has been fascinated by Enoch's transformation, but have been variable in their explanation of it. In 1943, the WT Society tells us that Enoch was put into a trance. 5 That God gave him a final vision of the New World. 6 And that when Scripture says transferred him in Hebrew 11:5 that meant God granted Enoch a vision of the New World. 7. This was a change from Russell's speculation that God may have taken Enoch to another planet. Also that year, the W.T. Society tells us that Enoch was the first man to prophesy of Christ. 8. This is just a glimpse of Russell and the W.T. Society's fascination with Enoch. Now we will discover what Enochian magic is about. The magical watchtowers. Twice a month, a magazine called The Watchtower goes out in 105 languages in about 13 million per issue. Actually, minor foreign language editions lag behind the English editions, so that the 13 million copies are not issued simultaneously. Yet no one has explained why Charles T. Russell chose the Watchtower as the name and center idea of his new religion. Many return to the Bible movements like Camel's Church of Christ churches, have eschewed being associated with any symbology. The idea of the Watchtower must have been very important for Russell to have situated it as the central symbol for his movement. Was he thinking that a tower towered him above others? Or was it because ancient watchtowers could view approaching armies and thereby warn of approaching battles? Or was it chosen because Masons have been associated with building castles and cathedrals? Each of these explanations put forth has some merit. But there is another explanation. One that seems bizarre, so bizarre that this author dismissed it until such time as he was able to confirm C.T. Russell's Masonic membership. C.T. Russell's membership records in the Masonic Knights Templar are kept in Ireland. The Blue Lodge records belong to the Grand Lodge of Pa. Lady Queenborough in her book Occult Theocracy published in 1933 notes on page 737 C.T. Russell's Masonic membership. His Masonic membership must have also been common knowledge to those associated with him, and those acquainted with the prominence Russell gave to the Knights Templar logo. Before diving into the evidence of this chapter, this author would like to interject that the idea that Russell used the Second Adventists as the source for the name Watchtower was the first theory this author considered. Russell associated with Adventists and moved in Adventist circles during the years leading up to the publication of Zion's Watchtower and Herald of Christ's Presence. The Adventists frequently used the word watchman as part of the titles of their periodicals. However, after closer examination, this author dismissed the Adventist origin as an incomplete explanation, for it doesn't really explain what happened. First, the original concept seemed to be as much the idea of a tower rather than a watchtower. Russell's printing firm was initially called the Tower Co. and only later became the Watchtower. Is one to believe that later Russell substituted Watchtower for his company name of Tower because the Adventists used watchman at a time when Russell was trying to distance himself from the Adventists? Bear in mind that under discussion is one of Russell's central symbols of his movement. The other at that time was the Knights Templar logo. So the decision to use the word Watchtower was not trivial or accidental, but a very important decision. The name of Russell's religious publishing company had to express something important to Russell. Russell by this time was trying to distance himself from the Adventists, trying to remove the idea he was with them. Also noteworthy, Russell does not make any fuss about the word watchtower. He selects it, but is silent about its importance to him. This silence needs to be taken into account by any explanation of the origin of the title The Watchtower. Second, when this author surveyed the entire range of Second Adventist periodicals, about 30, printed prior to Russell's Zion's Watchtower, I discovered 8 of these used the word watchman in the title, but not one used the concept of a watchtower. Why would Russell in the beginning, when his movement was really Adventist, substitute the magazine title Watchtower for the very popular Adventist title of Watchman? While there were no Adventist magazines prior to Russell's Watchtower magazine that used the word watchtower, it appears that the Masonic magazine Mizpah could have served as example to Russell. The Masonic Mizpah magazine, and a Masonic article in an early Masonic review with the title Watchman What of the Night do prove a similarity here between that Masonic thinking and Russell's magazine. Evidence shows C.T. Russell was not only a high Freemason, but prominent in their schemes. In other words, he was a key player. Watchtowers are very important to the very highest Freemasons. the highest secret knowledge of many Masonic rites, including such rites as the Scottish Rite, the Rite of Memphis, the Rite of Mizraim, etc., is concentrated in a high-level group of Illuminati. The basic group of the Illuminati is the OTA. The initials OTA can stand for several names for this group, one being Ordo Templi Orientis, the Order of Oriental Templars. Its esoteric name is Order of Tuovi. Its members also have been referred to as the Great White Brotherhood or Atlantean Adepts, and have worked with the B'nai B'rith. The OTA Illuminati teach their select group of initiates Hermetic science, occult knowledge, magic, called holy magic of light, mysticism, and yoga of all forms. The OTA during C.T. Russell's lifetime established in every important metropolitan area, including New York, a secret hidden center, Collegium ad Spiritum Sanctum, where members could carry out their great work concealed without interference. However, each Illuminati is nothing if he is not able to practice the magic that gives him a knowledge of the watchtowers and the ability to enter the 4 watchtowers. Is this bizarre? Why doesn't C.T. Russell mention any of this in his writings? This author must unreservedly, without any doubt in his mind, advise the reader that C.T. Russell would never have mentioned anything of his higher esoteric Masonic knowledge to anyone. The penalties for such higher secrets are harsh. This author knows of some cases that the men were killed. Obviously, without presenting any proof on that point, the reader can simply know that the higher echelons in the esoteric group of Luminism rarely lose their initiates, because they are so sold out to the occult. This author as a teenager studied the life of Benjamin Franklin, in order to emulate his great character. Benjamin Franklin gives no hint in his autobiography of his intense activities in the Freemasons. Franklin was the Grand Master of the occultic Grand Orient Masons in France, and participated in many weird unchristian activities. Benjamin Franklin, although hailed by many Christians as a Christian, was not a Christian. In fact, he gave money to a synagogue. But the bottom line is that a great man like Franklin, whose life was closely watched, could still get away with keeping his Masonic activities fairly secret. Only the avid historian, or the average Mason, is aware of his Masonic membership, let alone what he did in the lodge or with his Masonic brothers. C.T. Russell was in the public eye. Everything he published was with the public eye in mind. No one should expect to find any notes or slips about Masonic activities or beliefs in Russell's writings. C.T. Russell followed a policy of backing everything he said with a scripture. If he could not establish a point by twisting scripture in some fashion, then he would try not to publish the point. What needs then to be looked for are occultic strains of thought that seeped into his Bible explanations, because they had a possible scriptural explanation. There are a fair number of statements by Russell that seem to be evidence of ties to the magic of watchtowers, but this author must strongly emphasize that this is not written as proof that Russell used the term watchtower because of its magic meaning. No, this chapter presents this material or evidence because to date this possible explanation has been unpublished. Indeed, this author knows of no one else who has observed a possible magical explanation for the title Watchtower. And this author feels it ought to be placed on the table for consideration, for investigation, and possibly even rejection, if additional evidence can suffice to solve this mystery. What are the magical watchtowers? Watchtowers are regions of the magical universe. The type of magic that uses these regions is called Enochian magic. According to occultists, magic is merely the use of hidden laws to bring about the will. Every person has a spark of divinity, an inner god, also called an angel or holy guardian angel. The magician is to get in touch with his angel, his divinity. This is where his knowledge of the watchtowers is helpful. Enochian magic claims for itself two unique elements, an original language, and the map of the indivisible worlds. The indivisible worlds are known as the magical universe. The map of this magical universe contains 4 Enochian regions called watchtowers. These are the Watchtower of Fire, the Watchtower of Air, the Watchtower of Water, and the Watchtower of Earth. These four regions are often symbolized in ancient esoteric manuscripts. The following are the 7 planes and their regions on the map. Occult planes: Enochian regions, divine, spiritual, tablet of union, causal, watchtower of fire, mental, watchtower of air, astral, watchtower of water, etheric, watchtower of earth, physical. Should all the bodies of the planes, except for the physical, be collectively taken together, the magician calls this the body of light. New Age, Masonic, and Rosicrucian magicians will then speak in terms of leaving their bodies and entering into the watchtowers, the body of light. To be an advanced magician, you must be able to enter the watchtowers. It is an established fact the Luminists all learn this magic and practice it. Could there be some connection between C.T. Russell and the Luminists who practice Enochian magic? In order to answer this chapter will explore the history of Enochian magic, to be divided 3 ways: early, since Sir John Dee, and certain Masons worthy of study. B. Clues in Russell's works that may indicate a connection in thought with Enochian magic. What is the history of Enochian magic? The history of Enochian magic is tied in part to the history of the Masonic Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Sir John Dee, 1527–1608, made Enochian magic known to the esoteric initiates of the Elizabethan era. However, the roots of Enochian magic go back before Drive. John Dee. The name of this magic comes from Enoch. Josephus in Antiquities of the Jews relates that some Jews identified Enoch as the sun god. This identification can be better understood knowing that the Hebrew word we translate Enoch comes from the Hebrew word chanak, pronounced ka-nak, meaning to initiate or discipline. Note also in Gen. 5:21-23 that Enoch lived exactly 365 years. Enoch, the initiator, living 365 days, as the sun god gave his name to Enochian magic. Esoteric thought from Egypt was learned by the Greeks. Hermes was originally an Egyptian. Hermetic thought and Pythagorean thought, secrets of geometry, including magic, have been passed down through the years by secret groups. Today, geometry is merely a field of math dealing with shapes and numbers, but throughout history geometry has been viewed as sacred. Sacred geometry revealed to man the unifying principle of the divine architect of the world. God's mind and glory was revealed in shape and numbers. Even today the New Agers and Satanists place an importance on the geometric shapes of circles, triangles, and squares. Geometry, the study of shapes and numbers, became sacred to both Judaism and Islam. Note the importance of the geometric patterns on their mosques and synagogues. Geometry was held to be tied to the Creator's mind, and to reveal his master plan. It is well documented that leading operative Masons during the Middle Ages also had knowledge of not only sacred geometry, and both its building and mystical purposes, but also were philosophers, and mystics. The origin of this sacred geometric science is clearer when one notes that its big revival in Western Europe resulted from the infusion of Greek thought into Italy, which resulted in the Renaissance. Remember that the eastern half of the Roman Empire, Khalid later Byzantine, which had as its center Greece, never fell to invaders. The wisdom of the mystery schools and the ancient Greek philosophers and scientists was still intact until the Byzantine Empire's capital of Constantinople fell in 1453 to the Islamic Turks. The vast libraries of Greece, which dated material back to Alexandria, Egypt, were moved to Italy, where they spawned the Renaissance. 40 years later, Ferdinand and Isabella, by expelling the Jews from Spain, created another movement of people and ideas. These two influxes of people and their esoteric knowledge are believed to be the single most important contributing factor to the Renaissance. The Flemish Renaissance resulted because the Netherlands belonged to Spain, and fleeing Jews went both to Italy and to the Netherlands. From the Netherlands and Italy, esoteric knowledge went to the House of Guise and Lorraine. An example of how esoteric knowledge then became associated with the royal House of Guise and Lorraine is that the first edition of Corpus Hermeticum, Pub. in 1549, was dedicated to Charles de Guise, the Cardinal of Lorraine and brother of Marie de Guise, who married James V of Scotland and who bore Mary Queen of Scots. Under the cover of being zealous Catholics, the House of Guise and Lorraine spread esoteric knowledge. Men like Sir William Sinclair imported the esoteric knowledge into Scotland. Another figure was the Scotsman, James Beaton, the Scottish ambassador to France, who was also the former Archbishop of Glasgow and who worked with the House of Guise and Lorraine. Sir John Dee introduces Enochian magic. Esoteric knowledge spread to England before Ireland. A famous Welshman, Drive. John Dee, created a centre for esoteric studies. Sir John Dee was the court astrologer for Queen Elizabeth. He also was a brilliant magician, physician, philosopher, alchemist, Kabbalist, mathematician, scientist, and diplomatic emissary. This model of the Renaissance man lay the groundwork for modern speculative Freemasonry. He lectured on the continent to the great European universities on geometry. Sir John Dee was fully aware and spoke about the idea of Plato about the great architect of the universe, for which sacred geometry is a method to understand this great architect's mind. In the preface Dee wrote for Henry Billingsley's translation of Euclid published in 1570, Dee refers to Plato as Divine Plato. Sir John Dee is credited for founding a type of magic called Enochian magic. Practitioners of magic often spell magic with AK. He believed he could conjure up angels. And he was convinced that the angels he conjured up with magic were not demons. 9. John Dee believed he was descended from the tribe of Dan, and that the Queen of England and him were related to the Brutus and the city of Troy. He also associated himself intensely with the King Arthur legends, and his belief that the England had a destiny to rule the world. 10. Dee had a politico-religious program for the imperial destiny of Queen Elizabeth I. This expansion was based on the belief that Elizabeth was descended from King Arthur, who was supposedly also a descendant of Troy which had been settled by the tribe of Dan, and that the Queen had a religious duty to conquer the world. He managed to convince the Queen to follow through on these ideas. Francis A. Yates has described this belief system in his book Astrea. The Imperial Theme in the 16th Century, 1975. Dee received a vision of a vast universal religion. A good portion of the Christian Kabbalists in Europe at that time were converted Jews. 11. Dee's library contained thousands of books, including Lullist works, Pico della Mirandola and Reuchlin. He had Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia, and the 1545 edition of the Latin version of Georgi's De Harmonia Mundi. Agrippa was an Kabbalist. Georgi wrote on a catechumenal symbolism, the sacred geometry, and combines Kabbalism, letter mysticism, and Pythagoro-Platonic theory to create his own synthesis of these. Dee was very influential with the Earl of Leicester and his secret son Sir Francis Bacon. The Puritan Edmund Spenser the poet was also Kabbalist Neoplatonist. 12. Dee's idea of an architect is more a description of an esoteric innate. He writes, I think that none can justly account themselves architects, of the Sudane. But they only, who from their child's years ascending by these degrees of knowledges, being fostered up with the attaining of many languages and arts, have won to the high tabernacle of architecture. The name of architecture, is of the principality, which this science hath, above all other arts. And Plato affirmeth, the architect to be master over all. The reader has a better appreciation of the significance of Russell's references to God as being the great architect or the divine architect or great architect of the universe. This Masonic buzzword for God, allows us to see the connection between Russell and those who practice sacred geometry. In 1603, a scion of the Guise-Lorraine families became King James of England. Scottish families at this point in history carried their historic knowledge to Ulster, Ireland, where over 2 centuries later Russell's family, originally from Scotland, would be living before coming to the New World at Allegheny, Pa. One of Sir John Dee's principal disciples was Robert Flood. Flood and Francis Bacon spread esoteric thought through the Rosicrucian channels. This esoteric thought came the full circle back to England when Johann Valentin Andrea created the lodge system to protect the Rosicrucians, and some of these lodges emigrated to England. These later became the Invisible College of the Rosicrucians, and later became the famous Royal Society. In a Rosicrucian work from Germany, a golden treatise on the Philosopher's Stone, printed 1625, on the page entitled The Only True Way to Attain True Perfection, there is a paragraph labeled Enigma. 2 towers must be passed to get the true believer to where he is going. The sun god is also referred to on this page. A rare plate from Elias Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum also throws light upon the subject. The plate is named The Key to the Great Philosophical Secret. It states the Philosopher's Stone is a macrocosm and a microcosm of the universe. It shows 4 areas which correspond to the 4 watchtower areas of the magical universe. They are Ignis, fire, air, terra, earth, and aqua, water. Before dealing with how those who practiced Enochian magic might have had a common goal or worked with C.T. Russell, let us examine some of the items in Russell's writings that seem to connect him with Enochian magic and its watchtowers. The idea of planes of existence is an important Enochian magic idea. In Russell's first book, pp. 225 to 237, a big issue is made of 6 planes of existence. These are: plane of spirit begetting, plane of perfection of spirit, plane K, plane of divine glory, plane N, plane of human perfection, plane R, Adamic race's lower plane, plane P, plane of typical justification. Russell's answer to the following question is in line with Enochian magic. Is the body of a consecrated person a part of the new creation? It is not a part of the new creation because the new creation is spiritual. Is the new creature divine? The new creature is begotten to the divine nature. The intention of begetting was to bring these new creatures to the divine plane. What does Russell think of Enoch? C.T. Russell speculates that, since 7 is always in the scriptures recognized as a perfect number and indicates perfection, we might understand that Enoch, the 7th from Adam, would represent that perfect man, the perfection of man, or man in his future state when he will be perfect and when he will not die. And in this sense of the word, Enoch may be considered as representative of no ending text. Notes. Strong, James. A concise dictionary of the words in the Hebrew Bible, with renderings in the Authorized English Version, contained in Strong's Concordance, Riverside Book and Bible House, Iowa Falls, IO, p. 71 of the Hebrew Dictionary, words number 4707 and 4708. The word mitzvah occurs at Island 21:8. Webb, Thomas. The Freemason's Monitor, or, Illustrations of Masonry. New York, Southwick and Crooker, 1802, pp. 245 to 46247. Souvenir Notes, Bible Students Convention, Indianapolis, in 1907, p. 26-4. W.T. July 1, 41. 5. The Truth Shall Make You Free, 1943, WTB and TS, p. 127-6. Ibid. p. 126. 7. WT March 15, 43, p. 95. The Truth Shall Make You Free, p. 207. Yates, Francis A. The Occult Philosophy in the Elizabethan Age. London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1979, p. 82. 10. Ibid. p. 85. 11. Ibid. pp. 111 to 112. 12. Ibid. p. 95 ff. Chapter 1. 12. The Channel of Angelic Redemption. History repeats itself. In July 1636, the town of Aberdeen, Scotland saw a member of the clergy confined to its city limits. The clergyman had been imprisoned for sedition against the state. The man was Samuel Rutherford, and his radical hatred of the state, and his advocacy of disobedience to it on religious grounds, seems to be a foreshadowing of his descendant Joseph Franklin Rutherford, who would on June 21, 1918 be sentenced to 20 years in the Atlanta pen for sedition against the United States government. The unedited story. The whole story of Joseph F. Rutherford may never be known. But the unedited story will be presented, especially in regards to the Masons, the New Age and power. Joseph was born at Versailles, MO, and grew up 11 in the rolling farmland of Morgan, Co. Missouri. 12 He was ambitious. His father wanted him to remain on the farm, but he wanted to become someone important. He had always had high goals for himself, novel goals at that. His goals were novel in part due to his great imagination. 14 Joseph had his flights into fantasy. 15 And from the evidence available actually channeled with what he felt were spirit beings. 16 He liked to call attention to himself and his theatrics. His booming voice, 6-foot figure, and emotional earnestness made him a dynamic speaker. He was not interested in accumulating wealth. 17 But he did like the fine life. 18 He lectured all over the United States, and traveled throughout Europe and the Middle East. 19. One Watchtower source says, probably no man in the world was closer to Pastor Russell than M.R. Rutherford. This is simply a big lie. Rutherford had made himself obnoxious to the point, Russell had exiled him away from headquarters. Russell even paid him to leave. Rutherford was very sensitive. He seethed at his treatment by Russell. Russell stepped on his toes numerous times. In one case, Rutherford wrote a complaint to Russell about his treatment, and Russell did the wrong thing considering the sensitive feelings of Rutherford. Russell printed the complaint in the W.T. magazine. 20. Alexander Hugh Macmillan, another man of Scottish blood, was responsible for Rutherford joining the society. 21 Apparently Rutherford, who was a big reader, purchased 3 books by Russell. While sick at home he happened to look at Russell's books. 22 Joseph Rutherford had become a lawyer, and up to this point had not shown any interest in spiritual matters in his life. He knew practically nothing about the Bible. 23 And did not attend church, although his parents were Baptists. But he liked what Pastor Russell taught. And his friend A.H. Macmillan, who was prominent in the W.T. Society, was able to get Rutherford positions in the society. Rutherford became the society's lawyer, and went to court numerous times to defend Russell in court. After 1907, all the legal matters of the society were handled by Rutherford. 24. A.H. Macmillan's friendship with Rutherford was an important one. A.H. Macmillan claimed he had been put in charge of the Watchtower Society when Russell was gone. Macmillan, A.H. Faith on the March, p. 70, Macmillan along with his cohort Van Amberg, the Society's accountant, used their power to get Rutherford into the W.T. presidency. Faith on the March, p. 68. As is common knowledge, Rutherford took turns filling in as a special judge in the absence of any regular judge of the 8th Judicial Circuit Court of Boonville, M.O. This happened before he became associated with the Bible students. Because of this the Jehovah's Witnesses called Joseph Rutherford, Judge Rutherford. It was a term he liked. The judge stated, "My purpose is good toward all." But his actions came across entirely different. 27. When Russell died, all pandemonium broke out, a Bible student said. Rutherford's ability to take firm command of a situation was put into motion. Out of his L.A. exile he came, and by force of his personality, legal trickery, and some nasty power-grabbing tactics took charge of the situation. He expelled 31 Bethel workers. 28. And being the trailblazer that he was, He renounced all the former guidelines and followed his own ideas rather than Russell's. He took the society out of the rut that the cult around Russell had the society in. Many that were loyal to Russell left the society. It is important to understand Rutherford's nature to think for himself. It was so extreme that he found it difficult to conform to any regulations. He set his own guidelines. He was always resisting anyone thinking for him. 29 Consequently, because the judge liked alcoholic beverages, he was an alcoholic, and even created the same attitude among some of his associates. 30 He encouraged JWS to break the prohibition laws and smuggle alcohol. 31 Because the judge liked certain women, he had his girlfriends. 32 Even though the scriptures condemn adultery. Mysterious, distant, reserved, and cold, Rutherford is remembered best for his greed for power. With dictatorial powers came the ability to live in luxury at the society's expense. His life of luxury during the Depression is hardly known to Jehovah's Witnesses today, but it included the use of several mansions, several 16-cylinder packets, the best liquors money could buy, and all his desires for comfort. He rarely spent time with his invalid wife, who lived in California. 33. It is hard to picture Rutherford as a Mason. He was so narrow-minded and had so many prejudices that it isn't likely that he would have been asked or would have cared to join. Nonetheless, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility, considering that some of his friends were some of the most powerful Masons in the United States. Initially, Rutherford had worked for three-time presidential nominee, and Secretary of State and Archmason William Jennings Bryan, 1860 to 1925. Rutherford had a friend in the U.S. Senate, a German-born Jew from Cumberland, M.D. named George Louis Wellington, who also was a banker and president of Edison Electric Illuminating Co. 34 Sen. Wellington was a leading Freemason, 32 degrees, and a Knight Templar. Wellington was also an Oddfellow, an Elks, and a Knights of Pythias. Wellington's family had to leave England during Mary Tudor's reign and move to Germany. His mother's maiden name was Meyer. She was Jewish. 34a. Certain Bible students have claimed that Russell was murdered. They believed that certain men J.F. Rutherford, W.E. Van Amberg, R.H. Hirsch, Jewish, Morton Edgar, Scottish, Morton's brother Edgar, C.J. Woodworth, Methodist parents, Paul S.L. Johnson, Jewish, Czeslaw Zykowski, A.H. Macmillan, George Fisher. His father was an Episcopalian clergyman possibly of Jewish descent from Scranton, Pa. Isaac F. Hoskins, William E. Page, Henry Clay Rockwell, and some others contributed to the murder. They believed that some poison was slipped past Russell's food taster. 35. They think the body was gotten off the train at the next stop and embalmed quickly to hide the murder. According to Macmillan, Menta Sturgeon took the body to an quack embalmer and got Russell into a $20 casket. 36. It would be hard to determine anything now about Russell's body because the 5-foot-thick foundation of the pyramid which is over Russell is reinforced with lots of barbed wire. 37. And at least one WT reference says that Russell was cremated before being laid under the pyramid after having lain in state in Brooklyn and Pittsburgh. Russell's body was cremated after 3 days in the good Rosicrucian fashion. It is the Rosicrucians' belief that the spirit within the body must be given this time. The WT Society at the time owned the Union Cemetery 38 and later placed a decoy tombstone with Russell's name to deceive people as to the real burial spot. Perhaps the second most vital position of the WT Society was the London office, as it helped with the European and Commonwealth work. Paul S.L. Johnson, a Jew, had been assigned this position by Russell. Paul Johnson had for some time thought Russell had selected him to suit 39 and a majority of the directors thought so too. 40. For a while the London office and British Guinea were loyal to Johnson rather than Rutherford. 41. But Rutherford tricked the law into believing that the 4 directors who opposed him were illegal, and forced their dismissal. 42. Then he had the upper hand. The motive for murder would have been power and money. Rutherford and his friends like Macmillan took over the society. Rutherford became a recluse. 43 He gradually solidified his power and wealth. He had the use of several packets, and several mansions, even in Europe. 44. Text missing. On February 8, 1942, Rutherford died according to one WT reference with his boots on. 70 Some older Bible students on the West Coast say he fell down the stairs drunk. His death was kept secret for several days, and the local San Diego Union paper didn't get the scoop until the 10th, 3 days later, and printed a story the 11th. His estranged son Malcolm C., also a lawyer, and his neglected wife, who he had ignored for years, Mary M. Rutherford, lived in Los Angeles. His live-in secretary Bonnie Boyd was with him at his Beth Sarim mansion when he died, and signed his death certificate. Afterwards she married a man named W.P. Heath and dropped out of the picture. It appears his death was kept secret until the petty power struggle between the triumvirate in Bethel was ironed out. Still, why his death was wrapped in secrecy is not known for sure. His burial was kept secret because he wanted to be buried at Beth Sarim, which was outside of any cemetery zone. In a fitting tribute to a man who had no respect for anyone else's opinion nor was ever governed by anyone else's rule, Rutherford was buried secretly against city ordinances at Beth Sarim. 71 3 months later, a lone unaccompanied hearse pulled up to Woodrow Cemetery and a mock funeral was held in the Staten Island Dawn by a select group of Jehovah's Witnesses. 72. The death certificate says Rutherford died of uremic acid which he had had for 1 month, due to carcinoma rectum which he had had for 18 months, due to pelvic metastasis which he had had for 6 years. In exploring the relationship of the WT Society to the One World Conspiracy, several items can be mentioned in relation to Rutherford. Whatever Rutherford decided to do, he would have done it, for he was not guided by moral scruples, but his own ideas. Rutherford had some powerful friends. He had campaigned with William Jennings Bryan's presidential campaign, worked with civic Group 73 and groups like the Masons 74, and had friends like Congressman Blackburn Barrett Daviner of W.V.A., a lawyer. 75. He had some pull with some newspapers. For instance, the National Labor Tribune of Pittsburgh ran his sermon on Thursday, May 9, 1918. His modus operandi to cover over the controversy over the widespread use of a demonic EG healing device by Jehovah's Witnesses was to allow Goodrich to write an article against it, and then to refute Goodrich's article in a subsequent issue, and then to proclaim the issue closed to discussion. 76. In light of this and other similar cover-ups, it is not out of the question that the anti-Masonic article reprinted in the WT in 1930 may have been merely a subterfuge. Was Paul Johnson slated by the B'nai B'rith to take over the WT Society? Was Rutherford and his close henchmen tried on sedition, because they upset the plans of the B'nai B'rith to put their man in? Did Rutherford strike a deal at some point with the powers? Circumstantial evidence points to Rutherford agreeing to some kind of working relationship with the conspiracy. Or did the One World government planners support both sides of the struggle for power over the WT Society? There was a noticeable change in Rutherford during the 1920s. He began channeling. He wrote that wicked angels worked their sins off by bringing messages to the earth for God. Since his messages from these spirit beings have proved false, the conclusion is they were demonic. After God's channel to redeem the angels had died, the WT described his death in these words: Brother Rutherford's advancing onto greater fields of activity, by Jehovah's grace. 77. Notes. Death certificate from San Diego CO. Cf. Harrison, Visions of Glory, p. 172. Harrison, OPCIT. p. 172 and Cole, Jehovah's Witnesses, p. 213. Ibid. Authors Research. Ibid. Several researchers have studied Rutherford's channeling. Duane Magnani gave a talk at the Convention of XJWS, 1987 on Rutherford's demonic channeling, which was taped and sold as Angels of the New Light. Magnani has accumulated much information, yet to be published on the subject. At least one New Age channeler has identified Rutherford as channeling. Rutherford indicates this several times, because Holy Spirit has ceased to function according to him. See Preservation, L932, pages 201, WT November 1, 31, p. 327 and WT April 1, 1934, p. 105. Author's research into Rutherford's character. One of the salient features of his personality was his independent thinking. Magnani, Duane. Danger at Your Door. Clayton, C.A., Witness, Inc. 1987, pp. 210 to 224. Cole. O.P. C.I.T. P. and W.T. publications during Russell's time. 20. W.T. 191, p. Unpublished manuscript of talk by A.H. Macmillan. History of the W.T., 1910 to 1920. Ibid. And other sources. Pike, Royton. Jehovah's Witnesses. London Watt and Co. 1954, p. 19. Cole, Jehovah's Witnesses, p. 214. Macmillan, A.H. Faith on the March. Englewood Cliffs, N.J. Prentice Hall, 1957, p. 70. Ibid. p. 68. Rutherford, Government and Peace, 1939, p. 4. Cole, Jehovah's Witnesses, p. 89. Author's research. Gross, Edmund. Apostles of Denial reprints a BTTBW publication number 79, which was a reprint of Olin Moyle's letter, September 25, 1940, to the Milwaukee, W.I. congregation of JWS. Olin Moyles had been the Society's attorney. On page 295 of Gross' book, Moyle wrote, "There appears to a definite policy of breaking in newcomers into the use of liquor, and resentment is shown against those who do not join them. The claim is made one can't be a real Bethelite without drinking beer." This statement is accord with the author's research on Rutherford's personality. Confidential Bible student sources. Obviously this is a delicate situation for an informant. Verna Peel traveled with Rutherford internationally, and was his nurse. See Bonnie Boyd Heath's testimony for the New York Supreme Court, Court Transcript pp. 1364 to 1370. Bonnie Boyd was his devout secretary, from 1923 to his death. She even signed his death certificate. Bonnie Boyd. She had a quick Las Vegas marriage to Heath, but lived with Rutherford at his mansion. Rutherford's fascination with bare-breasted women is quite evident just by looking at the many WT illustrations of topless or nude women in their publications during his reign as president. This paragraph is compilation of indictments made against Rutherford from a host of sources. Some of these sources are a letter from W.F. Salter, April 1, 37, to Joseph Rutherford. Olin R. Moyle's July 21, 39 letter to Rutherford, which says much of the same things that Salters says. Rutherford's mansion at Beth Sarim is mentioned in Time magazine March 31, 30 and the San Diego Sun January 9, 31, and photocopies of these are reproduced in Duane Magnani's book Danger at Your Door, published by Witness, Inc. The Cyclopedia of American Biography, Vol. p. 545 and 34a. History of Allegheny Co. p. 702 to 704. List du Krytesigen nr 149, ORIG in Polish, the GER. Version is brief and christened. This is a German trans, of Detroit Bible student Stanley's letter concerning what his Bible student, Jehovah's Witnesses, parents who lived in Pittsburgh, PA had experienced. They were friends of Maria Frances Ackley, and left the society after Russell died. The items in the letter have not been substantiated, but there were Stanleys in the early Pittsburgh congregation. A.H. Macmillan. History of the W.T. Society, 1910 to 1920. Souvenir Report of the Bible Student Convention, Pittsburgh, PA 1-2-5/1919, p. 7. Ibid. More on file below. Consolation, February 4, 1942, p. 17. Confidential Bible Student Sources, cf. Cleveland Plain Dealer Newspaper, January 12, 1942, which says he is to be buried according to their sources at Beth Sarim. UPI reported this April 25 from New York. The Catholic Northwest Progress Newspaper, Seattle, WA, Friday, April 22, 1938 as quoted in Consolation, number 487, 1938, p. 19. Numerous talks by Rutherford were given at Masonic halls. For instance, the annual meeting of the WTB and TS was held in late 1923 along with a 5-day convention. Rutherford was present. The first days were held at the Memorial Hall, but Sunday's convention service was held at Pittsburgh's Syria Shrine Temple aka the Syria Mosque, where not only the Shriners but various Masonic groups held functions. The WT December 1, 23 p. 360 records the use of this Masonic facility for their convention. Consequently, with so much interaction between the Society and the Masons, Rutherford could not have avoided dealing with them at some point. Goodrich, Roy. Demonism and the Watchtower. Fort Lauderdale, FL. The Bible Way Publ. 1969, p. 1-35. Consolation, February 4, 1942, p. 17. Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge. Manly P. Hall, the great Masonic leader wrote, "Through the labyrinth of diversity only the illumined mind can, and must lead the soul into the perfect light of unity." 1. The Freemasons have promoted the illuminated minds of the New Age movement. New Age leaders who have been illuminated by the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge have been helped by and promoted by the Freemasons. Most New Age channelers are not Masons, nor are they expected to be to receive Masonic sympathy. The leaders of the Theosophical Society, some of the higher Masons, and Church Universal Triumphant's Prophet Elizabeth Clare Prophet are some of those who claim to have received enlightenment from the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge. Note the photocopy of the brochure of the New Age group Church Universal Triumphant, Fig. This brochure indicates that their group will hold a meeting with their prophetess at the Masonic Lodge. So who is the Brotherhood of the Great White Lodge? They are called various names, such as Ascended Masters, and Spirit Guides. They are spirit beings who channel to the New Age leaders. These Ascended Master are also variously called the Hierarchy, and the Brotherhood of Light by channeler J.J. Herdig, the Brotherhood by channeler Richard Keening and the Divine Hierarchy of Great Beings of the Universal Brotherhood by channeler Earlene Cheney. They have provided much of the information that the New Age literature consists of. The message of the Great White Lodge. What have these Ascended Masters told their New Age channelers? Turn your radio on and you may hear a song such as In the Year 2525, If Man is Still Alive. The Ascended Masters have stressed that man is on the verge of a new age, a new order. Man needs to create a one-world government and a one-world religion. This new period is often called the Golden Age. At least one spirit is reported to have called it a grand second Genesis. Technology and New Age spiritual philosophy are to combine to establish a paradise new world. Two examples of this are the Book of Knowledge, Keys of Enoch, a New Age Bible given by the spirits Enoch and Metatron to J.J. Hertag in a code to supposedly help men unlock the divine plan in the minds of the Great White Brotherhood. The Keys of Enoch speak of a grand second Genesis, A Second Paradise. Another New Age Bible given by the Spirit God to Michael Matheson warns that man will be severely punished unless mankind organizes into a one-world government by the year 20. Matheson titled his 442-page Bible The New American Bible. Interestingly, this message of a coming Golden Age paradise has been given thousands of times to New Age channelers. Often the spirits mention that a cataclysmic or series of cataclysmic events must precede the New World System. Yes, the terminology and message happens to be identical to message given to Rutherford by the spirits who channeled to him. Interestingly, the parallels don't end here. The Watchtower Society came out with a Bible called New World Translation. It is apparent that portions of that translation borrow from translations which were channeled, such as Johannes Grieber's translation. The strangest connection. The channeling connection between the Watchtower Society, the Freemasons, and the New Age is indeed the strangest type of connection, because it suggests a supernatural power is coordinating such new light. For a while it appeared that the idea of the devil was going to disappear from Western culture. Psychiatrists told us that such supernatural phenomena did not exist. It's interesting that these would be the people to tell us that, because the early great psychiatrists were themselves into the occult and demonic activities. The New Age channelers don't view their spirit guides as demons. That is the label placed on their activities by Christians who note what the Bible states about such activities. Most of us have never channeled and cannot address the issue of what kind of spirits these are. However, several New Agers have confided with the author that at some point they discovered the spirits revealed their demonic identity to them. One famous New Age leader who found out that these spirit guides were demons was Randall Bear. It is believed Randall N. Bear was murdered for revealing too much about the New Age movement. His book Inside the New Age Nightmare tells the story of someone who left his channeling when he realized he was serving demons. The reader should read his book to fully appreciate why Bear, after years of being a New Age leader, concluded that Satan and his demons were the spirit guides of the New Age. Bear tells the compelling story of how the spirits had power, indeed a supernatural power, and were not simply figments of the mind. The skeptic of supernatural events will at least concede from his book that these spirit guides are believed to be real by the people who communicate with them. Some examples of New Age channeler Bear's conclusions concerning such spirit guides are: public channeling is mass hypnosis. Through speech cadence, orchestrated body and hand movements, voice inflections, and invisible demonic powers that fill the room, the spirit weaves a hypnotic web of rainbow-gilded infiltration. Not only do the participants take in false information but, more deeply, they absorb the permeating influences of the demon's formidable powers into the heart, mind, soul, and spirit. Often, a type of open-eyed trance state overtakes the listeners with a sense of relaxation, pleasant tingling sensations, and rapt fascination with the goings-on. 3. It is refreshing to see Bear, like so few prophets ever do, reveal that the psychic powers ultimately draw upon demonic principalities as their source of power. 4. Channeling is indeed a blending, a merging, a touching, between humans and disincarnate spirits. However, behind the oh-so-friendly and wise facade are demons who touch to deceive, blend to invade, and merge to possess. They come with an olive branch of peace, love, and universal brotherhood in one hand, and a smoking gun concealed behind their back in the other. 5. Bear became a Christian when he discovered that these spirits were demons. Other New Agers who have told their stories to this author also came to Christ when they realized that demons were the spirits that were controlling them. Bear praised the Lord God for his salvation from Satan's New Age movement and for the true freedom and salvation received through Christ Jesus. He turned his back on all his New Age practices and his demon-ascended masters. Bear felt the New Age kingdom was a delusion. The ultimate paradox for New Agers is that they believe the lie that they are heading for the New Age kingdom on earth. All the while, they're really following a Satan-conspired path to destruction. 6. If Bear's insight from his years of leading the New Age can be applied to the Watchtower's channeler Rutherford, then Rutherford was part of a demonic conspiracy. At the very least, even if some readers are very skeptical of this whole thing, they must recognize the many similarities between Rutherford and the New Age channelers. There are more similarities. The similarities go back to such things as Russell believing that Cyrus, who was supposedly an incarnation of the sun god and worshipped by his people as such, was a foreshadowing of Christ. Zoroaster was also viewed by Russell as a great prophet 7, and is also tied to the sun and its worship. One of the ascended masters is Zoroaster. Elizabeth Clare Prophet has channeled Zoroaster's messages. The Masons also look to Zoroaster. Their New Age magazine calls this Persian prophet a noble prophet. 8 in another article, of the New Age magazine, November 1922, p. 658, 320 Mason MM. Javins writes, "It is useless to dwell longer on Zoroaster and the Zendavesta, as most Master Masons are familiar with their position in Masonry." The New Age magazine, the official organ of the Scottish Rite, in the June 1922 issue, p. 343, pronounce magic as good. In another issue, white magicians are declared to be angels encamped about the people, serving, protecting. September 1933, p. 554. Theoluminati. According to Illuminati, Masonic and other sources, the Illuminati were white magicians. The Masonic leaders believe they continue to guide mankind as the Great White Brotherhood. The ancient Illuminati manifested in the 18th century have no inheritors on the physical plane at this time. Their activities are chiefly from the spiritual plane, where they are momentous. They may be said to truly exist, but their organized activities and beneficences in aiding needy humanity are from the spiritual side. The New Age. September 1933, p. 554. Hall, Manley p. The Secret Teachings of All Ages, p. Keene. The Book of Knowledge, The Caves of Enoch. Bear, Randall. Inside the New Age Nightmare. Lafayette, L.A., Huntington House, 1989, p. 104. 4 Ibid. p. 113. 5 Ibid. p. 103. 6 Ibid. p. 42-7. 8. The New Age. July, 1961, p. 46-50. Chapter 1. 13. Cult of the Double-Sexed God Jehovah. The reader will be shown clues that indicate that Frederick Franz, WT President and Oracle, is a Mason. Evidence that shows connections between the power of Masonry and the WT leaders. The rampant homosexuality within WT society's elite. God becomes Grand Master. On Tuesday, November 23, 1954, a slim, reticent, kindly man took the stand in the Right Honorable James Latham Clyde's courtroom. The man's name was Frederick William Franz, who besides Russell and Rutherford, has contributed more leadership for the Jehovah's Witnesses than any other man. He was then vice president and later became the president of the Watchtower Society. When he got older, arrangements were taken to place the power in the hands of others. While Nathan Knorr was still president, prior to Franz succeeding him, the governing body removed much of the power of the president of the WT Society. 2. This was a curious phenomena which will be discussed later. That his power could be taken away so easily, is just one clue that the power controlling the Watchtower Society actually ultimately resides outside of the society and works through a select clique within the elite of the Watchtower hierarchy. Fred Franz, an early WT religious leader. Fred Franz, before joining the Watchtower Society, had studied to be a Presbyterian minister. 3. In 1913, while C.T. Russell was still considered the faithful and wise servant, Fred Franz joined. 4. He was soon promoted to prominence in the society, and as an early key player was a key speaker already in the early 1920s. 5. In 1924, he delivered talks over the WT Society's radio station WBBR. 6. Some observers think he may have played a greater role in formation of the Watchtower's theology during Rutherford's time, than is generally credited him. Fred Franz remained a bachelor for his lifetime. As part of the Bethel headquarters, he lived simply, although like other WT leaders because of their power he rarely lacked anything. He went on trips to places like Israel and Ireland. He earned a reputation of being friendly and of not being self-conscious to the point he'd walk around headquarters in slippers and mismatched socks. 7. The WT Society's scholar. He was also the Society's Bible scholar by virtue of a few college classes in Hebrew and Greek. Because he was their most skilled leader, his nephew Ray Franz would prove equally as adept until Ray's conscience bothered him. Fred's skill came under scrutiny at the Douglas Walsh trial on that Tuesday. Much time and effort was spent in court on witnesses, to uncover the story behind the controversial New World translation of the Bible. It is clear from testimony that day, and that testimony is corroborated by testimony from other sources, that Fred Franz, as the Society's leading scholar, played a crucial role in the production of the NWT. When asked, insofar as translation of the Bible itself is undertaken, are you responsible for that? To which Fred Franz answered, I have been authorized to examine a translation and determine its accuracy and recommend its acceptance in the form in which it is submitted. 8. The New World Translation was billed by the WT Society as the most literal translation available. The NWT itself expresses this, for instance, on pg. 9 of the foreword, of the 1950 ed. We offer no paraphrase of the scriptures. Our endeavor all through has been to give as literal a translation as possible, where the modern English idiom allows and where a literal rendition does not for any clumsiness hide the thought. That way we can best meet the desire of those who are scrupulous for getting, as nearly as possible, word for word, the exact statement of the original. The Anonymous Translating Committee revised in 1961 and 1970 the NWT. They declare that an effort was put forth to bring about even greater consistency in the renderings of the related parts of the Holy Scriptures. The purpose was to attain to closer conformity to the literal reading in the original languages. All this process has resulted in revisions in the main text of the translation. 9. According to one source connected with the Translating Committee, the Translating Committee sat around a table with 20 to 30 different translations, and went verse by verse picking the version that fit their theology best. Sometimes they relied upon Johannes Grieber's spirit-channeled translation. Whether this is exactly how they created their translation, is not critical at this point. The reader is asked to bear in mind 3 pertinent items. That the translation was an attempt to be the most literal translation possible. In this they have succeeded in points to where it is hardly readable. However, all translations must paraphrase to some degree. The languages involved are not constructed so that word-for-word translations could make sense. In other words, they do paraphrase in spite of their denials, but they have managed to produce a very literal translation. This is not to imply that they used the best ancient manuscripts, just that they tried to be literal with the ones they chose. Fred Franz directed and edited the work. He gave the final approval and recommendation to print. Other translations were consulted. If my sources are accurate, other translations formed the base or were relied upon heavily. The wording of the NWT supports this information. So what? It's important to the discussion, because Fred Franz gives his Masonic membership away, when he translates at Hosea 12:14 the Hebrew word Adonai equals Lord as Grand Master. The word Adonai is literally Lord. It is a single word that simply calls for its simple, direct, straightforward translation as Lord. Indeed, almost all translations, with a few minor exceptions, translate Adoni in Hosea 12:14 as Lord. The Watchtower itself translates the word everywhere else in their NWT correctly as Lord. There is no conceivable, plausible explanation for calling God the Grand Master except that it is a subtle signal of his Masonic membership. Even if we believe that the committee merely borrowed from other translations, there are no other translations that call God the Grand Master at Hosea 12:14. For instance, Young's literal, the NAS, NIV, NEB, AV, NKJ, and others simply use the obvious word Lord. An exception is the Jerusalem Bible, which interjects Yahweh. In this instance, the Catholic translation does a better job of promoting GC's name than the Watchtower Society. More evidence of Franz's Masonic membership. Other clues about Fred Franz's Masonic membership have surfaced. The greatest evidence has been brought to light by another researcher. His first-hand research, which is at some point to be published, may deal with the issue even more in depth. 10. Certainly, if the New Order's plans are defeated, it will owe a big debt to men like Russ Pine, who have labored hard to bring to light the actions of the conspiracy to unite the world under their political, economic, and religious domination. Franz's background. Franz is a German Jewish surname. 11. It is interesting to note that the locations of Russell's hometown, Pittsburgh, and Franz's hometown are centers of Jewish thought and power. The location that Russell moved his headquarters to from Pittsburgh, Brooklyn, NY, is the center of Jewish power and thought in the world. As this author traveled through Israel, the question was never "Are you an American?" but many times, "Are you from New York?" Because so many Jews reside in New York City. Someone who went to the University of Cincinnati with Franz was Sidney S. Tedeschi, who was a Jewish Freemason, and a rabbi after graduation. Tedeschi graduated from both the University of Cincinnati and the Hebrew Union College in 1913. He later got a Ph.D. from Yale in 1928. He became the rabbi of Union Temple in Brooklyn, New York. 12. Frederick's father was Edward Frederick Franz. He was apparently a German of Jewish heritage who professed to be of the Lutheran Church. Frederick's parents made a big display of Fred and his brother's Lutheran baptismal certificates, which were framed and hung on the wall for all to see. Fred and his brothers, though, were not sent at school age to a Lutheran school but to St. Joseph's Roman Catholic Church parochial school. According to Fred, he took part in Catholic Mass and in going to the Catholic confessional. Catholics were expected to go to confession before Mass until after Vatican II, when it quit being a rule. Before he entered third grade, his family moved to Cincinnati, which is across the river from Covington, KT. When they moved to Cincinnati, Fred and his brothers started attending the Second Presbyterian Church of Cincinnati, where he had Bessie Obar as his Sunday school teacher, and M.R. Fisher as his Sunday school superintendent. 13. Franz's family's changeability raises questions. Having Lutheran relatives, this author is fully aware of the deep ties, devotion, and stubborn loyalty many Lutherans have toward their church. 2. Prominently display the infant baptismal certificates etc. makes one wonder if these religiousness was a show, considering how quickly they could switch churches. A Rhodes Scholar? Fred Franz and the WT Society have claimed he rejected the offer of a Rhodes Scholarship to work for the WT Society. 14. While making this claim to enhance Frederick Franz's scholastic credentials, it actually undercuts the reputation of his character in several ways. First, the Rhodes Scholarship people, in response to queries, have said Franz wasn't selected. On the surface it appears Franz has lied. To have rejected it means Franz is claiming it was offered to him. Even if Franz had sat through a personal interview with an election committee, which in the U.S. selects 32 scholars, and then was not selected, that is not the same as rejecting an offer of a Rhodes Scholarship. Did Franz lie? Perhaps he didn't. Just maybe a secret offer of a Rhodes Scholarship did occur. If secret feelers had been put out, concerning whether he would want to go to Oxford or not, he just may have secretly rejected such an offer. What? Mysteries of the Rhodes Scholarship. Cecil Rhodes was a British multimillionaire who during his lifetime was deeply involved in secret societies and his vision of a united world. His vision of a united world under British rule, that in Hebrew means the rule of the covenant people, and is a way to legitimatize their one world state, was a big part of his life early on. By age 22, he had already drawn up a will to leave his money for the purpose of furthering the British Empire. 15. Cecil Rhodes was a Scottish Rite Mason. 16. He contributed the land upon which the Bulawayo Lodge No. 2566, Rhodesia built a Masonic temple. 17. He established the Rhodes Scholarships, which to no surprise have tended to go to Masons and people sympathetic to his vision of a one-world state. 18. Cecil Rhodes, along with some of his friends like the Rothschilds, founded a secret society based on the King Arthur legends and his Round Table. 19. This group ties into the Pierre de Zion, whose key facet is the Holy Grail and its legends, which they are the caretakers of. Rhodes and Lord Rothschild in 1891 formed a circle of initiates known as the Round Table. 20. The key to Rhodes' spiritual philosophy are Plato and Aristotle. 21. Rhodes' mentor, John Ruskin, was heavily into Plato and Plato's idea of an ideal state under a single world rulership. 22. The Rhodes Scholarship was designed to bring together scholars, and it was viewed that they would learn the ruling class concepts of Rhodes' one-world state vision. Rhodes and his friends are responsible for the Royal Institute of International Affairs, which expanded internationally and is known in the U.S. as the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR. 23. Rhodes amalgamated the diamond mines in the Kimberley area of southern Africa under the Jewish Corporation, the De Beers Consolidated Mines, in 1888. 24. The Jewish De Beers have a monopoly on essentially the world's diamond market. 25. Diamonds are mined in places like South Africa and cut in Amsterdam. Rhodes was disclosed as instigator of attack upon government of a friendly nation, forced to resign premiership, 1896. 26. Rhodes was involved in various political intrigues, because he wanted the British to control South Africa for the fabulous financial benefits it would provide. When he died, £6 million were left, which endowed 170 scholarships for youth from the British Empire and the US to go to Oxford. 27 German students have been included off and on also. 28. The leadership passes to others. Fred Franz played a big role as the oracle of the society. It was governing body. Member Carl F. Klein that perhaps first referred to Fred Franz as the WT's oracle. But he became a figurehead to conceal that the real directing influence of the WT society was outside of the society. A big 6 feet 2 inches Jewish man has gone everywhere with Fred Franz as his guide these last few decades. This man, Nather Soleh, was needed because Fred became blind. However, for many years people at Bethel found that Soleh was more like a bodyguard. Indeed, he was more than a bodyguard, for any communication to Franz has been going through Soleh, who then returns with the answer from Franz. This Jewish man with obvious rich tastes, big expensive rings and watches, has become the president's mouthpiece, and in effect a decision-maker, although he isn't part of the governing body. 29. Soleh was in a position to protect against an old man saying the wrong thing. The triumvirate. How has the leadership of the WT Society been determined? Apparently the guidance of the society is by a power outside of the society, and this is secret. However, even those men who carry the titles of leadership are cloaked by the society in the deepest secrecy. During a tour of the Brooklyn headquarters, while associated with the society, this author found his questions concerning such items as the writing staff were given answers that avoided giving information. Various stories exist about Rutherford's death. It is said that Rutherford, an alcoholic, while drunk, fell down some stairs at his California mansion. 30. The official story in the WT publication Let Your Name Be Sanctified, 1961, pp. 335 to 336 describes Rutherford on his deathbed passing the mantle of authority like the prophet Elijah did to Elisha. The WT publication describes the mantle of Elijah falling to a composite three-man Eliza. According to Ray Franz, ex-governing body member, Rutherford told these three men to carry on after his death and to stick together as a team. These three men were Nathan Knorr, Fred Franz, and Hayden Covington. 31 Ray Franz has gotten of course his information on what happened from others, these others having a vested interest in what story would be told. Ray Franz trusting his WT brothers bought their story about Rutherford. The WT leaders maintained that Rutherford only left an oral will. A lawyer and author left only an oral will when he knew he was in ill health for some time. Sure. What is reliably clear though is that these three men took over the rulership of the Jehovah's Witnesses, but when their group dissolved, the mantle was transferred to certain other men on the governing body who were also recipients for the One World State's directives. Hayden Cooper Covington is also an interesting WT leader. He took the stand during the Douglas Walsh trial in Scotland. Covington was a Jewish lawyer who earned his law degree at San Antonio School of Law in San Antonio, TX. He began passing out Watchtower literature in 1934-32 and was baptized in 1935. 33 He succeeded Judge Rutherford as the Jehovah's Witnesses legal counsel in 1942. He won many cases for the Jehovah's Witnesses, sometimes with the help of the ACLU. He also took on clients like heavyweight boxer Muhammad Ali. He personally argued 41 major cases before the U.S. Supreme Court for Jehovah's Witnesses. 34. Interestingly, Hayden became part of the governing body and was made vice president of the Watchtower Society from January 13, 1942 until September 24, 1945 without being part of the Anno Int class. According to WT theology, the JWS are divided into two major classes, the Anno Int and the Great Crowd. 35 Supposedly the recruiting by God for the Anno Int class was completed by God in the early 1930s, but occasionally when one of the Anno Int apostasize, they are replaced to keep the magic number of 144, 0. The Anno Int are to be the governing ones. It may have been this blatant conflict with this official doctrine that caused Hayden Cooper Covington to step down from his positions. That is what the November 1, 1955 WXP 650 indicates. Nathan Knorr took over the WT presidency soon after Rutherford died. He was born in Bethlehem, PA. Apparently he had been baptized as a baby into the Reformed Church, although he possibly was of Jewish heritage. When he joined the International Bible Students at age 16, he had his name removed from their rolls. 36 He graduated from Allentown, PA. Nathan served the society as an administrator and was not important in terms of their doctrinal gymnastics. He was important in seeing their plans put into action. However, statements made by a relative of Knorr's indicate that Knorr was aware of how the Watchtower Society is part of a worldwide conspiracy. 37. Some of the other governing body members who may possibly be of Jewish extract may include Albert D. Schroeder, Carl F. Klein, and William Jackson. 38. The cult of the double-sexed God Jehovah. The WT magazine was forced to admit to some degree that problems of morality reached to the very top of the Watchtower Society, including homosexuality. 39. The leaders of the WT Society belong to a group called the governing body. Even the names of this governing body are kept secret. For instance, when this author called headquarters to try and get any information at all about the governing body, the spokesperson at headquarters refused to reveal anything, not even how many men served on the governing body. 40. The following paragraph may offend some readers, however it is not included to embarrass any individual but to develop a point about the occult connections of the WT Society. A number of men on the governing body have been bachelors all their life, and are believed by people who worked at headquarters to have been homosexuals. 41 Leo K. Greenlees was forced to resign when his homosexuality became public. He then moved to New Orleans. Governing body member Ewart C. Chitty was in the middle of a sexual act with a 17-year-old male Bethelite when some unexpected guests arrived and opened the door. The boy committed suicide. An unconfirmed report says that Chitty was forced to resign later. Bethelotes also report strange behavior by the oracle of the society, the principal light of the society on religious matters, the President Frederick Franz. It used to transpire that all the young boys would sit at Frederick's table, and that at other times he would discuss scriptures with them in the nude. That's past. Frederick is now 97 years old. Other examples have been reported. Anyway, these specific examples are mentioned only to give some credence to the next discussion. There may be a definite occult link between the homosexual activity of the WT leaders and witchcraft. It turns out that homosexual rites, which were most foreign to later religionists, and disturbing to Christian ideas, were associated most strongly with all that the Christian religion hated, notably occult powers. 42 For instance, in the Congo it was not unusual for a priest to dress as a woman and be affectionately spoken of as the grandmother. 43 Further, it is possible to link homosexuality with religion and magical practices all through the world. 44. Several items might lead one to the conclusion that the homosexuality of the WT leadership is related to the occult. Their relationship with the channeler Johannes Grieber, who lived in New York, later New Jersey, indicates a. That the leadership has occult connections, and b. That they are willing to cover and lie about any occult connections. Their belief going back to C.T. Russell that the perfect state of man is to have the sexual organs of both sexes. This androgynous belief goes back to Baal, to Mithras, Aphrodite, and the Hindu Shiva, who are all depicted as double-sexed in some of their statues. It also relates to the Jewish Midrash. Rabbi Samuel Bar Nachman, 3rd century, says, Adam, when God created him, was a man-woman androgyne. Maimonides, a later Jewish scholar, also believed this. The singular account of the creation of Brahm and Adam led various Jewish scholars to suggest that Jehovah, like Baal and the Syrian gods, was double-sexed. 45 The two words that make up the word Jehovah were composed with the male-female idea. 46 The Hebrew letter Hod, or J, was the virile organ, and Hova was Eve, the mother of all living things, the procreator. This interpretation of Jehovah as bisexual has been preserved by the Kabbalah and the mysteries of the Masons. At first it may seem like jumping somewhat to connect a belief in an androgynous god to homosexuality, but after studying the lives of several homosexual religious leaders/witches, that's exactly the connection they themselves make. For instance, Manly Hall, the great Masonic philosopher, was homosexual. He makes this connection between it all. These holy persons seldom took part in war, and frequently were distinguished by a costume combining elements of male and female attire. This practice has been common throughout the religious world and has influenced the dress of pagan priests and Christian clergy alike. The androgynous human being, in whom there is a spiritual union of male and female attributes, has been widely accepted as personifying a superior type capable of a greater understanding of the father wisdom and mother love potencies of divinity. Such symbolism existed in all the great esoteric orders of the past. 47. This leading 33rd degree Mason Manly P. Hall reports, philosophically, Adam may be regarded as representative of the full spiritual nature of man, androgynous and not subject to decay. 48 He suggests that Elohim may have been androgynous. From these it can be seen that Hall believes homosexuals are on a higher spiritual level. Wicca, Black Witchcraft, believes that Jesus is a great teacher, but not God. 49. The use of the word Jehovah by Kabbalists and Masons has meant a double-sexed God. This author, in researching the occult, noticed that there was a connection between homosexuality and the New Age. For instance, upon entering a New Age store called The Third Eye, see the chapter on the Mark of the Beast, he found that free homosexual literature was being given out. The whole idea of such connections seem bizarre to those of us who have had little to do with the occult or homosexuality. Yet, in trying to understand others, say for instance, Catholic nuns who openly flaunt their lesbianism, and who are also into the New Age, the possibility that witchcraft and homosexuality play a role with each other may be a worthwhile explanation. As one climbs the ladder of the Watchtower Society's hierarchy, he becomes more immune to any censor of immoral behavior. Witnesses are resentful of the fact that it seems that elders commit the same wrong over and over, and little is done, and yet if a publisher is caught sinning once, he or she is disfellowshipped almost on the spot. 50. This author has witnessed that double standard. This is one more reason why it is possible that widespread homosexuality may have been practiced so long at headquarters. Mechanics of the governing body. The governing body holds meetings at least weekly to discuss appointments, business, and recommendations by branch personnel. 51. The governing body in 1971 began a rotation annually by alphabetical order of the offices. 52. A WT spokesperson told the Brooklyn Heights paper that the society now had 2 vice presidents, George Couch and a Pearson. The WT Society has made the governing body so mysteriously powerful that just the rubber stamp of their signature is enough authorization for anything. Notes. Trial transcript of the Douglas Walsh trial, 1954. Witness, Inc. Clayton, C.A. has reprinted the full transcript. Franz, Ray. Crisis of Conscience. Atlanta, G.A., Commentary Press, 1983, p. 73. As Vice Pres. Fred made the motion limiting powers, but turned around and opposed it when voting. Cole, Marley. Jehovah's Witnesses, The New World Society. New York, Vantage Press, 1955. Also see WT, May 1, 1987, p. 24. Ibid. Both references, plus other sources, give 1913 as the date. Convention reports attest to his talks as early as 1921. 6. WT May 1, 1987, p. 28. Harrison. Visions of Glory, p. 143. Douglas Walsh v. The Right Honourable James Latham Clyde, MP. P.C. Scotland, 1954, Trial Transcript, p. 88. New World Translation, 1970 ed. Forward p6. Russ Pine has done 4 films that hopefully will become available at some time. They are The Naked Truth, TNT, Matrix of Power, Ancient Egypt Light of the World, and Modern Day Religion. Heinz A. and Drive. Paul Kaskorby. Die Deutschen Familiengeschichtlich, Geographisch, Sprachlich. Berlin, G.E.R. Buchhandlung des Waisenhausers, GmbH. 1933, p. 199. Denslow, 10, 0 Famous Freemasons, Vol. 4, p. 224. 13. WT May 1, 1987. WT May 1, 1987, and other references. Rhodes, Cecil John Art. In C. Brit. Vol 19, 1960 ed. p. 258. Denslow, O.P. CIT. Vol. 4, p. 29-30. Ibid, p. 30. Still, William T. New World Order. Lafayette, L.A. Huntington House, 1990, p. 151. Ibid. Ibid. Various books about his life mention this, including In C. Brit, Vol. 19, 1960 ed. p. 258. Still, O.P. CIT. p. 152. Ibid. Webster's Biographical Dictionary. Springfield, M.S., G. and C. Merriam Co. Pub. 1972, p. 1253. Interview by author with an individual who had worked for De Beers. Webster's Biographical Dictionary, p. 1253. Various articles including in C. Brit. Vol. 19, 1960 ed. pp. 258 to 260. Rhodes Scholarships Art. In C. Brit. Vol. 19, 1960 ed. Various talks with XJWS, especially Ruspino, who has been studying the governing body for 31 years. Report by a JW elder, and based on an older WT associate. Franz, Ray. Crisis of Conscience. pp. 83 to 84. Cole, Marley. Jehovah's Witnesses, p. 213. Douglas Walsh Trial Transcript, p. 394. Cole, O.P. CIT, p. 213. A sample of WT thinking in this mode is, since 1919 this faithful and discreet slave, who is a composite person made up of all anointed Christian joint heirs of Jesus Christ, has been taking care of all his belongings on earth. The governing body of the faithful and discreet slave class is taken from the members of this same anointed, spirit-filled class. By God's Spirit it is functioning. So, then, when the appointment of overseers is made by this governing body in harmony with the requirements laid down for overseers, it is really by the Spirit that such overseers are appointed, although through human intermediaries. WT, January 15, 1958 p. 46. 36. WT November 1, 1955, p. 650. Statements by relative of a high WT official indicating awareness of the important connections between the WT Society and the Masonic Lodge. Analysis of references such as Zubatsky, David S. and Erwin M. Berendt. Jewish Genealogy, a sourcebook of family histories and genealogies. New York, Garland Pub. Inc. 1984. 39. WT January 1, 86, p. 13. The answer to the author's phone call on January 29, 91 inquiring about the governing body. We don't give out that information, but we'll send you some information about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Thien Lion Formation Thothor received Wastwo Jehovah's Witnesses at his door with WTS and Awake, S. Information concerning the homosexual activities of WT governing body members comes from confidential sources who have left Bethel headquarters. People risk a lot when they say anything about an organization with so much power over so many people, even this author. Leak, Sybil. The Complete Art of Witchcraft. New York, World Pub. Co. p. 169. Ibid. 44. Ibid. p. 168. For instance, see George Footmore's work Judaism. Leak, OPCIT. p. 177. Hall, Manley P. America's Assignment with Destiny. Los Angeles, CA. Philosophical Research Society, p. 44-5. Hall, Manley P. The Secret Teachings of All Ages, p. C. Leak, OP. CIT. p. 64. This quote is from Bergman Jerry. The Mental Health of Jehovah's Witnesses. Clayton CA, Witness, Inc. p. 86. 1978 Yearbook, p. 259-52. WT December 15, 1971, p. 761. Chapter 1. 14. The New World Society. Since 1871 a powerful religious organization has grown up, first headquartered in what is now Pittsburgh, PA, and later Brooklyn, New York, where it is today. It has established itself worldwide. Americans are familiar with the door-to-door Jehovah's Witnesses. They are less familiar with the Watchtower organization. The Watchtower Society was actually established by a Knights Templar Mason Charles T. Russell to destroy, and to change the Christian churches. In the process, an organization worth over $1 billion has come into being, led by a secret group of men called the governing body. Out of the public's view, and even little known to Jehovah's Witnesses, these men direct the details of the lives of the Jehovah's Witnesses. The governing body has so much control that they have convinced JWS that the Watchtower Society never prophesied that 1975 would be the end of the world and Armageddon. The Watchtower Society's financial operations are totally secret. Some rumors have circulated that the WT Society is one funnel for money laundering. JWS would never believe that their society and their governing body could ever do such a thing. Indeed, the governing body has almost a godlike image with the rank-and-file Jehovah's Witnesses, which they have promoted through their slick propaganda. Few today can escape the proselytizing efforts of the Jehovah's Witnesses. But few understand the organization that they are coming up against. The organization has frequently affected families, and the careers of tens of thousands of people caught up by its slick propaganda. Much of what the Watchtower Society writes about itself is fantasy. I have not attempted in this chapter to write an encyclopedia of the organization and its people, but to describe some of its personalities, policies, and political pull in order to reveal some of the myths about the Watchtower Society. Personalities. General William P. Hall of the U.S. Army and General Alexander P. Stewart were early supporters of Charles T. Russell. Although JWS are typically thought of as anti-military, such was not the case in the early WT Society. Some early IBS were members of the military for years after joining the society. One General Hall was a West Pointer and a decorated sharpshooter. His family had associations with the Masons. General Hall was on the IBSA committee of which Russell was the chairman. General Hall was chosen to accompany C.T. Russell on his worldwide tour. 2. Fred H. Robeson was one of the 7 WT leaders sentenced in June 1918 for violating the Espionage Act. A New York District Court sentenced him to many years of imprisonment, but he was released after only a short time in prison. Papers were introduced at the trial showing their connection with German agents in the United States of America and Mexico. 3. At his sedition trial, Robeson disclosed that his religious experience before joining the WT Society consisted entirely of several years' service for the Christian Endeavor groups. He was not a member of any church prior to joining the International Bible Students. The Christian Endeavor groups were known to have departed from the Christian faith. 4. The president of the Christian Endeavor Society of America, and seconds of the World Chapter, was Drive Stanley B. Vandersall, who was a high-ranking and active Freemason. 5. William E. Van Amberg was treasurer of the WT Society. Some of the older International Bible students didn't trust him. If one considers what the society was teaching, is it any surprise? In court during the sedition trial in 1918, he told the court that the millennium of God had started in October 1874. 6. Van Amberg was one of the suspected ringleaders by those who suspected foul play in the death of C.T. Russell. Before joining the WT Society, Van Amberg had been active in the YMCA and the Methodist Church. He served on the editorial staff of the Watchtower, along with the Jew R.H. Hirsch, Robeson, and Rutherford. 7. Policies. The WT Society has pushed their people hard to get out in field service, that is the door-to-door sales work. In order to squeeze more time out of their people, the society ordered the JWS not to have children. This was done in WT November 1, 1938, pages 323 to 324, in the Children Book 1941, and could be seen in the Awake magazine of November 8, 1974, p. 11. About Christians, the WT Society said, "Do not confuse Christianity with the so-called Christian religion. The latter operates in the name of God and Christ but is wholly against Christ and his kingdom, which is the only hope of the human race. Religion labeled the Christian religion is a racket invented by the devil to defame the name of Almighty God." Enemies, p. 146. About democracy, the Society says, "Democracy is the perverted form of the third form of government. God's holy word says nothing about democracy. God is not the author of any other ocracy than theocracy. The origin of democracy is demons." The New World, pp. 69-70. Drive. L.W. Jones, of Jewish heritage, gave an address in a lodge building to the IBSA in 1911. "I was much impressed on looking around to see all of these beautiful mottos. All of them seem to speak of the one word, loyalty, which we have on our badge. Friends, the key is obedience. And surely, now is the time we must be loyal, and we will not be loyal if we are not obedient." Convention Report for Convention at Seattle, Wash. July 2-3, 1911. Political poll. One ex-JW mother found out that the JWS had obtained the political poll of the governor of her state, which governor is heavily into the New Age movement, to win custody of her child. 8. When a JW was arrested for peddling magazines without a license in Tucson, AR. The JW, Hal, was found guilty of violating the city's ordinance No. 729 peddling without a license. The case was appealed to the Arizona Supreme Court. The next day, Judge Sella, who had sentenced him, had a mysterious fire that destroyed his whole office, and Hal was released. 9. Actions. During the Prohibition days, the WT president had fine Scotch whiskey smuggled into the U.S. from Canada by the branch overseer. 10. In 1938, Rutherford tried to enlist the support of various civic agencies to support the Watchtower Society and its upcoming Seattle Convention. 11. During Rutherford's presidency, the office of an enemy of the Watchtower Society was destroyed by a special team of Jehovah's Witnesses that broke into the office of Kerber at night and destroyed evidence against the Watchtower Society. 12. So the Watchtower Society clearly will break laws, will deal with political power clandestinely, and operate in a total cloud of secrecy. It has remained rabidly hostile to Christians. The sinister nature of the upper Watchtower leadership has been clouded in the tightest secrecy, while the rank and file willingly submit to their dictatorship. Notes. Transcript page 717, area 2150. 2. Articles mentioning General Hall are somewhat numerous in the WT Society's publications. WT October 1, 1911 discusses Hall's selection to serve on the committee to go with Russell around the world. WTR. p. 4946 has a picture of Russell and Hall, pg. 4888 has some about his life and his opening speech at WT Convention. Transcript page 717, area 2150. 2. Articles mentioning General Hall are somewhat numerous in the WT Society's publications. WT October 1, 1911 discusses Hall's selection to serve on the committee to go with Russell around the world. WTR. p. 4946 has a picture of Russell and Hall, pg. 4888 has some about his life and his opening speech at WT Convention. 1. The Caseoft International Bible Students Volume 1 Court is a Witness, Inc. Reprint of the trial transcripts. Quote is from page 96, area 287. 4. Masalink William. What is Wrong with the Lodge? Chicago. National Christian Association, p. 24. IL. 5. Ibid. Quoting a Columbus, O newspaper and information also in Christian Cynosure August 1947. Is a Witness, Inc. Reprint of the trial transcripts. Quote is from page 96 area 287. 4. Massalink William. What is Wrong with Lodge? Chicago. National Christian Association, p. 24. IL. 5. Ibid. Quoting a Columbus, O newspaper and information also in Christian Cynosure August 1947. 3. The Casoft International Bible Students Association. This I. pp. 659, 672. 7. Ibid. p. 536. Confidential interview. WT Magazine, circa 1942, p. 16. The Iconoclast. Also described in other sources. 11. Consolation. Catholic Northwest Progress newspaper of Friday, April 22, 1938. No 487, 1938 p9, Now Awake, quoting 12. Peter O. Moyle and his father Olin Moyle left Society's Bethel. The WT. I. pp. 659, 672. 7. Ibid. p. 536. Confidential interview. WT Magazine, circa 1942, p. 16. The Iconoclast. Also described in other sources. 11. Consolation. Catholic Northwest Progress newspaper of Friday, April 22, 1938. No 487, 1938 p9, Now Awake, quoting 12. Peter O. Moyle and his father Olin Moyle left Society's Bethel. The WT6. The Casoft International Bible Students Association Vol. Chapter 1. 15. The WT's main camp. Jehovah's Witnesses and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses will be surprised to see my account of Armageddon differing from the prevailing viewpoint on various points. It is quite extraordinary to suggest that Jehovah's Witnesses would fight during Armageddon, especially since they have built up such a public reputation for being conscientious objectors. This author is quite conscious that wild accusations or overstatements could damage the credibility of this book. He is including the suggestion that the Jehovah's Witnesses may be ordered to take more than a passive role due to careful consideration. This author doesn't know what the future holds. He does suggest it is naive to think that the WT Society poses no potential threat. Several points can be established beyond doubt. These are: 1. The Jehovah's Witnesses are not conscientious objectors in the classic sense. They have adamantly declared that themselves. Their reasons for not participating in war are not from being conscientious objectors. 1. Jehovah's Witnesses are instructed by their leaders to physically defend themselves. Awake. September 8, 1975 pp 27,28, and other JWS, WT June 1, 1968, p 367, and that there is no blood guilt in a death blow to an attacker. Awake. September 8, 75. Over the entire history of the Watchtower movement there are numerous cases when the JWS have felt the need to physically attack and seriously injure those they consider to be threatening. 2-1 JW attack in NYC. Left dozens of people hospitalized. 3. The WT Society is anticipating a military attack upon themselves during Armageddon. 4. The WT Society's literature does make statements that do include the JWS in the fighting at Armageddon. These statements are on the record, in spite of other WT statements to the contrary. 5. There are numerous case histories from Africa, where WT converts after reading WT literature, have got the mistaken impression God wanted them to kill. So they have gone out and killed. The WT argues that their message has been misunderstood. That may be so, but the point remains that it is at best difficult to clearly understand WT intentions. The WT Society has played a big role in destroying the colonial governments in Africa, and then in limiting the success of African leaders to try to create nations out of borders left over from colonial rule. This author fully recognizes that the WTB and TS has urged their people to be politically neutral, and to stay aloof from politics. But such neutrality has in some cases in reality translated into political sabotage. When black African leaders try to create national identities and build national consensus from oddball groups of people and boundaries that are meaningless to Africa, and then the JWS block their efforts, and by intense proselytizement encourage others to block their efforts, then it is understandable that African national leaders have often viewed the JWS as a thorn in their side. And while the JW literature has played a big role in promoting riots, murders, strikes, and other tensions, the WT Society simply ignores their responsibility by claiming that they are not responsible for people misunderstanding their literature. In other words, an event, effect, is caused by a certain particular cause. Just because the WT did not want the effect that is caused, they feel they are relieved of any responsibility for the effect that they caused. In Zaire, the Society was held responsible for the 1961 Luba Rebellion. 6. In southern Rhodesia, especially at Wankie in 1923, the Watchtower became a kind of surrogate union movement, and was a major element in one of the earliest strikes in the country. 7. In the eastern province of what was Rhodesia, protests led by the Watchtower preachers brought a quick crackdown from the colonial authorities. 8. A Watchtower self-proclaimed prophet Tomo Nyirenda and his associates murdered 174 people before Nyirenda was captured and executed by the British colonial government. 9. The Watchtower was a workers' movement. The revolutionary tenor of its teachings helped pave the way for the first modern labor protests on the northern Rhodesian Copperbelt, the rolling strikes of 1935. 10. If my literature incites people to kill and riot, am I guilt-free? The WT Society has never expressed, to this author's knowledge, remorse for those who became victims of overzealous WT readers. The Society's reaction is to stress that these tragedies are not their fault. In Africa, when a political party loses and is outlawed, their leaders at times seek refuge by joining the JWS. Although the JWS are in their own eyes neutral, by providing a haven for dissidents, and by proselytizing for the hearts of the people in competition with ruling political parties, they appear in practice to be a political threat. If the WT Society's message were not so anti-state, it would be different. But the witnesses are taught that their governments represent Satan, and that allegiance should go solely to the WT Society in NYC. Is the WT Society merely a religious faith, or is it a government as it so often has called itself? It may be the perfect scam, call one's government a non-political religion. And then who can dare oppose you? But the witnesses know who rules them. They are told the WT Society is the voice of God, WT June 15, 57, p. 370, they are told that rejecting the WT Society is rejecting God. WT February 15, 76 p. 124, they are told the WT Society is their mother. They are told that the God's sole visible channel is the WT Society and they must be submissive to it. WT, they are told to avoid independent thinking, and not to question the WT Society. WT January 15, 1983, pages 26 to 27, the WT Society is not just any government, it is a very autocratic dictatorial one, but they believe it is the only legitimate government, all others are satanic. My Book of Bible Stories, 1978, p. 115. 9 to the WATCHTOWERS Mein Kampf. The title to this chapter is not derived from an actual document called Mein Kampf, but rather because the Watchtower Society's words spell out a sinister future, much in the way Hitler spelled out his plans to wipe out certain undesirables. The coincidence is not coincidence. Hitler founded his Nazi religion on Hindi, New Age, beliefs. This author has repeatedly during the course of his research come across New Agers referring to Hitler as one of them. The Watchtower Society advertises themselves as Christians. They don't now directly identify themselves with the New Age movement. The Watchtower Society does a good job of portraying their millennium as a wonderful paradise. Hitler also promised his people a 1-0-year reign. The society anticipates a special race in the New Order. This New Age race is to be especially righteous and spiritual. Allow the author to digress. There is a certain disquieting flaw in the WT's history that perhaps when taken with some modem recent WT statements produces an uneasiness. Permit the author to dig up the WT's unrepented and covered up racist past. It indicates an inability of the society to admit faults. Who is going to keep the society honest in the New Age if they have been able to hide their racism during this century? At one time the society was simply racist. Consider the following Watchtower Society messages, which are but a sampling. The Negro race is supposed to be descended from Ham, whose special degradation is mentioned in Gen. 9:22,25 WT August 1, 1898. A black man whose skin was turning while was hailed in the WT October 1, 19 as proof that the New Age was about here. The WT July 15, 02 declares Caucasians are more intelligent than others. Russell's Studies in the Scriptures. Volume 6 p. 490 advises to keep the races segregated. The Watchtower and the Masons. As new creatures. On and on the articles went like this. Reformers, such as Martin Luther King, Jr. was to become, were branded satanic. WT February 1, 52. It is generally believed that the curse which Noah pronounced upon Canaan was the origin of the black race. The Golden Age July 24, 29. Even up to recent times segregation was practiced. While others were fighting discrimination, the witnesses were practicing discrimination, yet fighting for the right not to salute the flag and going to jail for it. Their priorities are disquieting. The society has never admitted to air racism, or repented of it. In all due fairness, the rank and file JWS are in these times very commendable in their acceptance of racial differences. However, the governing body continues to make decisions that reflect a racial bias. Raymond Franz gives an example of that in their decision not to translate the Aid Bible Encyclopedia into Spanish, because supposedly the Spanish-speaking JWS wouldn't use it. The society promotes the idea that in the millennium there will be brotherhood. That is an interesting concept, because it implies tolerance and acceptance and love. For now, let's accept the WT's word that it believes in brotherhood, and that in their golden age to come there will be this love and acceptance and tolerance. Bear in mind, the WT Society has consistently said that all men resurrected into the new order will have their same personalities as before. Most of the resurrected will be all the wicked people throughout history that lived before the JWS began separating the sheep from the goats. Likewise, those that survive the revolution, the Battle of Armageddon, will also have only the same personality as they always had. From this is to come a special race. The Watchtower Society has been brutally frank in their literature about what life will really be like under their rule in the New Age. However, because these items are slipped into articles along with nice garden-like paradise pictures with people smiling and a lot of verbiage, few people, if anyone, have really stopped to assimilate the whole picture and digest what they are really saying. It's interesting that the communists and the Nazi have always spelled out publicly to their people what was the WT's Mein Kampf intended. There seems to be several reasons for this according to political scientists. They have done that while simultaneously painting a rosy picture to other countries. Equally interesting is how most foreigners have tended to prefer to ignore clear statements of evil intentions. In spite of repeated warning by Germans who were scared of Hitler's intentions, the Allies gave him Czechoslovakia. A phenomena for social scientists to study. Hitler spelled out what he would do in Mein Kampf, but most people choose to ignore it. The WT Society has also prepared its people, while at the same time keeping the illusion going that paradise will be wonderful. Hitler had the Hitler Youth sold on his wonderful predictions for the future. The society has also maintained an illusion of pacifism which, when juxtaposed against numerous statements to the contrary when dealing with the last battle, ought to at least raise some eyebrows. This author would never want to live in the New Age 1984 Orwellian world that the Watchtower Society describes in their own literature. This author has taken a few quotes from older WT material in the following report, but in general most is fairly recent. However, the older material is relevant along with the new in that it hasn't ever been denied or changed, and today's governing body was around when it was published, and finally modern WT literature tells the same story. The Watchtower's Mein Kampf. The actual quotes documenting each of the following will follow this summary. According the Watchtower Society, the future New Age has this waiting for us. L. A new mark on the forehead will be required to survive the revolution. More on what this is about later. 2. A fight between God's kingdom, read WTSOC, and those now in power breaks out. 3. Precipitated by an attack on the WT Society. 4. God's forces and the world clash. 5. The heavenly Zion is actually in part the WT Society. 6. The WT Society is God's government, and speaks for him. 7. The JWS fight. The Watchtower and the Masons. In the Revolution. 8. Along with other revolutionary groups. 9. The genocide of all Christians. 10. And those without the mark begins. 11. A time of slaughter and pain equal to all the bloodshed in history begins. 12. The society doesn't give advice to Jehovah's Witnesses on where to hide, or protect themselves. 13. The JWS are to treat this as a time of great joy. 14. Tears are not allowed for any victims. 15. The WT Society survives Armageddon to lead the New Age Society. 16. The society is God's government now and in the millennium. 17. They are training their loyal people right now to govern during the millennium. 18. Does the slaughter end with the initial genocide? No, executions continue during the whole New Age period. 19. People in the New Age are afraid. 20. The WT Society will serve as judges. 21. Their secret police force will have absolute control and even control over the minds. 22. Instant punishment will be handed out. 22. Ambitious people will be killed or brainwashed. 23. People will be afraid and not permitted to mourn for victims of the slate. 24. The world will be re-educated. 25. They must confess how evil Christianity is. 26. People will learn a one-world language. 27. The education will be transforming, read brainwashing. 28. Laws will be taught them. 29. People will work hard. 30. They will be slaves. 31. History books will disappear. Bible will no longer be used. Many of today's books can be expected to disappear. 32. Executions will occur for any infraction of disobedience. 33. Big Brother will watch everything. 34. Factories will be destroyed and closed. 34. The people will be sent to the countryside to plant. 35. Conveniences will be rarer. 36. Life will be in harmony with New Age cycles. 37. Vegetarian and New Age health food ideas will be around. 38. Rosicrucian and theosophical ideas about animals will be in force. 39. A Gandhi style of home industry as in India will come into being. 40. Marriage is controlled. 41. All marriage is arranged by the government. 42. At first children will be allowed. 43. But they will belong to the state. 44. Then the population will be sexed, and 45. The only new people will be those resurrected, this author suggests. The WTS main camp, the Watchtower and the Masons. Possibly test tube babies from baby factories. 46. Christ, who is Satan's brother, will rule invisibly but will never show himself. 47. God will never communicate with the world. 48. But his occultic power will be used in the millennium. 49. People will still be the same people as they are today. 50. But they will not be taught anything of Christ's redemption. 51. But they will be perfected through training, the laws, and executions. 52. But what is really wild is that the JWS have all these visions of the new order being a lazy garden paradise, while the WT Society say that they will spend the first 7 months burying dead bodies. Pass out the gas masks. That certainly is one picture one doesn't get from all their colored pictures, but it is what they warn JWS it will be like in the new order. 53. People will have to wait to see anyone resurrected, because it will take some time before things are ready for anyone to be resurrected. 1. A new mark on the forehead will be required to survive the revolution. One of the WT Society's methods is to hint at something in their literature in a vague fashion and then later come along and reinterpret it in a more precise manner or even in an unexpected manner. When they teach that a mark on the forehead is absolutely needed, they are laying the groundwork for their people to accept the New Age mark of the beast. On the one hand, the society says the mark is symbolic. But then it says that a person doesn't automatically acquire the mark simply because he has done all the right things. The mark is symbolic, all right. But this author suggests it's symbolic of a sinister empire. Somehow the JW is to receive this, but it isn't acquired by just doing all the right things. An allusion to standing in line is made in the United in Worship book. 2. A fight between God's kingdom and those now in power breaks out. How will there be a war between God's kingdom and the world? Such wars during the centuries prior to 1914 were mere wars against human nations, human governments, but the wars that the nations, including those of Christendom, were to fight at the consummation of the system of things were to be against God's kingdom and its King Jesus Christ, on the issue of world domination. A New Heavens and a New Earth. 1953 p. 246. Note the fight is between more than just Christ but with God's kingdom. Precipitated by an attack on the WT Society. The final assault on the New World Society will provoke the final battle. A New Heavens and a New Earth. 1953 p. 32. This will be a military attack on the Jehovah's Witnesses. KJ 1971 p. 360. God's forces and the world's clash. What alliance makes up God's kingdom forces at Armageddon? At Armageddon, the nations and demon powers invisibly behind them will meet up with the invincibles, kings from the rising of the sun, namely Jehovah God and his Son Jesus Christ. A New Heavens and a New Earth, p. 290, para. 7. The heavenly Zion is actually in part the WT Society. We read much about a heavenly Zion in WT material. Who is God's woman, the heavenly Zion? The creating of the new heavens at the kingdom's birth. A.D. 1914 was not accompanied by the creating of the promised new earth, for Jehovah's Witnesses on earth were desolated during the World War that then began. According to the appearance of them by 1918, God's woman, the heavenly Zion, their mother, was desolate and a rag-covered captive in the dust at Babylon's feet. In 1919 Jehovah rescued the remaining ones. A New Heavens and a New Earth, p. 322. The heavenly Zion in this passage is definitively linked to the WT Society leaders here on earth. The heavenly Zion. God's woman was captive on earth. It must be then the WT Society that is being referred to, or in the least the WTS main camp. WT Society and the dead members of the elect that must make up part of the heavenly Zion. On earth today the New World Society is the only group that is doing true constructive work. Ibid. 328. You mean the WT Society plans to keep on governing after the revolution? The survivors of Almighty God's victorious war will step out as pioneers into the new earth. Although spread all over the earth according to their pre-Armageddon location, they will promptly operate together as a new world society in harmony with the theocratic organization already established among them. Ibid. 343. 344. This sounds like a subtle hint. Promptly report for orders, so that you can work in harmony. The new heaven is the government of Messiah, the theocracy, born and in power. WT June 1, 1943. Who will rule the new order? The WT Society. The New World Society on earth really started with the remnant when restored from Babylon in 1919. The new earth can rightly be said to have been founded in this remnant, for the New World Society continues on for eternity on earth. A New Heavens and a New Earth, p. 338. The Watchtower Society is God's government and speaks for him. The JWS fight in the revolution. Who fights? To protect themselves, the society writes, Jehovah's woman in heaven brought forth her male child, her theocratic messianic government. Therefore, let all earthly, man-made governments be put on notice that God's kingdom is not established by any seditious, revolutionary movement of Jehovah's Witnesses on earth. A New Heavens and a New Earth, p. 222. And yet 3 pages further, Rutherford's oft-quoted 1922 Cedar Point speech is given, which instructs JWS be faithful and true witnesses for the Lord. Go forward in the fight until every vestige of Babylon lies desolate. See also Babylon the Great. p. 464. The only sense that reconciles both these statements is that the true legitimate king has been born, and that his claim to the Watchtower and the Masons, the throne, can't be taken away. But that meanwhile his foot soldiers will be out destroying Christendom until every vestige of Christendom is destroyed. When the revolution comes, people will say, I thought Christ and the angel were going to do this. The WT Society will point to a long list of statements where they warn that the revolution actually begins with people like the communists. Babylon the Great. p. 537. The book Religion. 1940 compares JWS to an army of locusts striking terror into Christendom, cp 183 ff. When the revolution, or Armageddon, comes, just what will the loyal JWS be doing under orders from their secretive governing body? They will immediately begin working under the direction of the new heavens of Christ and his 144, associate kings and priests to subdue the earth. Life does have a purpose. WTB and TS, 1977 PL 41, a resolution was made that the faithful remnant are eager to continue in the fight until and through Armageddon. Informant. September 1944. Will some people be executed? There will be royal orders of an executioner against wicked enemies. Holy Spirit, the force behind the coming new order. WTB and TS, 1976, p. 172 to 173. The other sheep, that is most JWS, must prove their faith during this by their works. Children. 1941 p. 307, any not desiring to serve Jehovah will be executed, rightly. Let God be true, p. 269, Jehovah's D-Day of Armageddon may be strictly a military secret. WT, October 15, 1952 p. 614, it is a combat between God's organization under Christ Jesus and Satan's invisible and visible organization. The truth shall make you free. 1943, p. 348, Jehu's chariot of God is God's organization. The WT Society is compared to when Jehu went to slaughter Baal worshippers. Children. 1941 p. 201, at the St. Louis Assembly the pioneers were greeted. Well, it should refresh anyone's heart to greet a company of real fighters, that are not only willing to fight, but to fight for the greatest thing that has ever been known or ever will be known, namely, the great theocratic government. Report of the J.W. Assembly, St. Louis. 1941 WTB and TSP 43. Other revolutionary groups fight at Armageddon. One of the best examples of this are the WT quotes which declare that Armageddon will be like the French Revolution. Occultic Masonic groups are known to have created the French Revolution. The Society tells us under the title, French Revolution. A foregleam of things to come. From autumn 1793, the revolutionary government set up a vast plan for de-Christianization. The aim was to build a new man who would be rid of vice. The Catholic religion was accused of trying to take advantage of the people's credulity. Some churches were destroyed, while others were turned into barracks. The clergy were forced to quit their vocation. Those who refused were arrested and executed. The French Revolution sowed ideas that later grew into both democracies and dictatorships. It also showed what can happen when political powers suddenly turn against organized religion. In this, it may provide a foregleam of things to come. Revelation 17:16, 18:1-24, Awake. December 22, 1989, p. 28. Docs this mean the JWS receive help from others. There is no mixing of good and evil forces according to the 1952 yearbook. Monday, June 16. Nor will the JWS try to get any converts, for it is too late once the battle begins, according to the 1951 yearbook. Friday, October 12. Who else will murder the Christians? Military units no longer acting under orders from their original governments, in the manner that the French military in the French Revolution killed the clergy. Awake. December 22, 1989, secular forces will leave the Christians completely desolated, KJ, 1971, p. 289. Christendom will also be destroyed by the UN. KJ, 1971, p. 367. The fighting is summed up in that God will dash them all to pieces at the final war of Armageddon. 1949 yearbook, September 3, and Christ will strike the enemy with confusion and the various elements of Satan's visible organization will fight and annihilate one another. This means everlasting life. 1950 p. 263, 9. The genocide of all Christians begins. The so-called Christendom, with its demon religion, is in the most reprehensible position of all because Christendom's leaders have fraudulently and blasphemously posed as the representatives of Almighty God. Religion. 1940 p. 79, they call themselves shepherds of the flock. The Christian clergy. That they will die in Armageddon is certain. They will demonstrate that they belong to Satan and are unworthy of life. Light, p. 215, Christendom will be completely blotted out. 1943 yearbook. July 18. All those clinging to the old world will suffer annihilation. Report 1942 Assembly. WTB and TS, p. 8. 11. The greatest war and trouble that the world has ever known is just ahead. Golden Age, number 278, May 14, 1930, the fight is on. Now the greatest issue of all ages will be settled by the most tremendous battle ever fought, and there will never be another. Now all four of the war chariots abreast, and all driving furiously, come out from between the mountains, and thus is pictured Jehovah's entire militant organization, foursquare and complete rushing into the battle. Before Jehovah's irresistible forces the enemy shall crumble like a rotten wall. Jehovah's forces are attacking every part of the enemy's stronghold. Preparation, 1933, p. 311. Is the destruction just to governments? No. Everyone who supports the world as it is now, and who will not submit to a Big Brother 1984 type government of this new order will be eliminated. Under the caption Beneficial Results in the WT book True Peace and Security, p. 43 note the question, what will result from the destruction of the present world system and its supporters? The text then relates that wonderful things will come from the annihilation of anyone committed to the present system. Who else will be, as they say, cleansed from the earth? God will cleanse the earth of all who ruin it. You can live forever in paradise on earth. WTB and TS, p. 15, page 14 continues, rather, as happened at the worldwide flood in Noah's day, it will mean the end only of bad people. Those serving God will survive. On an earth made clean, they will enjoy freedom from all who want to oppress them. This author notes that the scriptures actually say all people are sinners. The idea that some people are good and others are bad is not scriptural. God loves all people. The idea that the earth can be cleansed by eliminating bad people smacks of Nazism and New Age threats to eliminate Christians. 12. Quest. 30. Would it be wise to try to hide during the great time of trouble, and wouldn't it be safer in the country than in the city? The cryptic reply, I advise you to hide before the time of trouble. 11th Souvenir Report, Con Reports, p. 20, although the WT Society has stated it expects many terrible things to happen, they seem to have taken no precautions to alleviate the pain that is to come. The same thing happened in Nazi Germany. The JWS were told simply, Jehovah will protect you. This attitude is reflected in the following quote, those who maintain their integrity toward God and who remain true and faithful to the theocratic government will receive protection and salvation from the disasters of Armageddon. 1940 Yearbook, p. 215. The JWS are to treat Armageddon as a great time of joy. A great slaughter. This great carnage at Armageddon. It will be to those who delight themselves in Jehovah. Joy to their hearts and will give them strength to go onward in their work and service which God may yet have for them to do on earth. 1931 Yearbook. December 25. Allow your mind to dwell upon God's righteous new world. Cultivate a strong desire for it. Keep a clear-cut vision of it before you all the time. Meditate upon it. Picture yourself walking in the midst of its paradisiac beauty. Feel its peace and tranquility. See yourself looking at the ruins of one of the old world cities and at happy members of the New World Society busily clearing away those ruins. WT July 1, 57, this sounds to this author like a New Age visualization. Tears are not allowed for any victims. The present mourning of the people worldwide speaks out plainly its own meaning, but now such mourning will not much longer continue. The Battle of Armageddon will destroy and remove completely the cause of mourning, the wicked bearing rule. The New World, p. 103. Jehovah will show her, Christendom, no pity at the end of the system of things. You may survive into paradise L 955 p. 215. As the smoke of Armageddon's battle clears, Jehovah's visible organization will still be here. Let your kingdom come. 1981, p. 176, the WT refers to its present anoint leadership as the remnant. It seems probable that some of the remnant may be used for a time after Armageddon in directing the people in the way of the kingdom. The people will come to Jehovah's temple, his holy organization. Preparation, 1933, p. 329, the New World Society will be still here on earth after Armageddon has purged the earth. New Heavens and a New Earth, p. 330, the restored remnant of spiritual Israelites dwell at the center or navel of the earth, that is, they are at the center of the New World Society. You may survive. 1955, p. 317. Who will rule the New Order? The Watchtower Society. The New World Society on Earth really started with the remnant when restored from Babylon in 1919. The new earth can rightly be said to have been founded in this remnant, for the new world society continues on for eternity on earth. p. 338, you mean that society plans to keep governing after the revolution? The survivors of Almighty God's victorious war will step out as pioneers into the new earth. Although spread all over the earth according to their pre-Armageddon location, they will promptly operate together as a new world society in harmony with the theocratic organization already established among them. p. 343 to 344, in the endless time to come there shall not be different governments on earth at the same time, one style of government best suited for one section of the land, and another style for another section. There will be no self-determination of pleasanter than we avens, different groups of people having each a distinct and independent form of human government. There will be only one government, indivisible, worldwide, only one central authority. All humankind under them shall be subject to them as unto the king whom they visibly represent. What is this government? It is in Brooklyn, New York, known as the Watchtower's governing body. A very secretive group, so secretive the WT refused to tell this author anything about it, not even how many are on it. This author didn't need their help to learn this. Anyway, this group is slated to lead. On page 133 of the recent publication You Can Live Forever on Planet Earth, a picture is shown of two JWs going door to door. The caption reads, "Subjects of God's government must tell others about it." Another tip-off that they plan to rule, is that according to their theology, the heavens were cleansed of evil in 1914, yet today God's government rules in the midst of enemies. You Can Live Forever on Planet Earth, pp. 136 to 142, God's government must today be on earth, because Christ is safe in heaven, and is not in the midst of enemies. God has been selecting, preparing, and training the new government of those who will live on earth in the new system. The truth that leads to eternal life, p. 73, the WT School of Gilead is training administrators of the kingdom government, originally designed for training missionaries. Also receiving training on how to teach for the expanded work during the millennium. 1952 Yearbook, p. 51 to 52. After the genocide of Christians, and the executions of all who do not have the mark, the new order will be in process. Will the executions stop? The new heavens of Jesus Christ and his bride will then be in complete control over the earth. So there is nothing to hinder such children in attaining to 100 years of age and eternity. And a man who attains to 100 years of age need not then die as if he had lived his normal span of life. Hence, if anyone then lived 100 years and was executed for willful disobedience to the new heavens king, he would be dying relatively a mere youth or child in view of the endless eternity he might have lived. If he did die at 100 years of age, it would not be then because of extreme age and decrepitude. A new heavens and a new earth, pg 332, part 28, if one then dies either under or at the age of 100 years, it will be because of the curse that one may bring upon himself because of steady, willful insubordination to the king. Ibid, pg 333, para. 29, note, Big Brother will execute in the new order, but very quietly. The option of a long life will be offered a new age citizen in return for his obedience. Indeed, the WT November 1538 p. 1 enunciates, what will be required of each individual composing that multitude? Obedience. That one word answers the question. God's instructions to his creatures concerning obedience cannot be too strongly emphasized. In the new order it will be okay to execute those who are disobedient, because they will be 1 years old. Hitler, who exterminated millions, was relieved of his guilt in part because he believed in reincarnation and that the ones he exterminated would still see a long life. The WT rationale is similar. Mankind will fear and tremble at all the goodness and prosperity Jehovah shall bring to them. The Finished Mystery, p. 89. In the following quote the parentheses are the WT's. and all judges of the earth, the visible representatives on earth of the theocratic government, W.T. November 15, 38 article on God's New Earth. Russell at various times mentioned the numbers of judges he thought would preside, for instance see his Hell pamphlet, p. 26. A spiritual police force will have humanity under absolute control. Every misdeed will be punished as soon as it is determined upon and before it shall have been put into effect. The finished mystery, p. 334, any not desiring to serve Jehovah will be executed, rightly. Let God be true, p. 269. The trial of these is more favorable because the evil influences will then have been removed, and society and Christ's righteous government will be favorable to righteousness, and faithful obedience will then be rewarded and wrongdoers instantly punished. Man's salvation, p. 89. There will be no ambitious and stronger ones on earth than to push themselves forward. All such like will have been wiped out. This will preclude all ambitious and stronger ones from exercising political propensities and seizing the government or any part of it. W.T. June 1, 1943. An extensive educational work will be necessary, therefore, in the course of the 1,000-year reign when billions of unjust dead need instruction in God's law. Let God be true, p. 266, the greatest educational program of all time will be carried forward under the kingdom organization. Let your kingdom come, p. 181. The nations of all the earth shall come to the new order of things and cheerfully admit that the teachings of the clergy were chiefly lies and vanity. The finished mystery, p. 89. The wiping out of language barriers will be accomplished only by the same power of Jehovah God during the theocratic government. Consolation, November 8, 1941, p. 26. The effect of the new order's control on its citizens' minds will be a transforming effect. A new heaven and a new earth, p. 333. Let God be true, p. 270 speaks of how the people will need instruction in God's law. AI1 will need to be real workers. Let your kingdom come, p. 177. In referring to the New World, the W.T. January 1, 1987 says a jubilee for millions. It is noteworthy that twice in Leviticus chapter 25 the Israelites were reminded that from Jehovah's standpoint they were his slaves whom he had liberated out of Egypt. Already the children are standing and pledging unwavering loyalty and allegiance to the W.T. theocratic government. 2. 0 children stood and pledged unwavering allegiance to the theocracy at St. Louis Assembly 1941. Report of the Jehovah's Witnesses Assembly, St. Louis, 1941, WTB&TS, P52FF. Already the WT forbids much secular and religious reading material. Even more literature will disappear in the millennium. There is no reason to conclude that the publications which God's visible organization now publishes and distributes amongst the people will be found of use during the 1,000 years of kingdom reign, not that even the Bible will be used during that time. Those publications are for present-day use to inform the people. W.T. February 15, 37 para. 17p54, in reference to the reading material of Christendom, they describe it as miserable. So miserable that Christians are starved of any spiritual food. W.T. February 15, 37, p. 54, para. 17. Then the eyes of those who see will not be closed, and the ears of those who hear will be attentive. A new heaven and a new earth, p. 335. Well, since the big city way of life is part of a worldwide system of things that does not work, the only remedy is to replace it. Awake, p. 10, Jehovah will shortly destroy the sieve. His vengeance. 1930, p. 3, he will teach the great crowd of people who will have lived through Armageddon how to take care of the earth. These people will learn how to plant the paradise. From paradise lost to paradise regained, p. 220, the kingdom ministry of 1251 asks destruction how long. And then answers, until cities be waste without inhabitant, and houses without man, and the land become utterly waste. Isa 6:11 as. In view of such expressions of God's viewpoint, a more agricultural way of life will no doubt predominate for the soon-to-be-realized new earth. Awake. January 8, 1976, PL1, a picture in that awake. Article shows factories being destroyed. It sounds to this author like the clock will be turned back like Pol Pot did in Cambodia. Or, can you imagine the majority of business, industry, and city folk willingly reverting to a less production-minded, convenience-oriented way of life? Even if political leaders should attempt such innovations, they would be stymied by forces beyond their control. Is the kind of far-sighted leadership and power that it would take to make such far-reaching changes anywhere to be found? Superior direction needed. Awake, P10, January 8, 1976, 36. Life will be in harmony with natural cycles. Awake. 1/8/76 p. 10. 37. 38. People are not perfect when resurrected. From Paradise Lost to Paradise Regained, p. 234, para. 29. Other WT articles also bring out how people have the same ideas in their heads as they had before Armageddon. The WT 1912, p. 169 refers to accidents happening in the millennium. Already in the past JWs were given a choice: be loyal to the organization or choose the selfish right to have children. They were expected to be obedient and not have children. This commandment was characterized in the report of the Jehovah's Witness Assembly, St. Louis, 1941, p. 52, the book Children is manna from heaven prepared by the Lord for the people of goodwill to enable them to see their relationship to theocracy. It was said to be proper to wait until after Armageddon to have children. Children, p. 313, 41. The survivors of Armageddon under the direction of the king and his princes, will marry. Let God be true. p. 265, Christ will personally be the matchmaker for every couple. WT 1956 p. 604. 42. The real mother of children is God's organization. WT September 1, 41. Once the earth is refilled, then the reproductive powers of people will be taken away. WT June 15, 01 p. 206, mankind will be composed of perfect unsexed units. WT June 15, 01, p. 204 to 208. The dead will not come back from the grave on the spot they were buried. Christ Jesus might well resurrect 1,000 at one time in one location from, say, like what used to be NYC. And from there they would be dispersed to where Christ wanted them. Bro. Schroeder's talk at Saginaw, MI, 1953. Will Big Brother regulate who can have children? According to the WT and Rayfrons in Crisis of Conscience, the WT Society will take over the selection of spouses. At some time they will also take over control of who can have children and the production of people. They say that this is that allowance must be made for those resurrected. This author speculates such a scenario would happen, such as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, that could fulfill their expectations. 46. Jesus is Lucifer's brother. WT March 1, 32, p. 76, Lucifer, now called merely Satan by the WT, was part of the heavens during the Garden of Eden. That special organization of angels under Lucifer was spiritual, higher than man and invisible to him, and hence they constituted the heavens of that original world. That heavens and that earth, therefore, composed the then perfect and righteous world. The new world, p. 22, God's only begotten Son, the Word, and Lucifer were princes. They are called the morning stars. For a long time they worked together, and on special occasions of joy the morning stars sang together. Christ will be invisible during the millennium, but only present as he is today. A to Bible understanding. 1971, pages 551, 1336. Satan is not bound during, but after Armageddon. Light, 1931, p. 187. God has no communication with the world until Jesus has restored the men thereof to actual perfection, man's salvation, p. 87. Evil occult powers in operation. The difference between Samuel and his occult powers, and the occult powers of others today is this: Samuel's were manifested under divine direction at a time when God was pleased to use such powers amongst his people Israel. Powers which doubtless will be in exercise also to some extent during the millennial age for the world's guidance. W.T. February 15, 15, p. 59. Bear also in mind Russell felt that the Persian occultist Zoroaster was taught his tricks by Jeremiah, and that he in turn taught the Magi who chased the Star of Bethlehem. W.T. 1906, p. 14. In the New Order, people such as the resurrected ones will have the exact same personalities. They will be the same personalities, the same people. The law of sin and death will not have been abolished from them. Life everlasting in freedom of the sons of God, p. 396-397, Pastor Russell is asked, Case 34, please explain what condition the body will be in the resurrection, whether a lost eye, or the hearing will be restored at their awakening, or how. It is not the teaching of the Scripture that man will come forth in the resurrection perfect. If there was a wart on that hand before it was withered, it might be there afterwards. 11th Convention Souvenir Report, p. 20. The great crowd will not undergo a change of nature from human to spiritual, and so do not need the justification by faith and the imputed righteousness that the 144 chosen ones have required. Not imputed human perfection by faith in Christ's blood, but actual human perfection in the flesh by the uplifting, cleansing help of God's messianic kingdom. This is what the great crowd will need and what they will attain by Christ's kingdom of 1,000 years. Life everlasting in freedom of the sons of God, p. 391. 52. The first work is to clear away the awful debris of the Battle of Armageddon. It does not take many years. Golden Age. February 25, 28, number 218, p. 277, the slaughter. Their slain also shall be cast out, and their stink shall come up out of their carcasses, and the mountains shall be melted with their blood. Religion, 1940, p. 346, like dung upon the ground will lie the unburied bodies of those who would not heed God. Strewn over the earth, unlamented. 1952 Yearbook, July 27, that millions of people will be killed in that battle is certain. Prophecy. 1929, in the war chapter, for 7 prophetic months the Armageddon survivors will gather up the bones and bury them. From Paradise Lost to Paradise Regained, p. 211, boy are they in for a surprise. Pass out the gas masks. Is this new order going to be an earthly paradise or an Orwellian nightmare? Which? What is the current spiritual paradise like for Jehovah's Witnesses, or to put it another way, what is life like as a JW? Does he have a new personality or a split personality as he tries to reconcile life with what he is told to believe? Is the condition of the New World Society slavery or freedom? Will the people be given a new language or newspeak? Are the JWS truly happy, or just brainwashed robots? The Watchtower and the Masons. Chapter 1. 16. The Mark of the Beast. 3 items you will learn. That power plants to causial to take a Luciferian initiation. That the One World Order plans to tag and mark everyone so that they can be instantly identified by satellites, and so they must buy and sell through their controlled system. That the Watchtower Society is coordinating with these plans. Has the reader watched a TV show on India, or met with a guru? Perhaps you've seen how Hinduism, especially the Hindu teachers, mark their foreheads with a red, yellow, or white dot. This is the position of the third eye. Jeffrey Hodson in Thehed and Wisdom of the Holy Bible Volume 1. 140 tells his readers that man has now advanced to the point where he is able to use the third eye lying beneath his forehead. This is why public schools are now teaching subjects on the third eye such as math and the third eye. This third eye is on one of the chakras, which are energy points, and initiation sites that open up outside forces to enter the body. Another chakra is on the palm of the right hand. These two positions happen by some holy coincidence to match up with the marks of the beast prophesied in Rev 13:16,17. The information that this author has learned on this subject is vast. Hopefully, the following will summarize the subject before the details are given. The plans of the Satanists who control the Illuminati are to have everyone take a Luciferian initiation. 1 Luciferian initiations have been given already for years, actually for centuries. 2 These initiations have already involved using the chakra points of the right palm and the forehead. 3 Satanists may initially only push for an invisible mark, but the ultimate goal is to make the mark a visible mark that people will wear as a status symbol that they will be proud of. That will give the Satanists a perverse thrill to look over their slaves who proudly wear their master's brand, in the same proud manner that a Texas rancher looks over his herd of cattle all wearing his ranch's brand. 4 The New Age Manual of Initiation entitled The Rays and the Initiations reveals that the mark is to be given to all mankind. It is also clear that the power intends to inject coded microchips into everyone under the disguise of a nationwide AIDS vaccination. 5 Humane societies are already injecting microchip tags into dogs to prove the viability of the tagging system. 6 The tags will enable computers via satellites to track and identify every human being. It is very likely that hand scanners will come into use and people given a MANDI barcode on their hands. The barcode that we now must use to buy or sell with already has the number 666 hidden within it. 7. With all my awareness that the initiation point of the New Age is the third eye, it is significant that Jehovah's Witnesses, rather than being warned against following the plans of Satan, are being warned that they must take a mark on the third eye area to survive into the New World System. That Jehovah's Witnesses are being directed in that direction is another indication who their masters will ultimately serve. As the JWS have been conditioned to obey without question, it is probable that they will also join in taking the Luciferian initiation. The JWS are not esteemed too highly by the internationalists. For them, the JWS are merely the internationalists' expendable shock troops. They are not too concerned whether the JWS do or don't fall in line for survival. Marks of Lucifer. Witches receive a small mark called the Devil's Mark. New Agers are receiving stars on theirs during a Luciferian initiation. This initiation also gives them a Kundalini, aka Scatterpat, experience. Their minds are altered by the initiation and their new personality is now Satan-possessed. Asteras booklet find in your place onto goldenage hassa. Picture of a New Age thinker with a star on his forehead. These marks on the forehead's third eye area may vary. The important item is the location. The third eye is an important point to the occult. It is significant that the Watchtower Society has been warning people in recent years that they need a mark on the forehead to get into the New Order. What is the WT's test to be worthy to enter into the New Order? Is it placing so many books? Is it praying for so many hours? Under the section tested as to worthiness of survival in the WT's United in Worship, WTB&TS, 1983, p. 106, it says that the test is to have a mark that separates a person from pretending Christians. In Thutbook Survival into Annuirth the Josere given. Instructions how to survive into the coming new system. Under the chapter identified for destruction or survival under the subsection Do you have the mark, the JWS are instructed, it would be a serious mistake to conclude that if a person tries to lead a good life and if he shuns religions that are doing things clearly condemned in God's word, nothing more is required of him. All who hope to survive into the new earth must also be unmistakably identified as worshippers of Jehovah. What was the key to survival? It was TE mark placed on one's forehead by the man with the secretary's inkhorn. All who want to be marked as having God's approval must accept the instruction that Jehovah is providing through that slave class and become true worshippers. No one will put a literal mark on their forehead. It is not clear to this author exactly where this teaching is going. On the one hand they refer to an actual physical mark being necessary, yet a further page says the mark means to put on a new personality. This sounds somewhat like the scatterpat experience. Whatever the Watchtower Society means, it is significant that they have spent one chapter and a colored picture on the theme. 3 colored pictures are included in the Survival into a New Earth book. First is the picture of the person taking a mark. Second is a picture telling us to be submissive and repent of our own prideful ways. Third is a picture of what happens if a person thinks of what life used to be, or if a person thinks anywhere that the society doesn't want them to think, they may share the fate of Lot's wife who turned into a pillar of salt. The message is that once you are a JW you cannot turn back and look at the world. You must only look where you are being led. Read this: a mind control, a self-imposed censorship. Now if you do this your mind in the WT societies. It is interesting that the location of the WT's required mark exactly matches the New Age initiation point required to survive into the New Age. It is not clear why, if this is an invisible mark, and only symbolic, why it is so ominously fussed over so much. The fuss being made is that all, regardless of background, who hope to survive into the New Earth, must have this mark. One WT reference alludes to standing in line to receive the mark. The door has been left open for the WT to do what they have often done before, that is to come back and reinterpret in a different but more precise way what they have hinted at in a vague fashion. This makes it appear that they have held the view for a long time. On the one hand the society says the mark is symbolic, on the other hand they say it is needed. They say a person doesn't automatically acquire the mark by doing all the correct things. Who is the man with the inkhorn that gives this mark on the third eye to survive? Originally it was said to be C.T. Russell. 8 later the man was identified as the spiritual remnant or faithful and discreet slave class 9. Alice Bailey indicates that the Luciferian initiation will be done in the churches and Masonic lodges. Externalization of the hierarchy, p. 514, and that what she calls externalized ashrams will be active along the major line of the public inauguration of the system of initiation. p. 7. Should the Watchtower Society align itself with the new order when needed, then its kingdom halls may become part of the system of churches and externalized ashrams that provide the initiation. New Age sources reveal that the Watchtower Society is cooperating with the power, but that it is showing some signs of independence, which the power is wanting stopped. The Watchtower and the Mason's mark of the beast. Mars found stories of marks that are being given even today. Witches receive a small mark called the Devil's Mark. The New Agers are receiving stars on theirs in a Luciferic initiation. This initiation gives the New Agers a Kundalini or Scatapat experience where their minds are altered from these initiations. They have a new personality by being possessed by Satan. Astera's booklet Finding Your Place in the Golden Age has a picture of a New Age thinker with a star on his forehead. The New Age and Hindu teaching of an energy point between one's eyes on the forehead is a precursor of the mark of the beast. Mars finds in his research that various New Agers are already sealing people in the third eye area. A New Age manual of initiation entitled The Rays and the Initiations reveals the mark is to be given to all mankind. It also reveals the marks are related to the third eye and right palm chakras. The pentagram comes up repeatedly in New Age literature as an initiation sign on the forehead. The mark will be a mark of an advanced thinker. Rather than restate Mars' research in full, this author will mention one more interesting point. The number 666 is also related to the third eye by New Agers. There may be various marks placed on the forehead, or third eye area. The significant item is the location. In recent years the Watchtower Society has been warning their people that they need a mark on the forehead to get into the new order. What is the test to be worthy to enter into the new order? Is it placing so many books? Is it praying so many hours? Under the section tested as to worthiness of survival in United in Worship, WTB and TS, 1983, p. 106, it says that the test is to have a mark that separates a person from pretending Christians. In the WT book Survival into a New Earth, the JWS are given instructions how to survive into the coming new system. Under the chapter Ident for destruction or survival, under the subsection Do you have the mark, the JWS are instructed, it would be a serious mistake to conclude that if a person tries to lead a good life and if he shuns religions that are doing things clearly condemned in God's word, nothing more is required of him. All who hope to survive into the new earth must also be unmistakably identified as worshippers of Jehovah. What was the key to survival? It was the mark placed on one's forehead by the man with the secretary's inkhorn. All who want to be marked as having God's approval must accept the instruction that Jehovah is providing through that slave class and become true worshippers. No one will put a literal ink mark on their forehead. It is not clear to the author exactly where this teaching is going. On the one hand, they refer to an actual physical mark being necessary, yet a further page says the mark means to put on a new personality. This sounds somewhat like the Scatapat experience. Whatever they mean, it is significant that they have spent one chapter and a colored picture on the theme. 3 colored pictures in the book give items that are needed to survive. First, is the mark. Second, is to repent of pride and be submissive. Third, is a picture of Lot's wife turning to salt. The message is that once you are a JW, you cannot turn back and look at the world. You must only look where you are being led. Read this as mind control, a self. The Watchtower and the Masons. Imposed censorship. Now one's mind is the WTS. It is noteworthy that this mark is located in the same area that Mayers identifies as the mark of the beast. It is not clear why, if this is an invisible mark, and only symbolic, why it is so ominously fussed over so much. The fuss being made is that all, regardless of background, who hope to survive into the new earth must have this mark. The Watchtower advises JWS about the mark needed to survive into the new age. Confidential interviews with ex-Illuminati members. The new Globalism 2.0 curriculum being introduced to the schools will have a veiled Luciferian initiation given to all elementary students. Confidential interviews with ex-New Age leaders. Personal knowledge of author of what others have experienced and Mars, Texi. Mystery Mark of the New Age. Westchester, IL, Crossway Books, p. 39, who quotes contactee, first hand, California UFO, January/February 1987, p. 29. This conclusion also coincides with the exact meaning of the word chargma, mark, in Rev. 13, and is the view that Texi Mars adequately defends in his book Mystery Mark of the New Age. This is a plan that Joe Frick revealed, which the NSA is trying to implement. Frick speculates that an AIDS vaccination will be used as the cover to inject the tiny microchip tags. A vaccination for AIDS is the only viable cover that exists today. Frick, Joe. Art. Big Brother's coming. Revealed, secret plan to tag every man, woman, and child. Sun Magazine, August 1, 1989, p. 15. Right, Mary, Association. DIR. A PR for the Marin Humane Society, Art. An ID tag that won't get lost. Pacific Sun, May 4, 1990. Rolf, Mary Stewart. The New Money System. Montgomery, A.L., Ministries, Inc. 1982. This is an excellent book. The Laodicean Messenger, p. 150. You May Survive Armageddon into God's New World, p. 211. Recommended reading. The New Money System by Mary Stewart Rolfe. This book explains the UPC code with its hidden 666, it explains hand scanners, the World ID transaction cards, the cashless society, etc. that the New World Order is bringing us. Mystery Mark of the New Age by Texi Mars. This book gives the best and most reliable analysis of where the New Age initiation point is going to be. Texi also gives good information on New Age symbology. You will learn. Chapter 1. 17. Smoke Screens. The reader will learn about smoke screens that the Jehovah's Witnesses Watchtower Society and the Masons have thrown up around their organizations. The reader will find out why the satanic activities of the Illuminati are so hard to discover. The reader will be given information from history and testimonies that indicate that the satanic Illuminati threat to rule the world is a serious and very real threat. One April Saturday in 1974 in sunny Southern California, an overconfident Jehovah's Witness met with Bill Setner. The Jehovah's Witness was Dwayne Magnani, and he was sure that he could expose the lies that Bill had told his brother about the Watchtower Society. Dwayne was trying hard to get his brother back into the organization. He felt that Bill had to be met and refuted, even though the local elders had trembled and stuttered with fear and warned him not to talk to Setner when they learned who Dwayne was to meet. They had told him that to follow God's arrangement is what was important. One of the things Dwayne learned that day was the lies and false prophecies that the society has propagated. And long story short, Dwayne did something about the information he learned that day. Dwayne eventually would realize the mind control that the Watchtower Society uses, and so Dwayne used their own literature to show the society's lies in order to crack that mind control. His campaign to expose their lies motivated him within 2 years to get the largest collection in the world of JW material, outside of the WT Society itself. His book Eyes of Understanding, the title based on the WT Society's explanation that one needed eyes of understanding to know God's plan, and they of course were the ones with the correct eyes, exposes their false prophecies. Dwayne went on to write Who is the Faithful and Wise Servant? Called the Who book for short, it shows the WT's cover-up of their long-held view that Russell was the sole faithful and wise servant. Because their present leadership used the parable of the wise servant to justify their dictatorship, that the society held Russell to be that servant and that servant died, is devastating to their theology. They have worked hard to cover up the creature worship they gave to C.T. Russell. The numerous cover-ups by the WT Society, and their dishonesty is so pervasive, that it boggles the mind of the sincere historian. But they are successfully carrying out their campaign of false information. Why? Most people know nothing or little about the JWS. They have the liberty to investigate before they join, but few know how to, and they then rely on WT material. After they join, it is difficult for them to ever make an honest appraisal of their religion or its history. Outsiders have little interest in the Watchtower movement. Only a small group of people keep watch over the WT Society. This is why the society is able to buffalo so many people. Russell's smoke screens. Most of us go through life without questioning why we do the things we do. Why do we wear ties and import granite from Vermont to bury our dead under? However, this author is one of those who is always asking why. And the problem of why Russell was so deceptive many times in his life, and yet was clearly respected as a very honest man, and indeed considered himself to be an honest man, was a puzzle. His lies in court to cover his friends would hardly seem to be worth the trouble. But once this author saw how the mindset of Russell was so clearly a reflection of the views surging through the Masonic halls of that age, then it at last made sense. Russell was honest as Masons are trained to be, that it is not a lie to deceive those not worthy of the truth. Further, like many Masons, he kept his membership very quiet. He pays close attention not to let out any clues that his beliefs are from the Masonic Hall. He always portrays his beliefs as coming from the Bible. A Mason invented phrenology, and the Mormons and Russell were big on phrenology at that time it surged through the Masonic halls. Masons had dabbled in the occult and magic, and both the early Mormon leaders and Russell did healing with magic handkerchiefs. The pyramidology surged through the lodges, and both the Mormons and Russell picked it up. But Russell is careful to always use the Bible as the fall guy for his beliefs. He calls his magic handkerchief Paul's handkerchief. He ties his pyramid beliefs back to some scripture which are misused to prove his beliefs. Russell is always playing to an audience. He is very careful to say and do the right things. He is careful not to expose his deep Masonic mindset. But every now and then he slips. He refers to the woman of Luke 15:8 as divine energy, but then when questioned about this denies having written it. The fact that something in the tower might be misunderstood would not surprise us any. Why, we find a whole lot in the Bible that has been misunderstood. Bible Students Convention, Indianapolis, 1907, p. 26. Russell is also asked if anyone else teaches the invisible presence of Christ. Are there any other papers than the Tower which teach as it does that Jesus is now present? Russell answers, we know of none other which teaches the personal presence of Jesus. WTRP 54610/1883, that he can say this is just remarkable. He is fully aware that others such as the Rosicrucians teach this, besides the Christians have held that he has been invisibly present since his ascension. Rutherford. Rutherford is the second WT president. He was a lawyer. He was as honest as the common stereotype of lawyers. In other words, he does what it takes to win. By reprinting in 1928 an article that is negative about Freemasonry, he may simply have been putting up a smokescreen, so that Masonic goals could continue to be carried out. Certainly, that was his modus operandi with the demonology healing devices that headquarters were using. To stifle criticism, he allowed something negative printed, and then forbade discussion. However, it may be that he wasn't a Freemason. Unlike Russell, this author hasn't any Masonic records of membership for Rutherford, although the rumors persist. The powers that controlled him certainly were not concerned whether he was a Mason or not, but simply that their goals could be furthered. That Rutherford could do what he pleased without the rank and file knowing it is clearly demonstrated. He became an alcoholic, and this and his living girlfriend, who even signed his death certificate, managed to be kept secret. During Rutherford's reign, R.H. Barber of Bethel headquarters throws out a smokescreen with some false clues about the conspiracy to bring in a one-world government. He points the finger at the Christian clergy. He says the Christian clergy have originated the conspiracy and are in some way deceiving the governments into becoming a party of the conspiracy. The Golden Age, pp 277-278, February 3, 1932, number 323. Another conspiracy smokescreen appears in the book The Truth Shall Make You Free, 1943. It states that Christendom has an international police force for her continual world domination. But Rutherford is careful not to tell us the esoteric Masonic sources that have taught him all about the supposed pagan connections to Christian symbols, such things as phallic worship. Phallic worship is, by the way, declared by Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma to be the true worship of Masonry. Each Scottish Rite Mason is given Pike's book after the 32nd degree. Again, Rutherford, like Russell, is careful not to clue us in on any Masonic connections. Isn't easier to believe that he learned all his mystery religion/pagan symbolism stuff from Masonic sources than from angels. After Rutherford, the WT Society leaders continued their secrecy. Covington even managed to succeed Rutherford as president and run the society for a period without the rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses knowing about it. Nathan Knorr pushed him aside, and apparently that suited the powers in control of things. Knorr, Covington, and Franz were to work together, but circumstances didn't really work out that way. Covington, not one of the Anoint, theologically was a red herring. Yet, the Covington family is a prominent family within the order, so he may have had strong support, at least temporarily. At the Scottish Douglas Walsh trial in 1954, we see Covington lying under oath. Another J.W., named Hughes, asked the same question, gives the truth. What was the question? The question was whether the JWS use other groups' buildings for their kingdom halls. The practice of using Masonic halls and Oddfellows halls was widespread. Covington was in the best position of anyone to know this. So why did he lie about it? Was this perhaps a sensitive issue? The questions on page 381 of the trial transcript had touched on buildings rented for use as kingdom halls and what steps were taken to consecrate them. On page 382 of the trial transcript, the questioner asks, "Sometimes the kingdom halls are shared with other bodies or secular societies, aren't they?" A. I do not know of any such cases where the actual hall itself is. I may say this, that kingdom halls of Jehovah's Witnesses are often to be found in commercial neighborhoods and in buildings where, say for instance, on the ground floor there might be a store. However, the truth is that the JWS were using Masonic temples and lodges. In Grand Coulee, WA, the Kingdom Hall was located on the bottom floor of the Oddfellows Hale, and while the JWS used the bottom floor, the Oddfellows would at times be conducting meetings above them. This lasted from about 1947 to 1952. Two of the Melbourne Kingdom Halls in Australia were Masonic lodges to begin with. The Kingdom Hall at 256 Murray Road, Pres Victoria, Australia had been a Spiritist church which was converted into a Kingdom Hall. While Covington only admits to a dedication of Kingdom Halls occurring, the truth is that this Spiritist church required the spirits to be exorcised by the Jehovah's Witnesses before they could use it. Covington was privy to everything, having been the society head legal guardian and its president and vice president. A.F. Hughes, under oath, apparently doesn't know the sensitivity of the issue, for when he is asked several questions about the Kingdom Halls leading up to the question, "These halls are sometimes owned by the society?" A. They are owned by the local congregation. Or leased by the local congregation. A. Yes. Q. Or shared with others, outside agencies? A. Sometimes, yes, but that would only be where there is a small congregation that is not able to meet the costs for the time being. They would, of course, have the ultimate in mind, that they would have a kingdom hall of their own. Douglas Walsh Trial, p. 626-627, 1954. The Society has put out instructions that whether you own or rent your hall, it ought to be a proper representation of Jehovah's true worship. Organization for Kingdom Preaching and Disciple Making, 1972, p. 104. Today the Society is still using Masonic halls for weddings where one of the spouses is not a Jehovah's Witness. Their use of Masonic and Oddfellow halls for Kingdom halls raises questions. Either these places are proper representations of true worship according to the Society, or the Society has been quietly being hypocritical. This author tends to believe that the JW top leadership is a Mason, so in that case, the close relationship between Kingdom halls and Masonic halls is not hypocritical. The W.T. January 15, 1958, p. 46 states, "It is really the Holy Spirit that leads to the appointing of such overseers. The governing body have issued other statements such as this, that lead one to believe that their decisions are made after prayerful consideration." Ray Franz, former governing body member, in his book Crisis of Conscience, pulls the cover off that false picture. One mask though that has never been pulled off, is the Jewishness of Russell's religion. This book does that for the first time. In the 20s, it appears that some people began to catch on to the connections between the B'nai B'rith and the WT Society. Could this explain why the WT became anti-Zionist? Was this to hide their origins and their Jewishness, or was it because Rutherford had actually broken with the Society's Jewish backers? It is an intriguing puzzle. The Jew Paul S.L. Johnson, who had forsaken being a nominal Lutheran minister and became a Bible student, acted like he sincerely believed that he was to be Russell's successor. What is interesting is that 4 out of the 7 board of directors of the WT Society also thought so. In fact, in the 1975 yearbook, p. 89, it explains that Johnson believed clear back in 1915 before Russell died that the mantle would be passed to him. The British Office and the Kingdom Halls in the British South American colony of Guyana, CWT October 1,83, went under Johnson's leadership. It was only by hard-fisted maneuvering that Rutherford gained control. It meant dismissing those men on the board of directors, who at the time didn't think Rutherford had the power to dismiss them. The 73 yearbook, pg 101, also gives details of the British events in this battle for control. Rutherford gained control, but then he and his leadership ended up going to prison. Could it be that the order did not want Rutherford in? Did Rutherford have to make a deal with them, or did he simply realize from there on that they had power? One of the biggest smokescreens is the appearance the JW make of hating all religions. In reality, they attack only one religion in their literature: Christianity. They claim that their lack of work in India is that Hindus are hard to deal with, but a close examination shows they have made almost no effort over the last 150 years to convert Hindus. The rank-and-file witness certainly has little affection for other religions, but his leadership has been careful to direct his hate toward only one group in particular: Christianity, called Christendom. If the New Age religion were to be capsulized into 7 teachings, it could be reduced to the following 7 identifying beliefs. God is impersonal. Christ is not Almighty God, but a good teacher. Jesus is but one of many Christs. Sin and evil do not exist. Man should seek instruction from the spirit world. All religious teachings are of merit, except those that are Christian and believe in absolute truth. Therefore the religious views of Egypt, Babylon, India, and the Aztecs are held to be of value for us today. Man can be a god. The Jehovah's Witnesses have made repeated statements over the years that God is not personally involved in events. This is not just an insignificant idea in Watchtower theology, it is necessary because they declare that what is happening in the world is not the will of God. Because they have an incomplete understanding of the will of God, they need to distance him completely from evil which they do not realize he has permitted. The Jehovah's Witnesses are well known for their attacks on the divinity of Christ. If pressed, the JWS will declare he a god, a lesser god. The Jehovah's Witnesses see a composite Christ class. Jesus Christ is merely the first of a class of exalted men. The Watchtower Society has destroyed the biblical concept of sin. This is accomplished very subtly. Sin is so trivial that sinful mankind is to receive a second chance and will teach itself how to overcome sin in the millennium. The Christ class will live perfect lives without sin. Men on their own strength in a perfect environment will be able to attain perfection and sinlessness. See Truth Book, Chapter 9, Para 4 as an example of this type of thinking. While condemning the occult to its followers, the Watchtower leaders have gone to the occult for enlightenment. For instance, Rutherford received his messages from fallen angels supposedly working out their redemption. The WT Society does not accept all religions. In this it appears to disagree radically with other New Age groups. At least this author thought so, until I scratched below the surface in researching the Watchtower Society. An in-depth look at what the Watchtower Society has condemned shows that only lip service has been given to the idea other religions are false. In reality, there is one exception. That is, the only religion has been singled out and targeted for attack as the enemy is Christianity. The Watchtower Society believes that ultimately mankind will elevate itself to godhood. Texie Mars, although very simpy on the proof, correctly placed the Watchtower Society in the camp of New Age religions in his book New Age Cults and Religions. It was one of the first Masonic New Age religions. They have been preparing mankind for an alien rulership of 144 alien beings known by Christians as demons. This last charge that the 144 will be demons is based on the following: demons have been supplying the WT leaders with guidance, and the Masonic plans to bring in a world government include setting up a government of aliens to rule mankind. Understand that only the very selected top of the leadership realize this. The rank and file are taught to fear demons, and not to believe in aliens. Several New Age channelers have told me, or someone who spoke with them have said, that the hierarchy, the spiritual hierarchy that guide the occult, New Age, and Masonic groups, has been directing the Watchtower Society leaders, but that the hierarchy has been having trouble bringing them into line. Apparently there is an effort to bring them into line. Share International Magazine, October 1988 has an article about Maitreya visiting kingdom halls. The article concludes, some Jehovah's Witnesses have had certain experiences as a result of Maitreya's presence among them which have led them to abandon an entranced, ideological position. Another subtle indication that the Watchtower Society is moving its people toward a one-world religion is that they have been teaching their people what the other religions believe. Only Christianity has been singled out as a target for criticism and abuse. True, the society hasn't approved of these other religions, but the idea of teaching their people what the other religions believe, is a new item and a step toward a possible assimilation. On the other hand, it could be postulated that the hierarchy has lied to these channelers, and that also the New Agers are exaggerating Lord Maitreya's influence among the kingdom halls when he visits. Perhaps, as some claim, the Watchtower isn't smart enough to criticize the Hindus. Even the public papers criticized the Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, so that argument is very difficult to swallow. Are the Jehovah's Witnesses Christians as they claim? This question can be debated. However, it is clear that all the fundamental important sacred concepts of Christianity have been attacked by this organization calling itself Christian. Why did they feel a deep-seated need to eliminate Christ's name out of our dating system? Why have they felt such a deep-seated need to attack the idea that Christ died on a cross? Let us examine their attack on the cross. This is a prime example of their anti-Christ, anti-Christian bias. For most people, that Christ died on a cross is taken for granted. It is simply not an issue. And what difference does it make how exactly he died? It is a rare person who questions the idea he died on the cross, unless he is someone who has come under the influence of the Watchtower Society. If the Christian wants to know how Christ died, the scriptures are very clear: he died on a cross. A close reading tells us that. In MT 27:37 it tells us that when Christ was being crucified they nailed the sign above his head. If the WT is correct, then the sign would have been above his hands as a stake would require. It goes on to say in verse 38 that on his left hand was one robber and on his right hand side was another. This is nonsense by WT drawings of Christ's hands tied above his head. In JN 20:25, the resurrected Jesus talks about the prints of the nails in his hands. The WT Society has acknowledged that number 21:9 is a picture of Christ's death. For instance, see what has religion done for mankind where they even portray this. They also acknowledge in the Awake, May 22, 1952 that flag banners were crosses in ancient times. The Hebrew word in number 21:9 picturing and forecasting Christ's crucifixion is NEC, which means a flag banner, which in those days was a cross. The mark placed on the foreheads of those saved, CEZ 9:4, also Rev 7:3, was called Taf in EZ 9:4. The Taf in Ezekiel's day was a cross-shaped Hebrew letter. For this reason Christians in early times of Roman persecution made the sign of the cross on their foreheads. Bottom line is that Gal. 6:14 states that the cross is important for Christians to glory and boast about. It is an important symbol. Does the Watchtower use their authority to glorify the cross? Do they instead glorify in the torture stake which they claim was used? No. What truth-loving Christian authority would attack Christianity so viciously as the Watchtower Society does concerning the cross, while ignoring so many Christian scriptures? The real answer lies in the Watchtower leaders' veiled hatred for Christ and his atoning work on the Christ. As with so many Masons who lead various religious groups, they do not honor Christ in a Christian way. Masonic smoke screens. The smoke screens put out by the Masonic Lodge are so thick they come close to choking any investigator. Masonic deception and lies are so numerous that any truth-loving person should get sick to the stomach. Unfortunately, often when Christians investigate the Lodge, they swallow whatever line the Masons give them, even though Masonic literature itself exposes their lies. An example is that Masonry is not a religion. The author has seen that line repeated by the Mason to the public ad nauseum. Reproduced as documentary evidence are two brothers hers that are designed for the public's consumption, denying that Masonry is a religion. However, practically every important Masonic authority has stated in one place or another, that Masonry is a religion. Not only do they believe Masonry is a religion, they believe it is the religion. That is, their religion of Masonry is superior to any other religion. Some pages are photocopied from various Masonic sources showing how in their own literature, they boast about the Masonic religion and then turn around and lie to the public. List of Masonic authorities who refer to Masonry as a religion and where they say Masonry is a religion. Albert McKee, The Mystic Tie, p. 32. Lexicon of Freemasonry, p. 404. Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, p. 439, 619. Mackey's Revised Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Vol. 2, p. 847. Textbook of Masonic Jurisdiction, p. 95. Henry Wilson Coyle, A Comprehensive View of Freemasonry, p. 234. Coyle's Masonic Encyclopedia, p. 158. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, p. 213, 219, 718, he calls it a worship on pp. 219, 526. Joseph Fort Newton, The Builders, p. 243, 258. The Religion of Masonry, pp. 10, 11. JSM. Ward, Freemasonry, Its Aims and Ideals, pp. 182, 185, 187. New Age Magazine, official organ of the Scottish Rite, February 1959, p. 107 to 108. Here then are 21 references from Masonry's best authorities written to Masons telling them that Masonry is a religion. Contrast that to the two official Masonic brothers hers that the lodge puts out deceiving people that Masonry is not a religion. Even without these 21 references, the thinking person would realize that an organization that has temples, priests, rituals, offers salvation, teaches morality, and worships is a religion. What religion is Masonry? It is a super-religion, the religion over all others, and it is the ancient mystery religion of Babylon and Egypt, et al. According to Albert Pike, 33 degrees. Two important questions. Is Freemasonry a religion? No. Neither is Freemasonry a religion, nor does it require a religious affiliation. However, Masons worship in congregations of their choice. Some are ordained priests, ministers, or rabbis, many serve in lay capacities, and others have no affiliation. With origins in post-Reformation England, Freemasonry's allegories and rituals are rooted in Judeo-Christian tradition. They exemplify mankind's universal experience and inculcate an admired moral and ethical value system. With respect to religion, Freemasonry simply teaches the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. Is Freemasonry a secret society? No. Freemasonry is a fraternity of men who are proud to be known as Masons. Since our inception, the world has known of speculative Freemasonry and its work. Freemasonry does, however, have some secrets, all extending from historic tradition. Our modes of recognition, opening and closing ceremonies, and rituals for conferring the degrees of Masonry are our only secrets. Thousands of works discussing Masonic history, traditions, craft, and proceedings are widely available to the public. Lodge imprint here. For more information, contact any Freemason or Masonic lodge in your community or telephone 503-357-3158, Portland Metro. Grand Lodge of AF and AM. P.O. Box 96. Forest Grove, Oregon, 97116. Of its members to worship according to his own belief in the church, synagogue, or mosque of his choice. Masonry is not a religion, but Masons are religious. Humabekomi Mason in Oregon. All men who are 18 years of age or older, who are of good moral character, who come well recommended and who believe in a supreme being and a life after death may petition to become a Mason. Since you have given me this to read, you must think that I may be interested in Masonry. Why didn't you just ask me to join? Masons are prohibited from asking anyone to join. We want you to first know what we do and how we act and then make your own decision. We want those who seek membership because of their favorable impression of us. If you should become a Mason, we want you to be proud of being our brother and we want you to participate in our work. If, after you have examined us, you have a favorable opinion and would like to share in our work and privileges, ask any Mason for a petition for the degrees of Masonry. What I would like my friends to know about Freemasonry. By authority of the Grand Lodge of Ancient Free and Accepted Masons of Oregon. What is Freemasonry? Freemasonry is a society of men working together in the interest of serving mankind. How do Masons work to serve mankind? Masons work to enhance their communities and to help needy people in all walks of life. How do Masons enhance their communities? Masons assist public schools and other public bodies in a variety of ways. Masons and members of Masonic-affiliated bodies assist as tutors. Some lodges have scholarship programs, student recognition programs, and activities recognizing the achievements of students and teachers. Masons serve as volunteers for many community projects. The reason you may not have learned about this involvement is that Masons seek only to provide service. How do Masons assist those in need? Most Masonic lodges and Masonic-affiliated bodies provide funds and services for those in need. Some of these activities include helping children who are crippled or burned or who have learning disabilities or visual problems, or who need denial restoration, and contributing to cancer and other research and to other health and rehabilitation services. Masons and Masonically related bodies spend over $2 million a day for charitable and benevolent purposes. In addition to national and statewide programs, help is extended to solve personal problems, such as paying medical bills, restoring fire or flood-damaged homes and assist. How can I afford to be a member? Masons and those in Masonically affiliated bodies often have only modest incomes. Much of the money spent on charity is obtained by sponsoring fundraising activities. As a Mason, what would I get out of it? The satisfaction of knowing you are helping those in need and knowing that future generations may be better off because of your efforts. What are some of the benefits of Masonry? Fellowship. Fellowship forms a bond between members. Masons plan many activities for the entire family. Our families generally share our interests and goals. Masons assist distressed brother Masons and the wives, widows, and children of Masons. Brotherly love is both an obligation and a privilege. Is Masonry a secret society? No. Masonry is a society which has some secrets. Our modes of recognition, opening and closing ceremonies and the ceremonies of conferring the degrees of Masonry are our only secrets. We are proud to show that we are Masons. Is Masonry a religion? No. All Masons must believe in one supreme being and in life after death. Masonry encourages each. Albert McKee, 33 degrees, J.D. Buck, Daniel Sickles, R. Swinburne Clymer, C.W. Leadbeater, 33 degrees, and a host of other big Masonic authorities. Can it be possible that Freemasonry is really involved in creating a socialist one-world government? Obviously, the Freemasons can't be entirely faulted for trying to keep this one a secret. If the common man knew what the ultimate goal of the Masonic leadership was, they would likely be very angry. And who can say what their reaction would be to find out they have made monkeys of us? By the word of 3 witnesses an event is established according to the age-old wisdom in the Christian scriptures. First witness. Within the Masonic reference 10:0 famous Freemasons is an article on the Freemason John Robison, 1739 to 1805. John Robison was a professor of natural history at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and secretary of the Royal Society in that city. We are talking about a well-educated, respected man. In 1797 Robison published information in a book entitled Proofs of a Conspiracy Against All the Religions and Governments of Europe carried on in the secret meetings of the Freemasons, Illuminati, and reading societies collected from good authorities. The book is still available. Clear back in 1797, there were concerned Masons willing to expose the Illuminati plans for world conquest. Second witness. Jim Shaw, who was a 33-degree Freemason, writes, "Freemasonry is a worldwide conspiracy to destroy the Church of Jesus Christ on earth, a means to bring about a one-world church and government. With the Unitarian and Theosophical system in Masonry, it is nearing this goal. Unsuspecting Christians, who do not know that Masonry is controlled by Satan, are also aiding it instead of exposing it." 2. Third witness. C.W. Wynne Jackson was a 32-degree Freemason. He wrote, "I then focused my attention and study to learn how the lodge was started, and by whom. At this point, I became thoroughly convinced, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that a worldwide conspiracy existed against God, our Lord and Savior, and all mankind." 3. Other witnesses. There have been other Masons and ex-Masons that have given similar testimony. John G. Stevens, an ex-Mason, testifies, "If the lodge went unchecked, the United States would have a Masonic monarchy for its government, a Masonic church, a Masonic way to a Masonic heaven. Masonry was a state within a state, and that one day Masons would overthrow the democratic government of the United States and would crown one of their grand kings as ruler of this nation." For as the reader continues into Unit 2, he will see in detail how the Masons have done what these witnesses have warned us about. Freemasonry has repeatedly told the public that it doesn't keep its membership secret. For instance, in an article entitled "What Can I Tell My Non-Masonic Friends?" in the Scottish Rite's New Age magazine, it says, "You can explain that Freemasonry is not a secret society. A secret society is one that keeps its existence a secret and whose members do not make known their affiliation with the group. Freemasonry is not a secret society because it does not hide its existence, nor do members hide their membership. Dear friends, any Mason saying that ought to have his nose grow long. That is simply a bold-faced lie. Repeatedly, the Masons have created secret groups within secret groups. They seem to have a ceaseless urge to create new organizations, and many, like the Palladium Rite, are secret. That is why they do not keep written records, and why the Palladium Rite's finances are separate from the regular lodges. The highest Masonic authorities have repeatedly lied to keep secret their memberships. Gary Blevins has a letter received from Grand Executive Director William G. Sizemore, 33 degrees, of the Supreme Council at the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., which denies that Ronald Reagan is a Mason. 5 April, 1988 New Age magazine shows on its front page cover President Reagan receiving the honorary 33rd degree of Masonry. When friends of this author have called Billy Graham's ministry to ask if he has been or is a Freemason, they were told that his ministry chose not to comment on the matter. And yet, on the authority of a number of several very reliable sources, his membership has been confirmed to this author. See Chapter 2:1 for a discussion and an explanation of the meaning of this. When President George Bush became president, by law he was required to place in the Library of Congress information about himself. That information included his 33 degrees membership in the Scottish Rite, but after a few months the information disappeared from the Library of Congress. George Bush, by the way, took his presidential oath on a Masonic Bible. These are just some of the examples I am aware of where the Masonic Lodge is covering up prominent memberships. They are covering up the memberships of congressmen and religious leaders too. Heavier cover-ups. 6. This chapter up to this point has only scratched the surface of two organizations who are front organizations for the power. If the Masonic Lodge and the Watchtower Society have been screened in such secrecy, what about the organization that controls both the Watchtower Society and the Masonic Lodge? Indeed, Satan's closest worshippers have been shrouded in the deepest secrecy. Each of the top Satanists have at least one cover. That cover is a life that they live in the public's view. They may be a mayor of a town, a business leader, or a Christian evangelist. The primary goal is that the cover makes them look good to the public, or at least too powerful for people to believe criticism of them. For instance, George Bush is nicknamed the Teflon president because no criticism of him seems to stick, even though the proof is abundant that the man is a very dangerous servant of the New World Order. Perhaps one of the most successful covers of the New World Order has been the one Adolf Hitler with the help of Satanists worldwide has foisted on the history books. Hitler's cover was to be an anti-Judeo-Masonic crusader. Hitler pretended to be the ultimate crusader against the one world power, while he really was a powerful Satanist and descendant of the Illuminati family of the Rothschilds. Stalin was a co-conspirator in the satanic Illuminati's plans. Bear in mind, England, according to Satanists, is the satanic mother of all nations, the center for Illuminism. 7. Hitler personally intervened to prevent his tanks from destroying the British Expeditionary Force at Dunkirk. Hitler personally intervened to prevent the German invasion force from capturing Leningrad, and Stalin personally intervened to prevent the Soviet military from protecting itself when many intelligence sources were warning them of a German invasion. The Illuminati got exactly the war they had planned and exactly the results they wanted, and Hitler's satanic role for the Illuminati is still basically secret. The fictions revolving around WW2 are too numerous to try to clear up, the reader's mind would simply not accept them. Perhaps after reading this book, enough of a thinking process will have occurred to get the reader to initiate his or her own investigation. Part of what really went on behind the cover of Killing Jews was the elimination of all devout Christians and the placement of Satanists into leading offices. The U.S. Army and the Soviet Army facilitated this after Germany surrendered. Information about the top level of Satan's organization are hard to get because much of the activities are committed to memory. Informants or people who know too much are murdered. High-level Satanists from the time of birth have been psychologically worked over by mind programming to commit suicide if they think about things that they are not to reveal. Information that has come out of the satanic cults is so unbelievable that most people dismiss it. Why is the information unbelievable? Because the majority of people in this nation have been programmed by the Satanists. Chapter 3. 3 documents how the leading Satanists control the mass media. Over a period of decades they have subtly brainwashed the people, in such a subtle way that people do not even know they have had their behavior modified and controlled. This author has repeatedly witnessed that buzzwords when told to the masses cause them to respond like Pavlov's dog. Part of the reason that this author can write this book is that I was spared from watching television until age 11, and since then have only seen small amounts of television and movies since. In part, what little has been viewed was done to understand the American people and the power. A program of kidnapping and implanting of control devices within the heads of people has also been going on, without the people knowing what has happened to them when they return to society. The Force. In order to fully understand why evil men also do good deeds, let us study the philosophy of Satanism, which perpetuates the Gnostic principle of duality. Gnostic religions have since their inceptions worked off a dual view of the power. This thinking is directly linked to Hegelian philosophy, which by providing to the masses opposite answers often diverts people from seeing the correct answer, which has little to do with the two extreme views nor with their synthesis. The easiest way perhaps to explain what we are discussing is to refer people to how the Force in Star Wars could be used for both good and evil. In the final analysis, the mindset of Satanists is that they themselves above all others have been deceived into thinking that light can be used for good or evil. This is seen in their idea that there is white and black magic. According to Alexander Wilder in his book Philosophy and Ethics of the Zoroasters, Pub. 1885, the Mithraic rite superseded the mysteries of Bacchus, and became the foundation of the Gnostic system, which for many centuries prevailed in Asia, Egypt, and even the remote West. The importance of this is that if the foundation of the Gnostic 5 interlocked concepts of the serpent, system with its various religious hierarchies is based on Mithraism, then it is apparent that the concept of the force containing both evil and good was part of the Gnostic system. Mithraism believed in a good god Ahura Mazda, aka Ormuzd, and aka in Latin as Oromazes. The Illuminati today often uses the Latin version of the word Oromazes. Ahriman is the evil god and places evil wherever Ormuzd creates good or does a good deed. Mithras is the mediator between the two. Today the Illuminati continue to believe in two principles, Satan and Lucifer. Satan is the evil one, Lucifer is the good side of the force. Mithras tries to harmonize the two. In order to be in step with Mithras, the Illuminatus as he, or she, ascends the occult ladder must try to balance his progressively evil deeds with equally benevolent deeds. Consequently, the most wickedest and powerful Satanists are big philanthropists as they try to balance their deeds while gaining satanic power. The belief of the Satanists is that if an unbalance occurs they are destroyed. The initiate into Mithraism was told Mithra was his own soul, Ormuzd was his spiritual nature and Ahriman was his animal nature. The grip of the lion's paw and the references to the lion in the Master Mason's degree come from Mithraism. 8. Part of the benevolence done by satanic organizations and Satanists is part of their belief system to maintain a balance within their lives of the dual principles. It is not entirely done to deceive. In contrast to this, Jesus Christ told the Gnostic religious leaders that evil will be judged by God, and that all the good deeds of mankind are but filthy rags. The caduceus is a wand with two serpents twined around it and often has two small wings or a winged helmet on its wand's top. Today it serves various uses symbolically. It is the insignia of the Catholic bishop in the Ukraine. The symbol is very ancient and goes back to ancient Indian Hindu temples and Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Sumer, Assyria. The Buddhists also use it to represent the world, wand, and the Kundalini force, serpents. But what the twin snakes are always expressing is the idea of active equilibrium, of opposing forces balancing one another in such a way as to create a higher, static form. Book on Symbols of Witchcraft. This is a symbolic representation of the balance the leading Satanists attempt to maintain between their evil and philanthropic deeds. Figures of a Swiss 1515 caduceus and an early Sumerian caduceus from several thousand ago. Satanic Ritual ABUSE 9. Why is this item put in a chapter on smoke screens? Because what has been called satanic ritual abuse, SRA, is the primary vehicle for maintaining the shroud of secrecy. The primary part of satanic ritual abuse is to use a series of sophisticated and sadistic mind control strategies which use the combined effects of physical pain and threat of pain, double-bind coercion, split brain stimulation, drugs, hypnotism, and other methods to program and brainwash the candidates for membership in the Illuminati. In order for the lower-level covens and the satanic hierarchy to maintain its secrecy, intense effort is expended to program all the members of the satanic hierarchy to commit suicide if they betray the satanic covens. There is no easy way for such people to talk or break loose from the Illuminati. The professional terminology for this mind control is conditioned stimulus response sequences. The programs that are taught the subconscious mind of the Satanists can be triggered by auditory, visual, tactile, olfactory, and/or gustatory, taste, modalities. In other words, the trigger to cause them to hurt or kill themselves or someone else are subconsciously set to go off by some sensory trigger, perhaps a word that they are not to reveal. But these people are not just given one program. Layers upon layers of destructive backup programs are put into their minds. These layers of programming are intentionally put into place by creating in the tiny infants multiple personalities called alternate personalities or alters for short. Once the splitting process is started on the human personality, it is like passing critical mass on the splitting process of atoms in a nuclear reaction. It becomes difficult to stop the splitting process, which is self-sustaining. People who are Satanists or come out of Satanism have multiple personalities. Adolf Hitler is quite a visible example. He could talk peace with the Czechs and Poles while simultaneously preparing for war. Should something go wrong, the Satanists are programmed to do such things as stop eating, have an accident, ingest poison, not sleep, not to take medicine, break their own bones, etc. Reminders to reinforce these triggers are enacted via such things as spoken phrases, taps, or a rapid series of 6 electronic tones. These suicide programs are responsible for many of the shootings, hangings, overdoses, auto accidents, starvation, etc. that ex-Satanists experience. However, their deaths are not all suicide. Satanists will also put in great effort to kill the ex-Satanists. Satanists are also programmed with scrambling programs to confuse and block their altar system, emerging memories, thought processes, and incoming data. Other programs forced into the SRA victims are flooding programs to interfere with any therapeutic process, recycle programs to cause the SRA victim to redissociate memories if any do get revealed, cover programs to discredit the SRA victim's stories with unbelievable content, verbal response programs which have been extensively and painfully rehearsed by the SRA victim and his programmer to ward off questions about Satanism and the victim's altars with acceptable answers. Some other programs are the silence shutdown programs which cause the victim to stop talking. Another type is called nightmare night terror programs which cause their minds to terrify them with horrible images. These programs can be tripped automatically if the victim tries to talk about forbidden material. It is critical to realize the extent of such mind programming. Not only have the Satanists practiced this mind control for centuries, going clear back to early Hinduism and the early mystery religions, but the mind programming is part of the life of the child of Satanists on an ongoing basis without time to be safe from the abuse. The Ritual Abuse Task Force, Los Angeles County Commission for Women put out a report in 1990. The following are excerpts from it. Because of the nature of this material, I am quoting directly so that it will not appear to be simply this author's own opinion, but rather this is the real story about the indoctrination that people are going through every day into the beliefs of Satanism. Ritual abuse is usually carried out by members of a cult. The purpose of the ritual elements of the abuse seems threefold. 1. Rituals in some groups are part of a shared Fig. Autograph Pact OPII. BAIGRANDLL, J / Bibliospcuc NATIOIWC, M equals. Skip Fim J Frat 11 R 11 I. R, no. 619, p. 26. And Sue and my life as ho LDing it from you, H.A. Ing dedica edit forkvid without any wool. To repent. Si net RBAI and gunnower. In his blood. FAC. T. 6JNEDL. Dash 11J. Slash 5ARAAI1N Bulletin. D. Paraphernalia of sorcery used by Henri III in his satanic operations. Les Sorcelleries Henri Valois, Paris 1589. Author's Collection. The Castle of Vincennes and its keep in the 17th century. Sebastian Le Clerc. In the foreground is the Tour de Paris, where Henri III is said to have secluded himself to carry out works of sorcery. Belief or worship system into which the victim is being indoctrinated. 2. Rituals are used to intimidate victims into silence. 3. Ritual elements, e.g., devil worship, animal or human sacrifice, seem so unbelievable to those unfamiliar with these crimes that these elements detract from the credibility of the victims and make prosecution of the crimes very difficult. Most victims are children under the age of 6 who suffer the most severe and long-standing emotional damage from the abuse. These young victims are particularly susceptible to being terrorized and indoctrinated into the abuser's belief system. During and even long after the abuse, victims live in a state of terror and dissociation and suffer from the impact of mind control techniques. All this makes the initial disclosures of abuse exceedingly difficult, and can make each subsequent disclosure a terrifying and painful experience. Mind control is the cornerstone of ritual abuse, the key element in the subjugation and silencing of its victims. Victims of ritual abuse are subjected to a rigorously applied system of mind control designed to rob them of their sense of free will and to impose upon them the will of the cult and its leaders. Most often these ritually abusive cults are motivated by a satanic belief system. The mind control is achieved through an elaborate system of brainwashing, programming, indoctrination, hypnosis, and the use of various mind-altering drugs. The purpose of the mind control is to compel ritual abuse victims to keep the secret of their abuse, to conform to the beliefs and behaviors of the cult, and to become functioning members who serve the cult by carrying out the directives of its leaders without being detected within society at large. It is not by accident that the Mason Mesmer came out publicly with hypnotism, aka mesmerism. The occultists who were the foundation of many of the science academies have been working to give scientific credibility to their occult methods. What was once satanic is now scientific. Hypnotism, spirit guides, visualization, etc., which have long been part of the occult's mind control methods, are now scientific and becoming an integral part of modern society. Other occult beliefs, such as evolution, discussed later, are being made the foundation of many of the arts and sciences. Step by step the satanic plan for world domination is being carried out. You the reader will learn what these plans are and how they are being carried out, if you read the rest of this book. How credible are such issues as Satanism? How can this book maintain credibility in examining Satanism, when to assert the possibility of Satanism seems so unreasonable and monstrous? Not only is Satanism a historical fact, it is a contemporary experience of eyewitnesses who have been interviewed by this author. The historical facts. Throughout the history of Europe, and the rest of the world, there have been widespread reports of witchcraft. Not all practitioners of witchcraft are Satanists, but witchcraft is a part of Satanism. All across Europe and indeed the whole world come countless historical documents attesting to the practice of witchcraft, and on a lesser scale also Satanism. It has long been recognized by scholars who study witchcraft that some of witchcraft is merely sleight of hand, terror, fraud, insanity, sensory illusion, hypnosis or semi-hypnosis. 10. Witches in earlier times believed that they could fly on broomsticks on the Sabbath, the Satanic Sabbath. Chemists who have reconstructed medieval potions that were recipes for flying ointments have identified that these potions are of hemlock and aconite, henbane and jimsonweed were also used. These were in reality drugs that often gave the witch the notion of flying through the air when she applied the drugs. There are reports by medieval judges who watched suspected witches toss in delirium after these potions were applied, and then witnessed the individual witches insist that they had flown to their Sabbath and returned, yet the judges knew in fact they had never left the room. 11. Apparently, the use of these flying potions was widespread, and their covens would secretly carry the witches while they were delirious to the Sabbath, and when they would come down from their drug trip they would believe that they had flown, and their belief in witchcraft as a powerful fulfilling life would be increased. But in spite of many of the non-supernatural explanations for various aspects of witchcraft, there is an element of the supernatural that persists. I say supernatural based on the common opinion that demonic spirits are supernatural. However, the demons may be more a natural part of this world than is commonly realized. In 1681, two respected scholars, Joseph Glanville and Drive Henry Moore, published their scientific and empirical evidence that witchcraft existed. The book was called Saggis's Muck Triumphatus, or Full and Plain Evidence Concerning Witches and Apparitions. After the first came the third edition with additions. Pub. In 2 parts, London, 17. The book was an extensive compilation of case histories and other evidence of witchcraft. The book was so well received it settled the issue for a period until the book was forgotten. The book went through 5 issues, it was so popular. In 1668, Drive Merrick Kasayuban came out with a book that contains information and evidence of witchcraft. His A treatise proving spirits, witches, and supernatural operations by pregnant instances and evidence, was also well received and republished in 1672. Obviously, the controversy about the existence of Satanism is an old one, but the evidence concerning Satanism is very old and sufficient throughout history. Skeptics to Satanism, have tended to be people who did not believe in God or perhaps anything supernatural. But within my own lifetime, this author has seen how those who reject God because they supposedly don't believe in the supernatural and God is supernatural, have turned to the occult for their values and their worldview. They claim they are rejecting the supernatural, but their actions show they are rejecting God. Witchcraft is not simply silly credulity. It is hope that as the power, Satanism, takes a stronger power grip on the world, its satanic aspect will become more visible, so that when it fails people will know it for its evil deeds. Our written history has typically greatly underreported both good and evil. Evil prefers the darkness and evil prefers good not to shine. Consequently, the power as it has controlled the media has ignored many miracles that God has done across the world, while simultaneously ignoring the activities of Satanism. This has served to blow smoke over the whole spiritual battlefield. This author can identify with something Joseph Glanville wrote on page 6 of his Saggis's Muck Triumphatus. After years of studying witchcraft and trying to debunk the stories and testimony of witnesses, Glanville writes concerning those people in general who object, to this aggregate objection I return, in the general, the more absurd and unaccountable these actions of witchcraft seem, the greater confirmations are they to me of the truth of those relations, and the reality of what the objectors would destroy. For these circumstances being exceeding unlikely, judging by the measures of common belief, 'tis the greater probability they are not fictitious, for the contrivers of fictions use to form them as near as they can conformably to the most unsuspected realities, endeavoring to make them look as like truth as is possible in the main supposals. 11. This author concurs. Why would people seeking help and understanding, SRA victims, repeatedly say that they had guardian spirits that looked like E.T. the alien on the film E.T.? People coming out of the Satanism, the Illuminati, or encounters of the third kind with flying saucers are repeatedly making similar outlandish statements that can only obviously destroy their credibility. These people can't all be irrational in the exact same way. Their stories are too similar. Statements by those who have become Christians who were into Satanism say that Satan appears like an exceedingly handsome man with cloven hoofs. These contemporary witnesses sound just like the testimony that has come forth for centuries. For instance, in France in 1578, Jean Hervelier testified that her Satan was dressed in black with hoofs, and in 1646 an English witch named Joan Wallace testified the same thing, that Satan was a large man in blackish clothing, but with cloven feet. Can such confirmation of the description by people in different countries at different time periods simply be dismissed? These demons are reported to like the triangle symbol. For whatever reasons, the triangle is becoming a popular symbol to use today. These demons also lie prolifically. There are many tie-ins between UFOs, demonic activity, Satanism, and the New World Order. That is a subject vast enough for another book. The foundation of the satanic religion, its basic doctrine from the Middle Ages down to the present, was that Satan would one day rule the world. The triumph of Satan will only be accomplished when the dualist dilemma is obviated and when one single force, Satan, rules supreme. This vision and ambition eventually became the fundamental satanic influence in medieval Europe and laid the ground for the full-fledged satanic religion known as witchcraft. Magic, Black, White, and Otherwise, chapter of the Occult Conceit, p. 81, 12. The inventions that intuitively came to scientists that were involved in the occult make it suspicious that the technology has been spoon-fed mankind with an ulterior motive. Satanism during the Middle Ages was extensive, but it wasn't the threat to the world, as it is today with the increased worldwide communications, centralized controls, and high technology. Before there was merely the will to have Satan rule, but now there are power structures and the means to. The Old Testament states that God formed the nations to limit the power of evil. Today, the world is being rushed into globalism without being told the dangers. By the end of this book you will learn more about how the plans for the future satanic slave state have been carefully concealed. Denslow, 10, 0 Famous Freemasons, Vol. 4, p. 54. Storms, E.M. Should a Christian be a Mason? American Heritage Pub. Co. 1980, in back of the book Jim Shaw's tract Christianity vs. Freemasonry is printed. Quote is from Shaw's tract. America's Promise Newsletter, January 1988, p. 1. Vaughan, William Preston. The Anti-Masonic Party in the United States. XT, University of Kentucky, 1983, p. 29. Blevins, Gary D. The Final Warning. Kingsport, T.N., Vision of the End Ministries, p. 260 and 482. This section is based on this author's research and the sources are of a sensitive nature. Suffice it to say that God has been able to break through the most powerful attempts of the Satanists to keep their secrecy, and has given some of the leading Satanists the power to overcome the forces of darkness, to allow them to reveal the details of how the satanic power that rules the world operates. A surprising number of confidential sources from the occult confirm this. Hall, Manly p. 33 degrees, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, p. XXIV. Much of this section is taken from Neswald, David W. Common Programs Observed in Survivors of Satanic Ritual Abuse, The California Therapist, September/October. 1991, pp. 47. 50. David Neswald is one of the leading specialists in the treatment of SRA. People who do not understand the methods and power of Satanism, often tell this author that there could not be any satanic conspiracy because people change their minds and plans fail. In other words, life is too unpredictable for any such conspiracy to work. First, they don't realize the mind control that keeps Illuminati members in line, and second, they do not realize how controlled history has been, because the Satanists have controlled what has been put in the history textbooks and teach the masses the accidental theory of history. The reader will learn more about history in Chapter 3. 4. Kittredge, George Lyman. Witchcraft in Old and New England. New York, Russell and Russell, 1956, p. 354 quoting Becker's treatment of the subject. Glanville, Joseph, and Henry Moore. Sadducismus Triumphatus, or, Of Full and Plain Evidence Concerning Witches and Apparitions. London, ed. Of 17, Vol. I, p. 6. Rachleff, O.N.S. The Occult Conceit, A New Look at Astrology, Witchcraft and Sorcery. New York, Bell Publishing Co. 1971, p. 81. Recommended for further study. Crisis of Conscience by Ray Franz. The author was in a position to inherit the presidency of the WT organization, and was the WT Society's leading theologian. But his conscience led him to a separation from the WT Society. An excellent expose by one of the leading governing body members of the WT Society. The Deadly Deception Freemasonry Exposed. By one of its top leaders by Jim Shaw and Tom McKenney. Jim Shaw was a 33rd degree Freemason and a past master of all Scottish Rite bodies, and a Knight Commander of the Court of Honor. McKenney and Shaw do a good job of informing readers what it is like to participate in Freemasonry. The book also has a good chapter comparing Masonic doctrine versus Christian doctrine. Exposes some of Masonry's deception. Ritual Abuse Task Force Report. Available from Los Angeles Commission for Women 383 Hall of Administration, 5W. Temple Street, Los Angeles, CA 912. Cost $5. Exposes the mind control used by Satanism to keep its secrets. Chapter 2. 1. Assassinating three assassins. The three infamous assassins are law, property, and religion. So says the official ritual of the 33 and last degree ritual of the Antient and accepted Scottish Rite. The 33-degree Jewish Mason Paul Rosen wrote in 1888, "Once religion is dead, law and property will fall to our mercy, and we shall be able to regenerate society by founding on the corpses of the assassins of man, Masonic religion, Masonic law, and Masonic property. 1. And the Masons are doing this. This book shows the documentation of how Christianity has been systematically assassinated and the world regenerated by Masonic religion. The official organ of the Scottish Rite, the New Age, in September 1921 put out an article, Freemasonry as a World Power. In this article they state, by the pen of a 32 degrees Mason, Freemasonry may be a world power, but all the power in the world is of little use to the man who will not use it. The mightiest of levers may be in the strongest of hands, but if it lie there to no conscious purpose, nothing is ever moved. After calling on its Masonic readership to use the power of Freemasonry, they conclude, then Freemasonry as a world power will stand revealed as unconquered and unconquerable. 2. This book will show how the most powerful men have used Freemasonry as a lever to move the world to their vision of a one world religion, one world government. How does the power control Christian religions? The following chart gives the power's basic system for control. Insert the chart tree of the policy process in Christian religions. Chart the tree of the policy process in Christian religions. Box G on the chart is Christian leaders and research groups. The following list is from this author's files of ministers, or as noted, a few are prominent laymen, who were Freemasons. None to the author's knowledge renounced Freemasonry. In other words, this list is giving the reader a feel for the influence Masonry has on the churches, and the policy process. When a friend who has a cult ministry spoke in a Baptist church about the Mormons, he touched on the similarities between Masonry and the Mormon temple ritual. Several Baptist Masons in the audience walked out in the middle of his talk. This points out the difficulty those of us in the cult ministry have. This author has personally had to deal with people who say they are Christians, but are more hostile to the Christian apologist than they are to any cultist. Indeed, they often are totally accepting of the cults. A list of Masons who are/have been Christian clergymen, chart circle G. Compiled from author's files from reliable sources, names found in other parts of this book are not intended to be included. Baptists, ministers, pastors. American Baptist. Robert R. Austin Jr. James Franklin Kuntz, Robert Albert Coons, Ark Valley Association. Ministers Press. 74-75, William Whitley Widenham, M. CONF. Leader, KT, Samuel Jerome Williams, 32 degrees. General Baptist Elvis Oscar Wilson. Baptist, Independent, etc. Ralph David Abernathy, Myron E. Adams Thomas Gerardeo, John Dante Barbie Robert E. B. Baylor, David Benedict James P. Garrick, Robert Lee French, Grand Master for WVA, Supt. Sunday Schools -19 YRS. Paul Charles Close, John Fort Newton, KTN 33 degrees, Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. Charles Ray Yarborough, Jr. Missionary Baptist Stanley Wade Lewis Sr. National Baptist CONV. AM. Floyd Daniel Johnson. Northern Baptists. Clarence A. Barber, Joseph C. Hazen, 32 degrees. Southern Baptists. Samuel William Avery, William Joseph Barber, Earl R. Little Jr. 32 degree Shriner KT, GCOMM York Rite College, Royal ORDR of Scotland, SOC. Rosicruciana, Deacon, CH Treasurer, Robert Franklin Keatley, Shriner, Herbert Lee Kinman Jr. CHRMN Pastor CONF. 1968, Julius Malin Kirkland, Harry Earl Kirkley, Daniel Knight, Terry Emerson Knight, MMBR. President S. Roundtable, Reese Eugene Kaiser, Jesse Ray Leonard, 32 degrees, Coley Livingston Leopard, Arthur Horace Leslie, Sr. 32 degrees, Harvey Delmond Lewis, Jr. 32 degrees, William Cernsey Lewis, John Reinhardt Link, Floyd Lisenby, Richard Adam Long, David Wayne Lowry, William R. White, K.T., William Thomas Wood, William Carl Woody, J.R. 32 Degrees, Schreiner, MMBR. Baptist. Public Rel. Association, Robert William Young. Catholic. Emilio Aguinaldo, layman, Manuel M. Alberti, priest, Moses Austin, Abbe Bertolio, J. Louis Brown, Francisco Calvo, priest, 32 Degrees, Joseph Charles, layman, Minister Combs, seminarian, Abbe Cordier, Jean-Baptiste Noel M. Delahogue, Jesse Green, layman, Miguel Hidalgo, priest, James Hoban, layman, RAM, Andre Messina, layman, 33 Degrees, Emmett J. McLaughlin, priest called on carpet for neglecting spiritual duties and ordered to resign, Elias Rodriguez, bishop. Christian Church. Cring Allen, 32 Degrees, Jesse M. Bader Earl Edward Barclay, 32 Degrees, Perry E. Gresham, 32 Degrees, Wiley Alfred Welsh. Church of God in N.A. Hubert Charles Lackmont, pastor of CHS. And DIR. Spiritual Services at Masonic Homes, Elizabethtown Pa. Church of Scotland. Drive. William J. Baxter, David Steele. Congregational, Ministers. John Harvey Alexander, 32 Degrees, Edward Anderson, Charles Brockwell, S. Parker Cadman, Fred W. Hagen, Walter H. Judd, Missionary, 32 Degrees, Drive. M.H. Lichlighter, 33 Degrees, Grand Prior of Sapir. CNCL, Jedediah Morse. Disciples of Christ. Claudie Hill, K.T., Earl Russell Jarvis, 32 Degrees, CHRMN. B.D. Durs. Episcopal, Priests and Bishops. African Methodist Episcopal John Hurst Adams. Anglican, non-US. Episcopals. Edwin Ralph Georgidi, D.T. Owen, Archbishop Toronto, 33 Degrees, Edward Berry, Lucius Cockland, S. Hemming, Isaac Knapp, Ralph Robertson Latimer, A. Groom Parkham Herbert Poole, Michael Frederick Wellwood, Thomas Arnold Wilkinson, 33 Degrees, James Joseph Warfick. Episcopal. Jasper Adams, Alexander B. Andrews, 32 Degrees Important Mason, Frederick B. Bartlett, Edward Bass, Troy Beatty, Fred W. Beekman, Granville G. Bennett, Alexander H. Blankenship, K.T., 32 Degrees, Howard R. Brinker, William A. Brown, Frederick G. Budlong, William F. Bulkley, E.P. Archdeacon, K.T. and 32 Degrees, William T. Capers, 32 Degrees, Hari R. Carson, Carlton Chase, Charles Klingman, 32 Degrees, Leighton Coleman, K.T., Benjamin D. Dagwell, 32 Degrees, James H. Darlington, Thomas C. Darst, George W. Davenport, Philip Deloria, 32 Degrees, David L. Ferris, K.T., 32 Degrees, George. K. Finley, Herbert H. H. Fox, K.T., James E. Freeman, Alexander C. Garrett, 33 Degrees, Malin N. Gilbert, Reginald H. Gooden, Fred D. Goodwin, John J. Gravitt Duncan M. Gray, William M. Green, Robert E. Gribben, Alexander V. Griswold, K.T., William A. Gurry, Charles F. Hall, 33 Degrees, William P. Hall, KT, Oliver Hart, 33 degrees, KT, Alan S. Hawksworth George C. Hunting, KT, 32 degrees, S. Arthur Houston, 32 degrees, Irvins, Bishop of Milwaukee, 33 degrees, Frank A. Jewin, Benjamin. T. Kemmerer, John Dominique Lamoth, Harry S. Longley, 33 degrees, James Madison, 1st Epis. Bishop, V.A., Charles G. Marmion, William H. Odenheimer, K.T., James H. Odie, K.T., William S. Perry, John Peterson, Henry D. Phillips, 32 degrees, A.W. Noel Porter, Henry C. Potter, George M. Randall, Bartle H. Reinheimer, 33 degrees, Frank A. Rhea, KT and 33 degrees, William B. Roberts, KT and 33 degrees, Warren L. Rogers, KT and 33 degrees, Samuel Seabury, W. Bertrand Stevens, 33 degrees, Francis M. Tate, 33 degrees, Theodore P. Thurston, Tucker, Presiding Bishop, 32 degrees, George R. Vandewater, Vetter Van Dyke, Mason Lockweems, John C. White, KT and 32 degrees, Wayne Burt Williamson, J.R. James A. Wise. Methodist Episcopal. William F. Anderson, 32 degrees, James C. Baker, Hiram Abiff Boaz, Charles H. Fowler, KT, John. W. Hamilton Leonidas L. Hamline William L. Harris Joseph C. Hartzell Roberth. Kazmayer, McKilliar H. Lichlighter, 32 degrees, Enoch M. Marvin, Glenn R. Phillips, KT and 32 degrees, Hiram R. Revels. Evangelical. Christopher Carl Andre. Friends, Quakers, Ministers. Enroll T. Elliot, Joseph Hughes, Layman. Jewish, Rabbis. E. Robert Adler, Joseph L. Barron, 32 degrees, Morton M. Berman, 32 degrees, Abraham Feinstein, H. Jeffen, 32 degrees, Edgar Fogel Magnan, 33 degrees and B'nai B'rith in L.A., William F. Rosenblum, 33 degrees, Sydney. S. Tedesque, Morris Teller, 32 degrees, Stephen S. Wise. Lutheran, Ministers. Johann Joachim Bellerman, Frederick Augustus Conrad Muhlenberg John Peter Gabriel Muhlenberg, also an Episcopal priest. Methodist, Ministers, Pastors, Bishops. Walter Miller Allen, James C. Baker, 32 degrees, Philip Eugene Baker, 32 degrees, Bruce R. Baxter, 32 degrees KT, Edgar Blake, KT, Wallace E. Brown, Harold G. Cook, Fred P. Corson, KT and GRDCMMDR, Frank Crane, John L. DeSell, Harry S. DeVore, 32 degrees, Hoyt MCW. Dobbs, 33 degrees, KT, Edward Eggleston, William W. Foster Jr. George L. Fox, Eugene M. Frank, Schuyler E. Garth, Levi Gilbert, Wilbur E. Hamaker, 32 degrees, Yvonne Lee Holt, 33 degrees, Robert E. Jones, 33 degrees, Benjamin Kavanaugh, missionary, Lorenzo H. King, Herman G. Calder, 32 degrees, Earl Leonard Langeth, Walter E. Ledden, Edwin F. Lee, KT and 32 degrees, Adna W. Leonard, Oscar W. Lever, Titus Low, 33 degrees, Daniel L. Marsh, Paul E. Martin, 33 degrees, William C. Martin, 32 degrees, James M. Mellier, KT, Charles B. Mitchell, 33 degrees, H. Clifford Northcott, 32 degrees, John R. Palmer, 32 degrees, Claire Purcell, KT, Richard C. Rains, 33 degrees, Marshall R. Reed, KT, Angie Frank Smith, 32 degrees and Schreiner, Harry Lester Smith, 33 degrees, Wilbur P. Thurkield, William N. Thomas, Donald H. Tippett, KT and 33 degrees, Ray. J. Wade, Ernest L. Waldorf, Ralph A. Ward, Herbert Welch, 33 degrees, Hazen G. Werner, 33 degrees, Winslow Nathan Wilson, Earl D. Young. Southern Methodist John T. Irion. 32 degrees, G.M. KT. United Methodists. Miles Walter Jackson, 32 degrees, Schreiner, Harvey Bynum Johnson Verndale Johnson, Chairman of Evangelism Unit. MTH. Church 72 to 74, William Ray Keefley, Church Official of Unit. Meth. Active in NAT. CONF. Christians and Jews, John Q. Kemper, MMBRBD. Mission Unit. Meth. CH. KTCONF. 48 to 52, John Quill Taylor King, 33 degrees, Press. Gen. Council of Ministers 72-77, Nat. CONF. Christians and Jews, Press. Nat. Association. Schools and colleges related to UN. Meth. Ch. 7071, William Glennkirk, 32 degrees, Virgil Spencer Leonard, 32 degrees, John Allen Lippincott, MSN and OES, Thomas E. Weir, KT, Cryptic Moss, Rod, Charles Denny White, Section. Gen. CONF. 68 to 71. Cecil Frank Wilkins, David Alexander Wilson Jr. Presbyterian. James Ainsley, Stanford Thomas Ballard, 32 degrees, Christopher Blockwell, William J. Boone Robert Jefferson Breckenridge, Roy H. Brown, Missionary, 32 degrees, Frank L. Eversole, 33 degrees, Harry K. Eversole, 33 degrees, George A. Fitch, Herbert A. Gibbons, W. Franklin Harkey, Moses D. Hogue, Ralph. C. Hutchison, 32 degrees, minus Baskin Jackson, Arnold Hilmer Low, KTN 32 degrees, Peter Marshall, David Wayne Wyman, KT, Schreiner, OES. United Presp. Haven Coke Kelly, Jr. Daniel Burns Layton, Samuel Joseph Marshall, 32 degrees and Schreiner. Reformed Church Paul S. Leinbach. Salvation Army. Bollington Booth, KTN Scottish Rite, Charles B. Booth, Robert Edwin Cribbs, 32 degrees and Schreiner, also Min. UP. CH. Unitarian, C. Chap. 2-4. Leon M. Burkhead, also a Meth. MIN, Howard M. Dow. United Brethren. Arthur R. Klippinger, KTN 32 degrees, David T. Gregory, 32 degrees, Warner Thomas Keefe, CHRMN. COMM. On Christ, Education Nat. S. Kong, of Christian Churches, Clyde A. Lynch. United Christian Gregory George Kendall. United Church of Christ. Donald J. Barthelme, Paul Franz Kepka, 32 Degrees and Schreiner, Del. Gen Synod 69, 71, Press. Uniting Rel. Community, Elkhart CO. IND. James McLaurin White, BDDIRVT. CONFUCOC, 6266. Universalist, C-Chap. 24. Sylvanus Cobb Jr. KTN Scottish Rite. Further on, individual denominations will be examined in depth. But for now, here are some noteworthy items that can be mentioned in general about the Masonic infiltration of the churches. Ministers, especially high-ranking church officials, are special targets of recruitment. Not only is this known to this author from interviews with ex-high-ranking Masons, but can also be seen from the following quote from the Proceedings of the Grand Lodge of Illinois, 1909. The Grand Master Charles R. Smith, speaking to a large Masonic meeting which had representatives from 24 foreign Grand Lodges, and representatives from 54 lodges in attendance, stated his following decision. 1. I was asked, is a Jewish rabbi a minister of the gospel, within the meaning of Section 21, Chapter 15 of the Constitution, entitling him, in the discretion of the lodge, to a reduction in or rebate of the fees for initiation. As Jewish rabbis are authorized by law to perform marriage ceremonies and other duties appertaining to the sacred office of the ministry, I ruled that they were ministers of the gospel within the meaning of the section. Underlining added to highlight how recruited ministers can get their fees waived by a lodge. 3. In some denominations, the selection of what congregation a minister is assigned to involves church politics, that can give the Masons an edge. Conservative ministers are assigned small, poor rural churches. More liberal ministers with the right connections are given large, rich, city congregations. Not only is this borne out by an interview with an ex-minister, but reports like the following make it suspect. This report is from the Bishop of Southwark, Drive. Mervyn Stockwood. A case known to me involved a particularly unfortunate appointment to an important living. The man, a Mason, had little to commend him. But he was approved by the diocesan, the suffragan, and by the archdeacon, all of whom were Masons. I am prepared to believe that the hierarchy was innocent and never allowed the Masonic factor to determine their choice. But in the diocese it was widely believed that it was the golden handshake rather than the Holy Spirit that filled the vacant living. 4. The Masons are a seed of destruction to the church, using techniques parallel to what successfully worked for the white man against the Indian. The American Indian was conquered by the white man due to a series of several contributing factors, such as false pretensions of peace by the white man, the introduction of infectious diseases and bad habits, alcohol, and the promotion or the problem of inter-rivalry between Indian groups, divide and conquer. Within the Christian churches, Masons are introducing various infectious diseases such as, to name a few, our subjective religion, witchcraft, and the New Age under different labels, the rapture theory, fatalism toward an Armageddon, expectations that the Jews, practicing Pharisaism from Babylon, will rebuild their temple, the notion that the Asian-blooded Ashkenazim Jews are God's chosen people and have an inherent right to take Palestine, a lack of zeal toward evangelism, especially cult evangelism, and ecumenicalism. One woman into Eastern Star, who calls herself a Christian, informs people that one can be a Christian and believe in evolution. According to her, those Christians who don't believe in evolution are bringing dishonor to Christianity. Episcopalian Drive. Maury would have us believe that Freemasonry was a Christian organization before Albert Pike turned it into a Hindu temple. However, this is pure Masonic propaganda. Any unbiased researcher will find the Christian churches were concerned from the very beginning about Freemasonry. According to the Scottish Rite's New Age magazine, the first expose of Freemasonry was in 1730 and entitled Masonry Dissected by Samuel Pritchard. 5 in 1798 and 1803 The Baptist Reverend Henry Crocker in Vermont preached sermons against Freemasonry, saying it makes a disturbance in the churches. 6 in the rare autobiography of Rev. Abel C. Thomas, writing about 1829, records his observations of a Mason minister. The light of M.R. Neeland was fast going away into the darkness of atheism in the Masonic Hall. 7 in the Masonic book The Spirit of Masonry, published in 1775, we are told, Masons know the way of gaining an understanding of Abrak. 8 Abrak is a type of magic. There are many other quotes that could be added from this time period, but the reader can see the point which is being made. Masonry has been a cancer destroying the Protestant churches for over 200 years. Charles Finney, the great Christian evangelist, after he joined and found out what Freemasonry was about, became a rabid anti-Mason. This was in 1824, the year he went into evangelism. While Finney was warning Christians about Masonry, another Christian, the Rev. George Taft, was saying, Masonry and religion what God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. 9. Drive. Morey claims he read everything the Christians had written about Freemasonry. 10. He claims in the book to have studied Masonry in depth and found it was Christian before Albert Pike. One wonders if he missed the great evangelist Charles Finney's statements. Finney was a Mason, but left to be a Christian in 1824. He stated in the 1830s, surely, if Masons really understood what Masonry is, as it is delineated in these books, no Christian Mason would think himself to remain at liberty another day as a member of the fraternity. It is as plain as possible that a man knowing what it is, and embracing it in his heart, cannot be a Christian man. To say he is to disbelieve the very nature of Christianity. According to an ex-Mason now Christian, the Masons have infiltrated all the religious and denominational groups. Whether this is an overstatement or not, it is clear from the author's research that it can't be much of an overstatement, because Masons can be found even in groups that forbid them. If organizations of Christians are examined, Masons can also be found in the leadership. By controlling Bible societies, the type of Bible translations, the distribution pattern, etc., are controlled. Some examples of Masons within Christian societies are American Bible Society, John T. Manson, Press. ABS, Edgar C. Powers, 33 degrees, DIST. Seconds. Of ABS, William Phillips Hall, V. Press. ABS, Trustee Old St. John St. Meth. Episc. Church, New York, KTN Scottish Rite, John Pinted, ABS First Seconds. American Christian Alliance, William H. Anderson, founder of ACA. Anti-Saloon League, William H. Anderson, New York branch, Ernest H. Charrington, John B. Lennon, VP. Of ASL. Canadian Bible Society, Edwin Ralph Georgetti, AS. DIR. 55-59. Christian Endeavors, Dr. Stanley B. Vandersall, President of U.S. CE Society, and Global Board Ministries, Samuel Herbert Allman, KT, GBM World Secretary. Institute of Practical Theology, Rev. Thomas Edward Weir, G. Prelate of KT, DIR. Of IPT. Jews for Jesus, Tovia Zaretsky, DIR. Of Development of Jews for Jesus, San Francisco, leader at several branches, now leader of LA. Branch. Travel Institute of Bible Research, Samuel H. Cuff. There are some Christians that this author doesn't know whether they are members, but they certainly are for the New Age agenda. An example. InterVarsity Christian Fellowship, David Bryant, not known if he is a Mason, but definitely into the New Age movement. The influence of Masonry upon church teachings can be seen in what the Educational and Historical Commission of the Grand Lodge of Georgia published in its Leaves from Georgia Masonry. Let us take a look at the number of great Bible classes for men which have been organized by the church. Many of these classes are being led by enlightened Masons. These laymen are bringing to the interpretation of the Bible many of Masonry's great revelations. 11. Bold added. Circle G Seminaries and Christian Schools. Circle G on the chart is seminaries and schools. The following list is made up of Freemasons who are in prominent positions in charge of Christian seminaries or schools, or are teachers. This is not a complete list, but is given in the hopes it will provide the reader for a feel for how much influence the Masonic Lodge has even on Christian education. Centers that were thought to have been Christian centers for theology are recruiting and training centers for all kinds of heresy and occultism. A list of Masons who are in charge of Christian education. Also included are members of the Skull and Bones Order considered to be part of the Illuminati. In each case they will be identified. American Baptist Church Education 111. State CONV. Springfield IL. Glenn Hall Leach, Director 1964-68. Andover Theological Seminary, Auburn Theological Seminary. Harry L. Reed, S&B Order, President. Baptist University, OK, Joshua B. Lee, Instructor. Baker University. Wallace B. Fleming, President. Baylor University. William R. White, President. Robert E. B. Baylor, Initial Donor. Bethany College. Perry E. Gresham, Press. Since 53, 32 degrees and KT. Berkeley Divinity School. Henry A. Yardley, S&B Order, Instructor. Bexley Theological Seminary. George C. S. Southworth, S&B Order Prof. Brown University. Jasper Adams, Minister and Professor, Clarence A. Barber, President, Eli Whitney Blake, S&B Order Prof. Chicago Theological Seminary. F.W. Fisk, S&B Order President. Christian College, Columbia, M.O. Eugene S. Briggs, President. Dakota Wesleyan University, Ernest H. Hanna, Instructor. Doshaba College. Dwight Whitney Learned, S&B Order, Professor. Drake University. William Cook, 33 degrees, Trustee. Drew Theological Seminary, Wallace B. Fleming, Professor. Episcopal High School. Archibald R. Hoxton, S&B Order. Evangelical Academy, Christopher Carl Andre, Director. Howard University. Kentucky Wesleyan College, John J. Tigert, President. Maclay College of Theology, Matt S. Hughes, Prof. of Theology. Methodist Sunday Schools. Edgar Blake, Seconds. A Board of SS. Nebraska Wesleyan University. Melvin Leroy Ireland, Trustee, Minister UMeth, Bray Hebrew Award 1945. Notre Dame. J. Lewis Brown, Faculty Member, Northwest Christian College, Eugene, or Jack Jackson, B.D. of Trustees. Otterbein, Leading United Brethren College in O. Drive. J. Gordon Howard, President. Pacific Methodist College. A.L. Fitzgerald, President. Presbyterian Church. Arnold Hilmer Lowe, Board of CHR. Ed. Princeton Theological Seminary. Roland Walter Anderson, Trustee, unconfirmed. Herbert A. Gibbons Hist. Professor, John T. Manson, Trustee. Rochester Theological Seminary, Clarence A. Barber, Professor. S.T. Marks. Edward T. Hall, S&B Order Instructor. St. Paul's. Archer Harmon, S&B Order, Instructor, Archer Harmon, Jr. S&B Order, Instructor, George S. Stillman, S&B Order, Instructor. Texas Wesleyan. Horace Bailey Carroll, Professor. Texas Christian. Perry E. Gresham, Minister and Instructor. Union College. Frank C. Laubach, Dean. Union Theological Seminary. Henry Sloan Coffin, S&K Order Prof. Of Theol President. Wesleyan University. R. Newton Crane, Professor, Delmar D. Dara, Professor. Westminster College, UT, John R. Palmer, President. West Virginia Wesleyan College. Carl G. Doney, President, Wallace B. Fleming, President. William Penn College Errol T. Elliott, President. Willamette University Bruce R. Baxter, President. Yale Divinity School Theological Seminary. George Dahl, S&K Order Prof. Timothy Dwight, S&K Order Prof. The Foundations, Circle B on chart. The lifeblood of many religious institutions comes from foundations and trusts. Without grants, many Christian schools would end up in the red financially. I am looking at an interoffice memo of a Christian seminary re. The 5-year planning process. It states, we must cultivate a financial support base of both current and endowment revenue adequate to securing the desired quality of students, faculty, staff, and facilities. 12 seminaries cultivate relationships that bring them financial grants. What foundations are busy giving money to religious institutions? There are a host of tiny foundations, and some medium-sized ones that were started by sincere people. Most if not all of the few big foundations tie into the One World Power. The One World Power in 1964 provided about 1/3 of the grant money going to religious groups. 13. In terms of foundation power, the manipulation of Christendom cannot hardly be underestimated. In order to stand in line for life-sustaining finances, Christian institutions have to prostitute themselves to the wishes of the One World Conspiracy. An example of a small foundation: Houston Endowment. The Mason Jesse H. Jones created the Houston Endowment. The disbursement of grants in 1984 give us an example of a small foundation which is working for the One World system. In 1984, Houston Endowment gave out the following grant amounts: 14. Abilene Christian University $50, 0. Jewish Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith $5, 0. Asbury Theological Seminary $5, 0. Baylor College of Medicine $33.66, Baylor University $7.95, 0. Congregation Beth Israel, Synagogue, $5, 0. First Presbyterian Church of Houston $5, 0. Georgetown University Center for Strategy and International Studies $25, 0. Houston Baptist University $152, 0. Incarnate Word College $25, 0. Jarvis Christian College $50, 0. Masonic Knight Templar I Foundation $15, 0. Masonic Shriners Hospitals for Crippled Children $419,240 St. John's School $5, 0. St. Mary's University $50, 0. St. Paul's Unit Meth Church $15, 0. Salvation Army $397,611 South Meth University $50, 0. Texas Christian University $50, 0. Texas Lutheran College $215, 0. Texas Wesleyan College $50, 0. Trinity University $55, 0. It is clear that these institutions must not be rocking the boat concerning the Freemasons. It is also noteworthy that the radical Jewish ADL, which has bombed and assassinated people ruthlessly, is a recipient. Until this book, few people would have seen any link between the Church of Christ, Jewish synagogues, Baptists, Lutherans, Methodists, Catholics, Presbyterians, and Salvation Army concerns. This book is exposing that the Masons have interest in all of these groups. An example of a large foundation. In the book, The Unholy Alliance, details are given on how the seminaries, church boards, and Christian colleges have been captured. Much of the money for this came from the Rockefellers. One of the principal large foundations that was instrumental in controlling religious institutions of various kinds was the Seal-Antic Fund. They have now shifted to other channels. This foundation, which was incorporated in 1938 and was headquartered in New York City, 50 West 50th St., gave enormous sums of money to manipulate Protestant concerns. In 1964, according to the Russell Sage Foundation's book The Foundation Directory, the Seal-Antic Fund gave away $681,886 in grants. 15 in 1969, the fund gave $1,889,550 in grants. 16. By 1984, the Seal-Antic Fund was not being used. But a look at another Rockefeller nonprofit untaxed foundation, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, shows a revealing grant pattern. Until this book, many people would not be able to assimilate the meaning of this pattern. Although these other Rockefeller foundations are not specifically geared toward religion such as the Seal-Antic Fund was, it is clear these other foundations still impact religion. Selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Bro. Fund 17. Council on Foundations $41,000. This money was, according to R.B. Fund info, toward work of project which will carry out recommendations from study that points out lack of knowledge about global interdependence and about relationship between international and domestic issues. Emphasis will be placed on information and educational programs to help funders become more familiar with and learn how to analyze opportunities for international grant making. Harlem Interfaith Counseling Service $1,000. Private agencies collaborating together $25,000. Encourages collaboration among private development agencies working in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Trilateral Commission $240. Selected grants in 1984 of the Rockefeller Family Fund and Rockefeller Foundation 18. ACLU $15. American Historical ASIC. $42. AMER. Philosophical Association. $57,5. Catholic University of America. $25. Catholic University of Chile. $224,2. Council on Foreign Relations. $165. NAACP. 1. Population Council. $1,235. University of Notre Dame. $25. Catholic institutions have been large recipients of grants from foundations connected to the world order. The next chapter will explore the Catholic Church's part in the one world religion. The infiltration of the Baptists, the largest of any Protestant denomination in the U.S., are the Southern Baptists. How widespread is Freemasonry in this largest denomination? 40% of the Southern Baptist ministers are Masons. 19. Not only are large numbers of Baptist ministers Freemasons, but the various Baptist denominational leaderships are heavily Masonic. Some examples are Brooke Hayes, 33 degrees, President of the Southern Baptist Convention in 1957. Joseph C. Hazen, 32 degrees, Corresponding Secretary of the Northern Baptist Convention, 1940-51. Commentator of the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in Amer. 1930-45. Matthew W. Hill, Vice Pres. of the American Baptist Convention, 33 degrees, and York Wright, K.T. Kenneth Raymond Kennedy, Minister of General Association. Gen. Baptist. And later Exec. Seconds. Of the Gen. Association. General Baptist. 1965 to 1977. Joseph Fort Newton, 33 degrees, author of several Masonic books and a Baptist minister. Aaron E. Prince, 32 degrees, a Baptist minister and president of 2 Christian colleges. George W. Truett, 1867 to 1944, 32-degree President of Baptist World Alliance 1934-39 and President of the Southern Baptist Convention, 1927 to 29. William R. White, 33 degrees, President of the Baptist Baylor University, Waco, TX since 1948. Baylor University was, by the way, named after the Baptist Mason Robert E. B. Baylor. The list could go on. Myron E. Adams, David Benedict, Clarence A. Barber, and on and on. 20 Scott Baptists, Masonry, and Mormonism. The Baptist Masons can be seen to have tie-ins to heresy. Sidney Rigdon was the Baptist minister who threw his lot in to support Joseph Smith start the Mormon Church. Rigdon had been licensed to the ministry in the First Baptist Church in Pittsburgh, PA. In 1819. 21 The 1866 Directory of Pittsburgh and Allegheny States on p. 10 that this First Baptist Church met in the Masonic Hall. Sidney Rigdon was influenced by the ideas of the same occultist thinkers who were active in secret societies in Europe as Karl Marx was. Ideologies, such as communism, are in many ways modern forms of religion. 22 The original thinkers devising communism were men like Saint Simon, who wanted to give birth to a new Messiah. In order for his goal of breaking the back of Christianity, a new religion had to be created. His final work was the New Christianity. He and his disciples planned for a fantastic new secular religion with globalness that foreshadowed much of this century's thinking. 23. A recurrent mythic model for many of the early revolutionists was Prometheus, who in Greek religious thought had been the titan who stole fire from the gods for mankind. Fire and flames have been used as a symbol of enlightenment for many occultic groups. This gives us further understanding behind Lenin's name for his periodical The Spark. 24 One of the Masonic adepts says that the Illuminati hammer of Thor represents illuminating power. This in all probability is the origin of the Russians' flag's hammer. 25. To understand the origins of revolution and today's New World Order, it is of profit to realize that speculation about the year 20 began not with the futurology of the 1960s, but with a dramatic work written in the 1780s by the same figure who invented the word communist. 26. The Secret Fraternal Society of Flowers in France, 1836–38, was the first full-fledged communist society. Prior to its founding there were a multitude of experiments along a similar line. Owen founded communes in both England and America. Owen was invited to France by one of his disciples Jules Gay to set up a Maison Harmonienne to unite Saint-Simonianism, Fourierism, and Owenism. He went in 1837. The Mason Bonerati produced a basic text for social revolutionaries later entitled History of the Conspiracy of Equals. This book was widely used by French social revolutionaries. The Mason Bonerati, who headed the Universal Statistical Society, and who looked up to Owen, helped get a small Owenite association of all classes of all nations going. 27 Saint-Simonianism was continued after Saint Simon died by the son of a Jewish banker Holland Rodriguez and his student Onfantin. The Scotch Baptists, immersed Sandemanians, started in 1775 by the Scott minister John Glass, were also a primary source of Sidney Rigdon's thinking. It is not hardly known that Alexander Campbell was converted to the Scotch Baptists, and that his Disciples of Christ were an offshoot of this group. 28 Rigdon's Baptist Church was of this type, and maintained tenuous if any relations with other Baptist churches. The Scott Baptists practiced a modified communism. 29 and believed in a universal church. 30. Alexander Campbell lost patience with their church in Pittsburgh, PA, because they were having so many problems. 31. Alexander Campbell had initially received help from the Presbyterians, and later was ordained by the regular Baptists. 32. But finally struck out on his own tangent, and Sidney Rigdon joined him. Sidney Rigdon wanted to continue the communism that the Sandemanians had. Alexander Campbell wanted to continue the nomenclature of the Scotch Baptists in regards to the weekly collection which they called the Fellowship, but wasn't interested in the communism. 33. It is at this point that the influence of the occultic originated communes of Owens, Fourier, George Rapp, and others also played a part. These communal experiments had all failed, but individuals still loyal to their ideas found Rigdon's communal ideas compatible. Alexander Campbell not only allied his church temporarily with the Unitarians. 34. But allowed Universalists and Masons to join his movement. Alexander Campbell later regretted doing this. 35. People with these types of background found their way into two commune towns that Rigdon set up, and later handed over to Joseph Smith. John Cook Bennett, who was a Mason as a Campbellite, later became the mayor of the Mormon town of Nauvoo. He was expelled from the Mormon Church on May 11, 1842 and moved to Pittsburgh, PA. 36. Rigdon joined the Freemasons. He also was the major factor in taking Joseph Smith from being a prophet without a church to a prophet with an organized church of two communes. Rigdon's congregations at Kirkland gave Joseph Smith the nucleus of his Mormon community. To this came in such new converts as the followers of the millennialist and communist Bernhard Mueller, aka Count de Leon, whose followers had left George Rapp's failed economy commune. 37. These people were expecting the Lion of Judah would reveal himself for the constitution of his divine kingdom. One of the practices of the Scott Baptists of going to the theater and dances and other worldly amusements, which were commonly condemned by most respectable Christian denominations in those times, seems to have carried over into modern Mormonism through Sidney Rigdon and other ex-disciples of Christ Mormons. 38. Horace Greeley, a Fourierist, an Illuminatus. 39. And editor of the Daily New York Tribune, gave Joseph Smith some of his early publicity. In 1842, Horace Greeley published in his paper information on all the Fourierist movement's activities, meetings, conventions, and the organization of the first settlement, as well as ideological articles. 40. The Baptists and the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Mason Rigdon had been associated with a fringe Baptist group. The help the Jehovah's Witnesses received was from a very conventional mainstream Baptist church. In 1893, the Columbian Exposition in Chicago cut railroad rates down to about a penny per mile, a quarter of their normal rates. This prompted the International Bible Students to have their first National Assembly. 41. 5 days of meeting were held, and what denomination helped them out? The Baptists. 360 Jehovah's Witnesses, then known as Bible Students, were in attendance. The JW audience watched in the Calvary Baptist Church while the Bible Students baptized 70 converts in the Baptist baptismal facilities. 42. Baptist churches also opened up and allowed C.T. Russell to preach in them. The Baptists and the New Age. Will the Masons who are Baptists protect their flock from the New Age? In answering this author is reminded of how one evening his wife was remarking how the Baptist Senator Mark Hatfield was being shown on television. The news was about a Masonic gathering for the senator. 43. Yes, this prominent Baptist senator, and there are other Baptist senators who also are or have been Masons, is a 32-degree Freemason. This author has it from first-hand sources that the senator attends meetings with witches and other New Age activities. This is just one of many Baptist Masons who are involved with the New Age. The Masonic influence seems to be the best explanation for the seepage of New Age propaganda into the Baptist churches. The ancient Hindu occult symbol the Enneagram was introduced and promoted in the U.S. by the representative of the Mother. The Mother is the leader of the New Age community at Auroville, India. Maurice and Hannah Strong, who have connections to the Order, to the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, are the leaders in the U.S. Promoting the Mother. Each year, her disciples make pilgrimages back to Oroville for an international meeting. 44. The Enneagram has spread into many areas of Christendom, but its use is no accident, it has been promoted. Nor has the heavily Masonic Baptist leadership prevented its use by Baptist leadership. Shirley Ann Miller, an ex-occultist who became a Christian, writes, "No one really knows where the Enneagram came from, but it is believed to have originated around the 14th or 15th century by mystics called the Sufis and the Jesuits." 45. Whatever a person believes is its pagan origin, it is now being promoted by Catholic charismatics, mystics, New Agers, and uninformed Christians. The Southern Baptist churches have been inviting the New Age author M. Scott Peak, an open promoter of Zen Buddhism, to speak to their congregations. Zen Buddhism, as the reader remembers, has no personal God, but does have plenty of meditation and works, and expects the individual to find his own salvation. 46. Recently in the Baptist Stand, the most widely distributed Baptist publication in the state of Texas, a top official of the Southern Baptist Convention suggested that Baptist churches did not have to worry about losing members to New Age churches since there are no New Age churches. 47. In a perverse way, there is tiny element of truth in that. Some Baptist churches don't need to fear losing their members to New Age churches because they are New Age churches. For instance, Rodney R. Romney, the senior minister of the First Baptist Church in Seattle, wrote a book, which on the back cover says Mission, to Find God. Method, by finding oneself. Opening the book we find out that to understand God is to finally realize one's own Godhead. Romney advocates using Eastern mysticism, Sufism, and TM 48. Masons within the leadership of various Christian denominations have helped lead the fight against believing the Bible is infallible, for allowing homosexuality, and many other liberal unscriptural ideas. One of the Southern Baptist groups that Masons have participated in is the Association of Baptist Professors of Religion. Taylor Clarence, T.C. Smith was that association's president and a faculty member of the Furman University, a Baptist school. Smith, who was educated in part at the University of Edinburgh, Scotland, is well known for believing the Bible has errors, and also that modern scholars should decide what books they want to consider as canon. T.C. Smith, in a talk which criticized various Baptists for believing in Bible infallibility and which advocated the historical critical approach to Scripture, said it is the Bible, not God, that we are questioning. 34. 3 other instructors at Furman University of Greenville, SC, were also known for their attacks against the Bible. The book People of the Covenant was co-authored by the 3 faculty members Robert Wilson Crapps, Henry Jackson Flanders, Jr., and David Anthony Smith. At least one of these co-authors, if not more, Henry Jackson Flanders, Jr., is a Freemason. 49. Their book attacks many of the traditional Christian views such as Moses' authorship of the Pentateuch, which they discern Jesus was wrong about. Many of the seminaries are now teaching Eastern mysticism. 50. Baylor University, which has been a Baptist seminary run by the Masons, has continued to get more and more liberal. Some of the students that are going there are rebelling against the anti-Christian administration of this so-called Christian seminary. On Labor Day, on Focus on the Family program, students of Baylor University, who are trying to fight the anti-Christian administration of Baylor, were interviewed. 51. Baylor University has served Masonic goals well, or so says a letter from Sovereign Grand Commander Luther A. Smith, 33 degrees, to drive. James Wood, professor at Baylor. The Scottish Rite Supreme Council sent a $5.00 check to Baylor, handed to them by 33 degrees Mason R. Lee Lockwood. Smith, 33 degrees, Wrights Drive. Wood, perhaps also a Mason, this is another contribution to further the cause of education in the area of church-state separation, to which Baylor University is making such a fine contribution. 52. The Masonic influence on the Baptists is not always blatantly anti-Christian. Anything goes in the New Age. An ex-Mason, now a Christian, told this author how he and his wife went to a Masonic lodge for an event that to their surprise turned out to be a wife-swapping party. They left disgusted. An examination of pictures of Albert Pike and Henry Clausen, two of the most important Masons of their time, shows them wearing the symbol of Satan. It is hard to picture that devout Christians unequally yoked with these things, would not become corrupted. How could they sincerely participate in an organization that promised salvation to men practicing such things? One feels compelled to believe that high-ranking Christian Masons are not sincere Christians. Indeed, it seems that some of these insincere men are helped into prominent ecclesiastical positions, and use those positions to subtly ruin Christianity. Once we grasp the possibility of their insincerity, then it is easier to grasp what they are doing to Christianity, behind the scenes. However, the specific motivations of these men reside within their hearts. They may even be experiencing blackmail. "What kind of seed are you?" Jesus asked. The fruit from the type of seeds of destruction that are planted by these Mason Christians, are difficult to identify before they fully develop. This is why it is so important to examine ahead of time what is being done. Some Amish have a saying that you can tell how successfully a man was a Christian by his grandchildren. The author may have not only heard this, but may have read it in Family Life, an Amish periodical by Pathway. The Amish are experienced in counting the cost of a project or activity. Many practical or sound practices are being discarded today, because they are no longer fashionable. The bias to be modern and new is so great it clouds our evaluations. It's this author's opinion that some of the progressive types of people who were excited by cars, are now the type of progressives that are telling us how bad car pollution is. Like the headlong rush to use cars, the headlong rush to use computers was done without counting the cost. MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, discovered in their study of 20 Fortune 5 companies, that productivity had gone down in all of these top 20 companies with the introduction and use of computers. Sophisticated technology added nothing to overall productivity. 53 USA Today, November 16, 1983, in an article "High Tech Can't Deliver on Jobs" says, despite the siren appeal of high-tech industries, most new jobs in the USA economy will be created in old-fashioned service and manufacturing fields. So great is our bias toward change that our textbooks and media misportray history. For instance, history books and movies report about the German panzer divisions, but we seldom hear that most of Germany's WW2 army units relied on horses for transport. These horses were also valuable as a prime food source for the encircled German 6th Army at Stalingrad. The use of horses doesn't fit our American image of what a modern army should be using. This American cultural bias toward anything new makes it easier for those intent on introducing new ideas into the Christian churches, to do so without their proper evaluation. When these ideas wash out, we seldom evaluate what was wrong. The failure of many Christian Masons. This book uses the term Christian loosely as stated before the term is used, as it is commonly used for anyone and anything that even masquerades under that label. To see their children maintain any interest in Christianity should be a warning. This has been observed by this author and others in the state's Chick publications even has a tract addressing this. For instance, one of the parents of a Mason family asked this author, "I just can't understand why my kids are into drugs, and aren't interested in going to church at all. What are the costs to the Christian churches of the various pseudo-scriptural ideas that Masons are introducing into the churches? What are these? Unquestioned Christian support for Israel. That Israel will rebuild the temple and reintroduce the temple sacrifices. That the Jewish rites, blood sacrifices, will be restored. That Christians should not worry about the one world power, that they will be secretly raptured." But aren't these biblical ideas? Before examining if they are biblical, let us note which denomination has been very instrumental in pushing these ideas: the Southern Baptists. The Southern Baptist leadership, which was Masonic, has promoted Masonry to the rank and file. During the 1920s, the Southern Baptists joined the Masons by the millions. This had a Christianizing effect, but it also gave good cover for the dyed-in-wool members of satanic cults, who used their Baptist membership as a cover. As an example of Baptist doctrine, the Encyclopedia of Southern Baptists, Vol. 4, states the millennial kingdom will be predominantly Jewish with headquarters in Palestine and temple worship in Jerusalem. 54. Although this author doesn't want to take the space at this point to show it, the idea that temple blood sacrifices will be restored is completely contrary to the work of Christ, and is actually part of the plan, the satanic plan to carry out blood sacrifices in the open. 55. An example. Before examining these ideas, let us look at one good example of a leading Baptist Mason who was very useful in spreading these ideas from the pulpit and radio. His name is Rufus McKinley Dodrill. People in Indianapolis will remember him for several things. Some remember there was a bad spirit in his large Broadway church. After his death, his large Broadway church practically vanished. This is where the importance of the long-range consequences of our actions can be seen. Others will remember how he spoke over the radio for 37 years, much of it on prophecy. Others will remember how most of the Baptist churches in that area were spin-offs from Dodrill's Broadway Baptist Church. Dodrill wrote about the secret rapture in his book Keep Your Eye on the Sky: The Key to Prophecy, which was published in 1972. He provides a big chart of his dispensational premillennial overview of history in the book's back. On page 31 he states, when Billy Graham will have finished his last evangelistic campaign, he will have preached the gospel to every nation. 56. A little further on p. 42 one reads that he is fully aware many scriptures contradict his secret rapture theory. As I have studied prophecy over the years, I was struck by apparent contradictions. How could Jesus come as a thief in the night and yet at the same time on the clouds of great glory and every eye see him? He finds the key to this contradiction, which to him proves an invisible rapture, is that a certain week in Daniel's prophecy was postponed till the end of the church age. He sees the figure of 144, 0 as literal Jewish evangelists, and that the Jewish kingdom of David will be restored. That the man was a Mason, doesn't mean his doctrines are necessarily wrong. But it is important for Christian to go back and unravel who has been teaching us some of these doctrines and where they originated. It is especially critical to our study of the one-world religion because the secret pre-trib rapture theory has almost wiped out Christian opposition to the one-world power. Upset Christians have confronted this author, "Why are you bothering about this? We are going to be raptured. God is not going to allow us to suffer." Are these ideas biblical? The pre-trib rapture theory has been discredited by theologians, and has fallen into disrepute in recent years with Bible scholars. Even so, it comes as a shock to many to hear that the teaching is not in the Bible. This isn't to say that no one claims it comes from the Bible. As this is a historical expose, not a doctrinal dissertation, the reader is encouraged to examine the secret rapture and why it is not biblical from other sources. The Encyclopedia of American Religions by J. Gordon Melton states that the rapture idea started with Margaret MacDonald in 1830. For 18 centuries, Christians had believed in what is called today the post-trib rapture, that is, that when Christ returned they would be caught up with him. This is what 1 Thess 4:13-18 clearly indicates. However, several Protestant groups in Ireland, Scotland, and England with Jesuit ties began preaching a secret rapture after Margaret's visions. A confluence of two sources, a Scottish lady Margaret MacDonald with her visions, and the Irvingites, helped influence Darby to adopt the rapture theory. The first source was a channeler or spirit medium, and the second source, the Irvingites, received their teaching from a Rabbi Ben Ezra, which was the pen name of a Jesuit Emmanuel Lacunza, pronounced Lacuntha, 173118001, of Spanish heritage. Margaret MacDonald lived near Glasgow, Scotland at Port Glasgow. A brilliant Englishman drive. Robert Norton was an actual witness of what Margaret had spoken during her visions, and had also received her own written accounts of everything. Her first vision was February 1, 1830. Her vision Christians would be raptured separately before Christ would return came in the spring of 1830. Norton cleared the air with his rare book The Restoration of Apostles and Prophets, in the Catholic Apostolic Church in 1861. This book tells the story of how Margaret's vision started the rapture belief. The Irishmen John Darby, Robert Norton, and a number of Irvingites, and many others came to Margaret's house to hear her visions. Edward Irving, an ex-Scottish Presbyterian, wrote in a letter the substance of Mary Campbell's and Margaret MacDonald's visions or revelations, given in their papers, carry to me a spiritual conviction and a spiritual reproof which I cannot express. 57 It did not take Irving long after Margaret's visions to first begin to preach the rapture. He also then translated the work of Lacunza, knowing full well that it was the work of a Jesuit priest. The earliest mention of the pre-trib rapture by this minister, who had been preaching during the 1820s, was in a letter written soon after July 6, 1830. 58 The Plymouth Brethren, even before Darby's influence, had heard in Plymouth, England in 1831, a sermon on the pre-trib rapture by Captain Percy Hall. 59 Two lawyers Darby and Schofield promoted the rapture theory in the U.S. Darby made trips across the U.S. during the 1860s and 1870s promoting the rapture. Darby himself had some tainted connections during this time period. In Dublin, Ireland, in the Brethren Assembly 7 leaders were chosen, and Edward Cronin was one of these. Edward Cronin was an ex-Catholic who preached the Masonic slogan liberty, equality, and fraternity. He was into a type of mystic Christian belief system. These Brethren churches were part of the Tractarian movement supported secretly by the Jesuits, and to which Darby joined himself to in 1827. 60. Darby also spent time with Irvingites and Tractarians in meetings at Lady Pouscourt's castle in 1833. In England, the Oxford Movement, a secret Jesuit program to destroy Protestantism, published tracts promoting the rapture. A Robert Baxter began prop-hecking and receiving angelic communications, which included the rapture. On Presbyterian Church caught up in this early charismatic movement, formally applied to become Roman Catholic. Later, Baxter declared that the messages he had received, although supernatural, had come from Satan. 61. Since that time an interesting host of religious leaders have promoted the secret pre-trib rapture: Herbert Armstrong, Oral Roberts, Cease, one originator of pyramid prophecy ideas, Hal Lindsey, and the 33 Degrees Mason and Southern Baptist Billy Graham. 6 questions to get U.S. thinking. Why is it that dyed-in-the-wool communist leaders like Billy Graham? Why is it that the Pope and the Catholic Church gave Billy Graham his doctorate? Yes, his doctorate is honorary. Why is it that Billy Graham is on record advocating that if the 10 Commandments can't be read in the public schools, then Communist Chairman Mao Zedong's principles should be taught? 62. Why is it that Billy Graham is on record several times saying in speeches that the Catholic Church preaches the gospel? 63. Why is it that Billy Graham doesn't believe in hell, but believes in Armageddon, yet both ideas are in the book of Revelation? 64. Why does Billy Graham support a one-world government, one-world church? 65. The New World Order creates Billy Graham. Thematia requisito prominence that Billy Graham experiencery zombulsither. Masons who have had their careers made for them by the New World Order. Billy Graham made his first confession of faith under the evangelist Mordecai Ham. It appears Billy Graham has been a Mason since the 1940s. His rise to fame started in Los Angeles. In 1949, his first Los Angeles crusade was launched. Notable Hollywood entertainers attended, such as Stuart Hamlin. William Randolph Hearst, head of the large Hearst newspaper chain, directed all his newspaper editors to give Graham wide coverage with the command, "Puff Graham." Hearst's newspaper chain is loudly touted as being a non-Jewish affair. Dilling reported in 1940 that the general manager of Hearst papers was the Jew J.D. Gortatowski. Chairman of the executive committee of Hearst Enterprises Inc. was Jew Solomon Solis Carvalho. Hearst's Boston publisher was Jew Carl Dreyfus, managing editor of Hearst's New York American was Jew Arthur G. New Mirror. Hearst's Int. News Service, Press. And GNRL. Manager, was Jew Moses Koenigsberg. Circulation director of all the Hearst papers and magazines, and a member of Hearst Exec. Council before going to prison was Jew Mo Annenberg. The list of Jews in the top leadership of Hearst newspaper chain could go on. The reader should be getting the picture. Following Hearst's newspaper chain's lead, the national news media gave Graham wide coverage in magazines and newspapers. Since that first publicity, the Jewish press, Jewish religious leaders, the Federal Council of Churches of Christ, the World Council of Churches and others have been bragging on Billy Graham. For instance, Drive. G. Paul Musselman, Executive Director of the Department of Evangelism of the National Council of Churches, spoke in warm terms about the work of evangelist Billy Graham. I call Billy Graham the greatest of the ecumenical voices. 66. The New Order power has spent an enormous amount of energy, time, and money to build up Graham's image. And Billy Graham has stayed away from controversy. Because Graham had connections to the New World Order, they got him booked in the communist countries. This seems more evident when we read Graham's Mason friend Robert Schuller's explanation for why Schuller was allowed into Russia to preach. The Mason Robert Schuller explained his success in becoming the first televangelist to be on Soviet TV. As both a combination of 1. Having friends like Armand Hammer and 2. Because his approach would not be sectarian nor evangelistic, but would be a message of possibility thinking. 67. For those not aware, the late Armand Hammer was close to the center of the New World Order's center of power, and was a go-between the World Order and their men who ruled in the Kremlin. According to reports, Hammer brought instructions each time as to who was to rule the USSR. Each time there was a change. Hammer was a friend of the Mountbattens and the Rothschilds. See Chap. 3.3. Graham has been very close to all the presidents since Eisenhower. All of these presidents have been handpicked by the New World Order as acceptable. See Appendix for their connections to the New Order. Although Nixon knew that Graham was in favor of his presidency, Nixon told him not to publicly endorse him. Your ministry is more important than my getting elected president. Why would Nixon, who worked for Rockefeller, view Graham's ministry as more important than for Nixon being president? Nixon is not really that religious. I believe Nixon meant it more in the sense that Graham's ministry is more important to the New Order than Nixon's presidency. Certainly, Nixon wasn't concerned about Christ. Why the New World Order created Billy Graham? The New World Order doesn't feel they can fail when they can create men like Billy Graham. The New World Order has made him the most respected man in America. And he is their man consciously working for them. If he lives long enough he will be one of their most powerful assets to bring in a false Christ. Adam Weishaupt, organizer of the Bavarian Illuminati, said in German, "The most admirable thing of all is that great Protestant and Reformed theologians who belong to our order really believe they see in it the true and genuine mind of the Christian religion." Oh, man, what can't you be brought to believe? 68. The great evangelist Charles Finney left the Masonic Lodge when he dedicated his life to God. The evangelist Finney spent his life warning Christians about Freemasonry. He declared that Masons in the higher levels have lost their consciences because they have seared their consciences so much. 69. It seems almost ridiculous to imagine this great evangelist groped blindfolded in some lodge and declared he was in need of light to the worshipful Masonic Lodge master. But that is what Billy Graham did. Again, when we ask ourselves how is it that a Christian evangelist could be part of the New World Order's team, we need to stop and remind ourselves that C.O. Mason, New Age leader, and Theosophical Society President Alice Bailey in her book Externalization of the Hierarchy teaches that the three main channels through which the preparation for the New Age is going on might be regarded as the Church, the Masonic fraternity and the educational field. Externalization of the Hierarchy, p. 511, See Chapter 1:1 for the photocopy documenting it. The Jehovah's Witnesses Watchtower and Awake. Magazines in the 1950s began to report on Billy Graham's crusades. Billy Graham's message about Armageddon and the millennium is so similar to the Watchtower societies, that they like to quote him. Billy Graham has been warning that many experts project that man will not live to see 2070. The ultimate goal of Freemasonry and those bringing us a one-world religion is power. Their program has been to infiltrate leadership and recruit the clergy whenever possible. Consequently, you will not hear Billy Graham warn you about Freemasons. 33rd degree Mason Billy Graham does tell us that a new age is coming. His tract is titled A New Age is Coming is suggestive of the new age of Aquarius, having a rainbow on the tract's cover. However, the inside declares the new age to be a Bible concept. The inside is about a millennium and an Armageddon that Graham believes will soon be here. Brad Steiger is a New Age leader since 1957 when he wrote an article on reincarnation. Since then he has written hundreds of books on all types of New Age subjects, including channeling and magic. When interviewed and asked to define the New Age, Steiger apparently is remembering and quoting Graham's New Age tract or a similar type of tract to prove that the New Age is Christian. All my life I have tried to resist being labeled. I know that when I was in the evangelical fundamentalist school as a child, we were told there was a New Age coming, that was something that Jesus had promised. Now that I am a mature author, certain people say I am in the New Age movement, so I am on the side of Satan. I am very confused. Is the New Age a part of Jesus, or a part of Satan? I recently saw a little tract printed by an extremely fundamentalist church. It was called A New Age Dawning and had a big rainbow on the cover. But you also have Constance Cumbay, a fundamentalist, writing an attack on the New Age called The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow. 71. When Billy Graham was in Moscow's Baptist Church, he held out in his prayer with them the idea that the National Council of Churches were an important positive Christian group. He prayed for the NCC to his audience, out of this meeting NCCs there may come a great message to the Christian world. NCC people were not slack in getting this quote, and it came out in the official NCC news release. 72. Graham is supportive of the WCC, which in turn is supportive of a one-world government. See Chapter 2:7. Almost every issue of the New Age magazine, the name was recently changed to Scottish Rite Journal and then after 2 years it has again this year, 1991, been changed back to its original title New Age Magazine, has an article that makes a big production that this country was founded by Masons. Although neither Washington, Jefferson, nor Franklin were Christians, Christians like to believe this. See Chapter 3:4, Paul L. Boiler in his book George Washington and Religion put an end to all such myth and nonsense. After his book it is impossible to identify the adult Washington in any positive way as Christian. One of the nice smoke screens that Masons like to use ad nauseum is that George Washington was a Christian and the father of this country and a Mason, therefore Masonry cannot be evil. Billy Graham, perpetuating this myth, went to Valley Forge to the spot Washington supposedly prayed in the snow, and Graham knelt in Valley Forge to remind us of this. Likewise, Billy Graham's membership in the lodge is held out to Masons as proof that Masonry is a Christian organization. Robert Morey, who actually examined the Scottish Rites file on 33 Degrees Freemason Billy Graham 73 refers to Billy Graham on page 11 of his recent book The History of Freemasonry. Since most Masons in the U.S. are members of Christian churches and many clergymen belong to the fraternity, the idea that they are all involved in some kind of devil cult is absurd. Can anyone seriously think that such 33rd degree Masons as Senator Jesse Helms, the Christian champion of conservative politics, is a worshipper of Lucifer? Or, that one of the most well-known evangelists in the world is a Luciferian because he is a 33rd degree Mason? Well, drive. Morey, if I believe the scriptures then I can answer yes to that question. The scriptures say that Satan will not appear as evil, but as an angel of light and will deceive many. The scripture warned that in the last days perilous times shall come, as evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. But some will argue, isn't Billy Graham seducing men to come to Christ? In 1957, in Billy Graham's New York crusade, the largest number of decision cards, that is the cards filled out by Graham's counselors to people who come forward, were sent to 33 Degrees Mason Norman Vincent Peale's Marble Collegiate Church. 74, that was 373 people. Also 135 decision cards were directed to the liberal Riverside Church where Drive. Robert J. McCracken is minister. McCracken is what Christians call an infidel. He renounces the atonement, the resurrection, and the virgin birth. Repeatedly from newspapers, magazines, and counselors at the Crusades come the reports that Catholics who come forward for Christ at Billy Graham's Crusades are directed to join the Catholic Church. This has been a long-standing policy. In 1957, Billy Graham said, "Anyone who makes a decision at our meetings is referred to a local clergyman, Protestant, Catholic, or Jewish." How many Christians at the grassroots who voluntarily do much of the work to make a Billy Graham crusade possible, know that the people who come forward, if they are Jewish, will be directed to a synagogue? It may not happen in all cases, but it is happening. The Jewish author Gerald S. Strober, in his book American Jews Community in Crisis, p. 110, states that after a resolution in February 1973 at Pittsburgh by the NCC failed to declare the NCC against converting the Jews, that Billy Graham announced the following day a statement that God had a special place for the Jews and rejected coercive evangelistic efforts. Privately, Graham has assured Jewish leaders he is against converting the Jews to Christianity. Strober also informs his readers, p. 111, that many Christian organizations that are Jewish missions take their marching orders from Billy Graham. This confirms numerous reports by Christians that many Jewish missions are designed to simply fleece the Christians, and that they pad their figures of converts to get more financial support while pretending to convert Jews. Christians should investigate what their money is actually going to. This idea that we as Christians should look at all the great things Billy Graham has done is unscriptural. Christ said the least on earth will be the greatest in heaven. Christ said if you've been rewarded here on earth, you don't need a reward in heaven, for you've already been paid. The many books and publicity praising Graham in every possible way, including calling him a prophet, have given Billy Graham his reward. Most of his works are not so wonderful. As already stated, the majority of people who come forward at many of these crusades are not directed to sound churches, but to New Age churches, etc. People are excusing and justifying their Masonic memberships by thinking if the greatest Christian is a Mason, then it must be a good organization. New Christians also look at Graham as the supreme role model. They think if the greatest Christian is a millionaire, then that is a good role model. They really have no excuse for such perverted thinking because Jesus is our role model. But how good is Graham as a role model, when people are starving worldwide and he lives the life of the millionaire with rich food, hobnobbing with the elite, playing golf, etc. When Graham's works are examined, they will be burned up, while some old widow who nobody has given any attention to is going to receive many golden crowns in heaven. Jesus' words will then come true, that the least on earth shall be the greatest in heaven. But it may be argued, Billy Graham doesn't water down the message of salvation. And he has talked to more people about Christ than anyone else, and look how many are making decisions for Christ. But Billy Graham does water down the message of Christ in many ways. All but one of Billy Graham's children have received an infant baptism with a sprinkled baptism. 75 supposedly, Baptists are strong on baptism on confession of faith and reject infant baptism. Not Billy Graham. Interestingly, a well-researched article on Billy Graham in the Journal of Church and State concludes in examining Billy Graham's interaction with the various presidents. Could Graham speak the word of truth, especially when that word may be critical or slashing to the man in the White House when he is on such friendly terms with him? On the basis of the evidence now available, the answer must be no. 76. Just how does Graham match up to Scripture? Each of us has his reference point and, for me as a Christian, the reference point by which I measure my life and thought is the Bible, the Holy Scriptures of the Old and New Testaments. Billy Graham. I would like to remind Billy Graham that Christ did nothing in secret, especially not the mystery religion of Masonry. No man is above being rebuked by the Word of God. The Apostle Peter, who was so instrumental on the day of Pentecost and in the early church, was rebuked by Paul to his face. Gal. 2:11-14. Billy Graham claims to measure his life by the Bible. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they be of God, because many false prophets are gone into the world. 1 John 4:1. The Bible says try the spirits. Billy Graham has been active in Freemasonry and helpful to the WCC. It is obvious by the friends and groups he supports that he does not try the spirits to see if they are from God. Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned, and avoid them. Rom. 16:17. The Bible says to mark those with false doctrines. But Graham praises and compliments the worst kinds of heretics, such as Drive. E. Stanley Jones, author of a book on Gandhi, Methodist Bishop Gerald Kennedy, the 1963 L.A. Crusade chairman, and whom Graham praised as, Bishop Kennedy is one of the 10 greatest Christian preachers in America. The tract Why We Cannot Support the Billy Graham Crusade outlines beautifully what the scriptures say we are to do with heretics. Rebuke them, Titus 1:13. Have no fellowship with THEMF 5:11. Withdraw yourself from with these types. Thes 3:6. From such turn away. Tim 3:5,8. Receive them no. Jn 10:11. Reject heretics. Titus 3:10. Be seper tecor 6:17. Billy Graham fails on each of these points. Drive. Robert J. McCracken, head of the Riverside Church and an infidel, was the man Graham wanted on the platform to lead in prayer in the 1957 New York Crusade. Over and over again men like this have played key roles in Graham's crusades. If Graham did not call on his Masonic buddies to help out in his crusades, perhaps more people would realize that Catholics that make decisions are sent to Catholic churches, Jews are sent to the rabbis, and many weak Christians are directed to New Age Christian churches. Of the 1,3 Catholics that came forward at the San Francisco Crusade, practically all remained Catholic. Sword of the Lord, July 2, 64. Joe Kennedy, the liberal minister and chairman of a prominent NCC committee, was placed in charge of Graham's new converts in 1958. 77. His CO chairman of his advisory committee for his St. Louis Crusade in 1973 was Arthur Lee Mallory, 32 degrees, and deacon in a So Baptist Church. Before the 1972 Paris Billy Graham Crusade, the press was informed that people coming forward requesting reaffirmation to the Catholic faith would be turned over to the Catholic Church. 78 flyers from Billy Graham's crusades indicate that converts are being sent to Catholic churches. Billy Graham gave assurances to Jewish leaders that he didn't feel they needed to be converted because God had a special plan for the Jews. In line with this, Jews that come forward in crusades are directed to synagogues. Billy Graham is pro-Jewish. When a resolution in February 1973 at the National Council of Churches at Pittsburgh failed to declare the NCC against converting the Jews to Christianity, Billy Graham announced the following day that the Jews are a special group and called on Christians to reject coercive evangelistic efforts. 79. Billy Graham has used particular worldly entertainers repeatedly in his crusades. 80. Pat Boone, a charismatic, continued to play in Playboy-type clubs and nightclubs, while Graham used him to sing at his crusades. Pat Boone was given a special position by the State of Israel, and is very pro-Jewish. He was involved in the Nugent Hand Bank scandal, which was a CIA-created bank. His daughter Debbie Boone made a hit song, You Light Up My Life. The words of the song were written by a woman who worshipped Lucifer and wrote the song to Lucifer. Christ warned us to beware when all men spoke good of us, and to realize that it is harder for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a. The simple meaning of his words should not be lost in all the wealth and the mansion that is part of an evangelist's life. Finally, if we want to get blunt about it, Billy Graham, your worship of Lucifer is unscriptural. For the reader's edification, let us review how the upper levels of Satanism operate. The Illuminati requires its people to have a cover, preferably a cover identity that is very respected. In order to keep their satanic power, as Satanists rise through the ranks of Satanism, they must maintain a balance between their good deeds and their evil. If this balance is lost, they lose their power and in the highly competitive Illuminati are destroyed. This is why some of the leading Illuminati are some of the most respected and leading philanthropists. Let us take an example. Was Jimmy Carter a Christian, B, a Satanist, or C, both? This author would say both. Jimmy Carter came from a family involved in Satanism. His sister was the highest witch in North America. His brother Billy is famous for his friendship with Quadov. Jimmy Carter was programmed by the Tavistock Institute. Tavistock Institute psychologist drive. Peter Bourne picked Carter for president because he had undergone an intensive brainwashing program administered by Admiral Hyman Rickover at Annapolis. Mullins, The World Order, p. 192, Tavistock also maintains 2 schools at the Rothschilds' old haunt Frankfurt, Germany. Through programming, the Illuminati are able to create multiple personalities. These people can have some personalities that serve God, and others that are satanic. The various personalities are called altars. While on the Illuminati's top council of 13 before turning his life over to Christ, Johnny Todd got a memo from the Rothschilds, the satanic headquarters, telling him that Jimmy Carter was totally reliable for the Satanists. Todd also has revealed that Carter is a Mason and part of the Illuminati. Knowing then how Satanism works, we would expect that a high-ranking Satanist would have to have the respectability that Billy Graham has. That is the way they operate. It is also quite normal for these people to have respectable covers and multiple personalities. What about the good Billy Graham does? God does work good through all circumstances, and can exercise his will in spite of Satan. Christians recognize that he created Satan, and certainly knows how Satan thinks. Some readers may wonder whether it isn't just as well to allow Billy Graham to continue his crusades, even though behind the scenes he might be something else. This author would like to suggest that Christians reevaluate what is really happening at the crusades. Marshall Frady has written perhaps the best book making an attempt to present the real picture of Billy Graham behind the myth. His book is Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness. Boston, Little Brown and Co. 1979. One Christian commented that if every Christian read Frady's book, Graham would lose his support. Frady covers the New York Crusade on pages 291 to 315. The details are especially enlightening in terms of Wise As Serpents research. The original patronage to have the crusade came from people like the Vanderbilts, Goulds, and Whitneys. To oversee the New York Crusade, an executive committee was established with names that could come from a who of the New World Order if such a book existed. The committee chairman was Reagan Hull, president of Mutual Life of New York. The committee included Chase Manhattan Bank's president George Champion, 33 Degrees Mason Norman Vincent Peale, and millionaire William Randolph Hearst, Jr. pp. 292-93. Millions were spent on the crusade from money Christians and churches donated. Enormous volunteer time and energy were put into building everything up for the moment Graham would speak. 650 billboards announced Billy Graham along with 40 bumper stickers. Although the crusade was billed as designed to save Sodom, New York, 7,5 of the garden seats went to Christians bussed in from all over the U.S. 11,2 seats in all were given to distant delegations, guest ministers, the crusade staff of counselors, ushers, and choir. Only 7,8 seats were available for New Yorkers. Most of the New Yorkers who did go were church members. Most of the decisions were made by Christians for minor backsliding. Of the people who went forward, 64% were referred to churches they were already members of, and almost all the other 36% did not join where they were referred. Graham himself admitted that 40 to 70% of the decision cards were from people of sponsoring churches, and almost all the rest were from people who had been members of non-sponsoring churches. Frady concludes from the various studies and figures that Graham's New York crusade did little for the unsaved of New York, but did revitalize Christians who attended somewhat. It also netted the Billy Graham crusade many extra millions. Observers of the crusade described the cover signs as popcorn conversions. All over the stadium comes a pop, pop, as people puff and bloom into weightless Christians. p. 307, one minister who observed the New York crusade said, "My greatest misgivings about Graham is his apparent conviction that a kind of intramural revival within the church serves just as well as a true sweeping revival out in the world. For that reason, I don't think he's ever going to reach the truly lost, the truly destitute and despised and unreconciled of the earth. With him, it's more an inside the sanctuary production, a matter of housekeeping within the faith." p. 311. Billy Graham's Masonic membership sticks out like a sore thumb to those familiar with Freemasonry. Graham pals around with other Mason clergymen. In his books, if he refers to people, it is typically someone who is a Mason. His Masonic membership sticks out like a sore thumb to those familiar with Masonry. Christ rubbed shoulders with all types. But he didn't legitimatize them like Billy Graham has. Billy Graham commented once concerning his friendships, "I make every effort not to let it appear that I favor one party over another. I count Secretary Dulles a friend, but Senator Humphrey is also a good friend of mine, who he met when we were both swimming in the nude at the YMCA pool in Minneapolis where he was running for mayor. Allen Dulles was especially an important player for the New World Order, and Senator Humphrey has been very connected to." Repeatedly, these are the people Billy Graham spends his time with doing various recreational activities. Much more can be said along this line, including his subtle support for his fellow Masons' political campaigns, such as Sen. Jesse Helms. One particular Christian close to Billy Graham spent time in an eastern city in a hotel room with Billy Graham talking about the conspiracy. After spending 18 hours in this hotel room discussing the New World Order, Billy Graham is reported to have said, "I am a captive of this organization. It is a standard tactic of the Illuminati, their New World Order and its various branches, to use fear and blackmail to bring people into line. This is what separates those who love Christ, and those who esteem other things first. Those who try to save their lives will lose their lives, and those who lose their lives for Christ's sake will be the ones who really save their lives." This is taught in MT 1625, MK 835, LK 924, 1733, and JN 1225. The authority issue. The issue here is not doctrine, but authority. The issue involves a false authority that has immense power, and has deluded many people. Billy Graham has been consciously helping the power to set up its one world religion. More about this and his participation later. The Masons have been creating a hurricane, a concentration of power, like the vortex of water going down your drain. Power is being concentrated. This power has a plan. Their plan is frightening. It is like Orwell's 1984, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, and H.G. Wells' The Shape of Things to Come, New World Order, A Modern Utopia, etc. For myself, no matter how nice men seem, if they are contributing secretly or openly to an agenda to enslave me and my posterity, then I will not support them nor their programs. An old letter written on July 3, 1855 to a Baptist minister in this area from a Baptist Reverend Ezra Fisher, in New England, sticks in my mind. The letter describes the Baptist minister Boyakin, who was the first Baptist minister in Portland, and an archmason. Brother Boyakin is popular with his church and the world. 81. The words are somewhat haunting, when one thinks of Jesus' words, "Woe to you when all men speak well of you." LK 6:26. The Masonic influence has always been strong within the Baptist ministry in this area. A minister who tried to raise the issue of Masonry in a ministers' conference in June 1909 was silenced by the group. The event that had spurred W.M. Wyatt to try to raise the issue was that Portland's first Baptist minister W. Brower, a Mason, had invited his Masonic order to his church the previous Sunday and preached a sermon Baptists and Masons. In the sermon, he had declared that the two groups believed the same. An exact quote is that they were one in their fundamental doctrines. This author wonders if Brower considered Christ's atonement and salvation as fundamental doctrines. This was not the first time this type of thing had happened in the area. In July 1904, the Baptist evangelist Ray Palmer, a Mason, had spoke positively of the Masonic order, which was the topic of his sermon. 82 One Pietist Baptist temple in the area, apparently Masonically connected, placed the Knights Templar logo on the side of their church in 1919. Whether a denomination or a man meets Daniel Webster's dictionary definition of a Christian or not is not important. Daniel Webster is not going to be their judge on Judgment Day. Some of Billy Graham's close Masonic clergy friends mocked the idea of God being a judge. The Mason G. Bromley Oxenham, friend of Graham's, leader of the federal CCC. C. Chap. 2-4, in his book Preaching in a Revolutionary Age, mocks the concept of a judgment by calling a God who would judge sin a dirty bully. 83 Definitions such as Webster's or Oxenham's will not be the issue at judgment, but what is acceptable and righteous in God's sight. Anyone is free in this country to practice whatever religion he wants, and to call himself a Christian. That the Constitution gives this right does not make it right to practice anything. The Constitution is not the standard God Yahweh judges by to determine whether something is pleasing to him or not. He has given his word, and standards to mankind in his inspired scriptures. Condemned by their own words. Many in the conspiracy have hidden their involvement behind nebulous statements against the anti-Christian forces. Some have even spelled out their agenda in reverse. For instance, the Mafia owned major shares in the producer of the Godfather movie. The Mafia made millions over a movie supposedly exposing them. In Billy Graham's book Approaching Hoofbeats, The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Chapter 7, the reader is told of the infiltration by the one world power into the church. Who wrote Chapter 7, called The White Horse, and its writer is not clear. The reader should be alerted that major Christian publishers write books and affix with approval the names of big Christian authors. 84 Billy Graham also says on page 9 that without the help of a few of my associates and friends I could not have written this book. We should say it is our book. Interestingly, whoever wrote it gives a good warning about the power's deception within the church. First, MT 24:24, 2 Thess 2:9, 2 Cor 11:14, and Gen 3:13 are quoted. These scriptures are all good warnings to Christians that it will be difficult for Christians to recognize deceivers, because the deceivers will perform so many signs, miracles, and wonders. Then it is pointed out that Satan comes as an angel of light, and cunningly conceals his real intents. 2 Tim 3:13 is quoted, evil men and impostors will go from bad to worse, deceiving and being deceived. It seems like Jesus left the embezzler Judas with the money bag, and the church has left advice against the power to one of the power's primary men. The chapter continues, the Bible teaches that there will be more and more false teachers, prophets, and even false religious conferences in the church as the age draws toward its end. As the Apostle Peter said, there will be false teachers among you. They will secretly introduce destructive heresies, even denying the sovereign Lord who bought them, bringing swift destruction on themselves. Many will follow their shameful ways and will bring the way of truth into disrepute. In their greed these teachers will exploit you with stories they have made up. Note, that some of Graham's teachings have denied the dominion of the sovereign Lord and made Christ a subjective truth only. Billy Graham's book continues, Satan does not want to build a church and call it the first church of Satan. He is far too clever for that. He invades the Sunday school, the Youth Department. The Christian Education Program. Thepulpit and the Seminary Classroom. The Apostle Paul warned that many will follow false teachers, not knowing that in feeding upon what these people say they are taking the devil's poison into their own lives. Thousands of uninstructed Christians are being deceived today. False teachers use high-sounding words that seem like the height of logic, scholarship, and culture. They are intellectually clever and crafty in their sophistry. 85. Lord, we have allowed ourselves to be deceived. We humbly confess the white horse and its rider chapter is correct. We have allowed great men to deceive us. We pray for forgiveness for Billy Graham. If he would simply stop his cooperation with this evil power, it would gratify us. Lord, we pray that your church will resist being fatalistic toward the power that plans to enslave mankind, and wake up to their manipulation by the power. Rosen, Paul, 33, Satan etc., France, 188, p. 335. New Age Magazine, official organ of the Supreme Council of 33 Degrees A and A Scottish Rite, September 1921, Washington, D.C. p. 389. See photocopy of this page in the Scouting Report Chapter 1. 1. Proceedings of the Grand Lodge of Illinois, 1909, p. 213. Church of England Newspaper, July 6, 1962. 5. Crocker, Rev. Henry. History of the Baptists in Vermont, p. 46. Thomas, Rev. Abel C. The Autobiography of Rev. Abel C. Thomas. Boston, J. M. Usher, 1852, p. 62. Hutchinson, William. The Spirit of Masonry. 1775, p. 80. Roberts, Alan E. Freemasonry in American History, p. 239. Telephone interview with this author, 1991. Leaves from Georgia Masonry, Educational and Historical Commission of the Grand Lodge of Georgia, 1947, p. 74 as quoted in The Secret Teachings of the Masonic Lodge by John Ankerberg and John Weldon, p. 209. Interoffice Memo, April 21, 1989, author has further details. Author's analysis of grants from the Foundation Grants Index. Goranzik Ella ed. Compiled by the Foundation Center. The Foundation Grants Index 13 edition. New York, The Foundation Center, 1984, pages 501 to 504. Walton, N.D. and Mariana O. Lewis, editors. The Foundation Directory ed. 2. New York, published by Russell Sage Foundation, 1964, p. 584. Lewis, Mariana O. and Patricia Bowers, editors. The Foundation Directory ed. 4. New York, Columbia University Press, 1971, p. 342. Goranzik, O.P. CIT. pp. 369 to 372 18. Ibid. pp. 372 to 373. Carlson, Ron. Freemasonry and the Masonic Lodge, tape, by Christian Ministries International, Eden Prairie, MN. 553-4411. Most of these memberships can be found in the Mason's own reference book 10, 0 Famous Freemasons. The others are taken from reliable sources only. Billington, James. Fire in the Minds of Men, Origins of the Revolutionary Faith. New York, Basic Books, Inc. p. 208 to 209. 22. Ibid. p. 211. The Spark in recent times is also the name of an anarchist bi-monthly newsletter pub. In Port Townsend, W.A. Billington, O.P. CIT. P7. This information comes from a female adept who was the leader of Stella Matuna, and who was high in CO Masonry and other occult activities. Stella Matuna, the reader will remember, is a spin-off of a Masonic spin-off from Societas Anglica in Rosicruciana. Owen's relationship with the revolutionaries is brought out in the Art of Matthies, A. Babeuf et Robert Owen compares et defendus par Bonerati, La Révolution de 1848, 1910, pp. 233-9. The interest by Engels and Marx in Owen is documented in Billington's Fire in the Minds of Men, p. 587. Concerning the Mason Bonerati and the association, of all classes of all nations, see Podmore, F. Robert Owen, A Biography, Vol. 2, L, 1906, pp. 459-460, and in the section of H. Desroches' book Images and Echoes of Owenism in 19th Century France, pp. 249,258. The documentation of how the disciples of Christ were an offshoot of the Scott Baptists is in the book Whitsitt, Prof. William H. Origin of the Disciples of Christ, Campbell-Lights. Louisville, K.T., Baptist Book Concern, 1891. Ibid. pp. 10-11. See also Richardson, Vol. 1, p. 71. The Scott Baptists had held the same distinction between faith and opinion that Campbell used in the plea for Christian union. 30. Ibid. p. 11. Cf. pp. 91, 105, et. al. Ibid. p. 10-11. See also the Memoirs of Alexander Campbell for comments on his disagreements with Sidney Rigdon. Jennings, Obadiah. Debate on Campbellism. Pittsburgh Pot, D. and M. McLean, 1832. Christian Baptist, pp. 50, 216, as referred to in Whitsitt, O.P. CIT. p. 110111. Whitsitt, O.P. CIT. p. 111. Oved, Yaakov. 200 Years of American Communes. New Brunswick, USA, Transaction Books, 1988, p. 74. The History of the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Vol. 2. Independence, M.O. Herald House, 1967, pages 590-592. Whitsitt, O.P. CIT. p. 13. Oved, O.P. CIT. p. 131. Horace Greeley, along with Charles Dana and Clinton Roosevelt, ancestor of FDR, was part of a committee put together by the Illuminati to get communism started. In 1829, Illuminatus Francis, Fanny, Wright came from England to the United States to promote the idea of gathering together the various groups and individuals who would actively and publicly be used to promote what she called communism. Horace Greeley was one of the men responsible for actually seeing that the early communist movement, which was led, financed, and organized by men who were part of satanic cult groups, got organized and started. Satan worshippers have manipulated the movement since it was organized. Bible Students Movement, N.A. Given, 1975, p. L1. Gousted, Edwin Scott, ed. Historical Atlas of Religion in America. New York, Harper and Row, 1962, p. 116. Local TV. Newscast, Portland, or c. October 90. Various confidential sources have informed this author of Hatfield's occult activities. Mason Baptist congressmen have by the way benefited from various church institutions during their campaigns. Mars, Texi. New Age Cults and Religions. Austin, TX, Living Truth Pub. 1990, pp. 134 to 140. 44. Ibid. p. 155. Miller, Shirley Ann. Tempera Mysticism. Lancaster, Pot, Starburst Pub. 1991, p. 121. Mars, O.P. CIT. p. 266. Linsell, Harold. The Battle for the Bible. Grand Rapids, M.L. Zondervan, 1976, p. 98. Romney, Rodney R. Journey to Inner Space, Finding God L.N. Us. Abingdon, 1980, back cover, pp. 26, 82, 84, 85. Who's Who in Religion, 1967, p. 181. The Video Gods of the New Age states the overall figure for American colleges that 2/3 of them are teaching yoga, a form of Hindu prayer. This is just one item of many of Eastern religions that are finding their way into even the seminaries. Focus on the Family, KPDQ, FM station, 11 a.m. Labor Day 1991. Art. Church-State Studies, The New Age, April 1963, p. 36. Around the World of Work in America, formerly World of Work Report, December 1988. CUS. Productivity falls short of potential, MIT study finds, The Washington Post, Weds. May 3, 1989, pp. F1, F4. Encyclopedia of Southern Baptists, Vol. 4. Nashville, TN, Broadman Press, 1982, p. 2424 under heading Premillennialism among Baptist groups. Confidential interviews with ex-Illuminati familiar with the plan. Actually no one is completely X due to the total mess they carry out on the human mind from infancy up to control their minds. Dodrill, Rufus McKinley. Keep Your Eye on the Sky, The Key to Prophecy. Pub. By R.M. McKinley, 1972. Letter by Irving, quoted by McPherson, Dave. Rapture. Fletcher. N.C., New Puritan Library, 1987, p. 55. McPherson, OPCIT. p. 46. Rowden's History of the Plymouth Brethren as referred to in McPherson, Dave, O.P. CIT. p. 44. Drive. Harry A. Ironside, an associate nearly 30 years with the Brethren and later pastor of the Moody Church in Chicago, wrote a series of art in the periodical Serving and Waiting, Philadelphia School of the Bible, 1925. Drive. Ironside knew the Brethren movement in depth. His articles form much of the basis for 2 chapters of McDongal, Duncan. The Rapture of the Saints. CPA Book Pub. Reprinted 1982. Exposes of the Oxford Movement are Walsh, Walter. Secret History of the Oxford Movement. 1899, and Houghton, Rev. Thomas. The Oxford Movement Exposed, 1932. American-born reporter Maureen DeHano recorded an interview with Billy Graham which was used for an article in the Mainichi Daily News, May 28, 1973. In the interview, and reported in the article, was Graham's statement that Mao Zedong's 8 precepts are basically the same as the 10 Commandments. Graham said, "I think communism's appeal to youth is its structure and promise of a future utopia. Mao Zedong's 8 precepts are basically the same as 10 Commandments. In fact, if we can't have the 10 Commandments read in the schools, I'll settle for Mao's principles." At Belmont Abbey College, a North Carolina Catholic school, while receiving an honorary degree from the Catholics, Billy Graham said in his speech, "The gospel that built this school and the gospel that brings me here tonight is still the way to salvation." Quoted in Binan, E.L. Why We Cannot Support the Billy Graham Crusade, P2 of 8-page tract. P.O. Box 31, Lubbock, TX. Graham, Billy, Art. Heaven and Hell. In his own magazine Decision, April 1972, Graham wrote, "Could it be that the fire Jesus talked about is an eternal search for God that is never quenched? Is that what it means? That indeed would be hell." Graham writes and talks plenty about hell. How many of us have really determined what he himself means by that term? This is part of a much larger issue. The New Agers and Masons are redefining Christian terms. If Billy Graham is speaking terms that mean different shades of meaning to him than what the conservative Christians mean, then this is significant. In line with his Decision article, is how Graham describes hell in Till Armageddon, Waco. TX, Word Books, p. 198, as there is also a future hell of separation from God toward which all are going who have refused, rejected, or neglected to receive his Son, Jesus Christ. Defining hell as a separation is fine in part. Defining hell as only a separation is contrary to the scripture view that it is an actual place of torment. At a press conference in Los Angeles, Graham said, "There is a great need for an ecumenical Christian body much broader in scope than either the World Council of Churches or the National Council of Churches." FEA. November 1972. Much broader in scope than the WCC? The WCC is as broad as can be. It already has anti-Christian groups. There are but two ways to broaden WCC. One way would be for the small and faithful groups of sincere Christians that do not want to join to find themselves in the WCC, but that would hardly fit Graham's description of a much broader WCC, since some of the churches in WCC include conservative elements dragged into it by their liberal denominational leaders. The only way to take Graham seriously is that Graham has in mind bringing together the WCC with Hinduism, the New Age movement, etc. I would challenge Graham's perception that there is a great need for a much broader WCC. Graham has clearly indicated just by who his friends are, the people he associates with and uses, about his pro-New World Order stance. McMahon, Tom. Art. In the State, Columbia SC. Newspaper, November 21, 1960. Article: Soviets find religious TV good for the proletariat. An interview with Robert Schuller, The Washington Times, June 1, 1990. Webster, Nesta H. World Revolution. London, Constable and Co. Limited, 1921, p. 324. The original translation was likely made by John Robeson's friends who knew German, and the quote comes from a letter found by the police from Illuminatus leader Adam Weishaupt, codename Spartacus, to Zwack, codename Cato. The letter in its entirety is quoted on page 86 of Robeson's 1798 book Proofs of a Conspiracy, reprinted Western Islands, 1967. Hospers, Rev. G.M. Secretism, Its Relation to Church and State, p. 25. Graham, Billy. Approaching Hoofbeats. p. 237. Basil, Robert. Not Necessarily the New Age. New York, Prometheus Books, 1988, p. 233. Ecumenical Folly, p. 10. Drive. Morey in a telephone interview told this author that he had examined Billy Graham's Scottish Rite file. Bynum, O.P. CIT. Ibid. Art. Billy and the U.S. Presidency, Journal of Church and State. Vol. 22, Winter 1980, p. 126. Ecumenical Folly, p. 10. Bynum, O.P. Cit. Strober, Gerald S. American Jews Community in Crisis. Bynum, O.P. Cit. Graham uses Johnny Cash and Burr Lives, who both continue working in nightclubs. Christian ministers are urged to earnestly contend for the faith. Jude 3:4. The Christian faith is far more than simply making a decision for Christ. Graham should be using men that are sound in the Christian faith. Henderson, N.A. Lateret, ed. and K.S. Lateret co-ed. Correspondence of the Reverend Ezra Fisher. This collection of correspondence had a letter sent to B.M. Hill from Oregon City, July 3, 1855. Material for the paragraph comes from the following periodical: Chicago's Nioweco Post in December 21, 1915, p. 5, Portland's Oregon Journal July 11, 1904, p. 16 and June 21, 1909, p. 2, and Poland's Evening Telegram June 21, 1909, p. 12. Oxnam, Preaching in a Revolutionary Age. Air.co. 1944. Multnomah Press wrote an article in Christianity Today lambasting Christian publishers for this practice. A confidential source revealed they too do this. This author is simply reporting what he has been told. Graham, Billy. Approaching Hoofbeats: the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The Church of England. The Church of England, also known as the Anglican Church in Canada and the Episcopalian or Protestant Episcopalian Church in the United States, is now part of the one world religion. There are a few conservatives who are still holding out, but they appear to pose little threat to the power structure, and can be ignored by the Masonic hierarchy that controls these churches. It must be difficult at best for the conservatives, for these conservatives are placed repeatedly in positions where they must compromise with the direction the church is going. Several items that will be examined in further detail are: how the Anglican and Episcopal churches are run by the Masons, that these churches are now supporting the New Age movement, that the Anglican Church has been closely associated with a distorted form of British Israelism, the origins of the Anglican Church. The Church of England was originally part of the Roman Catholic Church, and it retained its clergy and hierarchy from its Catholic days. The reader will recall that King Henry VII desired the privilege of divorce in order to marry Anne Boleyn. Henry VII went so far as to force the clergy of his realm on January 1531 to declare him supreme head of Christ's Church in England. In 1535 he declared himself in terra supremum caput Anglicani Ecclesiae, that is in Latin supreme head on earth of the English Church. That is the king/priest concept. Thomas Cromwell, who believed in that concept, was also a close co-worker with Henry VII, and his descendant Oliver is responsible for the Jews coming to England and for Anglo-Israelism becoming so prominent in the English Isles. The Church of England did make changes after their separation from Rome, but they were principally changes based on humanism and the Reformed movement rather than Luther's ideas. After the political separation of the Church of England from the Catholic Church, many of the problems that had plagued the Church during its years under Rome's authority continued and even grew. For instance, the Church of England became notorious for the practice called pluralism, that is, where a clergyman will hold several church offices in order to draw pay from each, and yet the clergyman would not perform the function of but one office. When the separation with Rome occurred, and for many years afterward, the clergy in the Anglican Church were often poorly educated and had poor morals. 3. Ties to Masonry and British Israelism. The idea of British Israelism was so popular with the Anglican Church that many associate the two together. The form of British Israelism that the Anglican Church practices is perverse in that it elevates the Ashkenazim Jews to central position in the affairs of mankind, which God never promised them. King Alfred the Great, who reigned from 871 to 899, was positive he was 50th in direct descent from Adam. King James I, who was the first to call England Great Britain, had written on the gates to his throne just 1725, then shall enter into the gates of the city, kings and princes sitting upon the throne of David. The royalty of England, who have been leaders in British Freemasonry, have hinted off and on that they believe that they are descendants of the House of David. A letter requesting clarification from the British Queen on this point has gone unanswered. Whether the royalty believes it or not, various researchers are saying they are descendants. For on the books, technically the British royalty has immense powers, but the today's traditional way of handling things gives them very limited power. It is not inconceivable that they might someday regain in reality the power that is still on the books. Prince Charles is a New Ager 5, and when he visited the Pope in 1985 he attempted unsuccessfully to share the Mass with the Pope. 6. The Anglican Church is also so close to Masonry. The Anglican and Episcopal churches are really extensions of Freemasonry. One scholar on Freemasonry describes the Church of England as paralyzed against Freemasonry. 7 church officials, Anglicans and Presbyterians, have lost their jobs because they criticized Freemasonry. 8. So it is something that in 1987 the Masons ruling the Church of England allowed a group of Anglican priests called the Working Group, established by the Standing Committee of the General Synod of the Church of England, to publish a report questioning the compatibility of Freemasonry and the Church. The report says it points to a number of very fundamental reasons to question the compatibility of Freemasonry with Christianity. 9. Even though this is a step in the right direction, the report poses no threat to the Masonic power structure. Earlier in Chap. 2:1 lists of Anglican and Episcopal priests and bishops is given. This is not a blanket condemnation of the Episcopal Church, nor can the motives of these men be questioned. However, to give documentation on how powerful Masonry and its daughter the New Age movement are in the Anglican/Episcopal Church, this data is given. Are we not to judge a tree by its fruit? Some of the top leaders of the New Age have come out of the Episcopal Church, and now in their pulpits some of the most anti-Christian, and some of the most perverted people are preaching. Many of the very top leaders are Masons. It has been popular for the Archbishop of Canterbury to be a Mason. The following are some of the Masons who have been at the top of the Anglican/Episcopal hierarchy. In England: Drive. Geoffrey F. Fisher, Archbishop of Canterbury beginning in 1945. He was initiated into Masonry in 1916 and before he became the Archbishop and Primate, while only an Anglican bishop. He became the Grand Chaplain of the Grand Lodge of England in 1937 and 1939. William Howley, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1828 to 1848, and important Mason. Henry Shishely, another Archbishop of Canterbury and important Mason. In Canada: Samuel Pritchard Matheson, 1852 to 1942, Bishop and Primate of all Canadian Anglican churches from 1909 to 1930, initiated into Masonry in 1874. D.T. Owen, 1878 to 1947, 33 degrees, Primate of the Church of England in Canada, and Archbishop of Toronto. In the United States, also refer to the earlier listing of bishops and priests: Henry St. George Tucker, presiding bishop of the Protestant Epis Church in the USA 1938 to 46. An overview of the extent of Freemasonry within the Anglican Church can be seen in an article by London's Daily Express, which lists the numbers of Masons in the highest Anglican offices in 1960. In 1960, there were within the Anglican Church 13 Mason Anglican bishops, including 1 Canadian and 6 retired. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Archbishop of the West Indies were both Freemasons. Also there were 6 deans and provosts of cathedrals and 10 archdeacons, including those retired, who were Masons. 10. It's amazing that so many men have dedicated their lives to the Masonic institution. Bear in mind that these men, as they were initiated in lodge, were told in the ceremony, "No institution can boast a more solid foundation than that on which Freemasonry rests, the practice of every moral and social virtue." Yet, the scriptures declare that for no other foundation can be laid except that which is Christ Jesus. To accept otherwise is a denial of Christianity. The reader can now understand better the common complaint that one of the requirements in order to rise in the Anglican hierarchy is to be a Mason. A pro-Jewish book written about a century ago indicates one reason the Masons may be popular within the Anglican hierarchy. It is known that 5 of the bishops and over 3 of the clergy of the Church of England are either Jews or of Jewish descent. 11. Early Episcopal Church and Masonry. The Church of England was especially strong in colonial Virginia, and somewhat also in colonial Maryland. The Episcopalian who is sometimes called the father of Freemasonry, Henry Price, 1697–1780, came to Boston, Mass. in 1723 and convened a regular lodge in 1733 in Boston. 12 irregular lodges had been meeting in the colonies previous to this. James Madison, the first Episcopalian bishop in colonial Virginia, was also an active Mason. 13. In discussing the colonial time period, C.S. Coles, 32 Degrees, writes in the New Age magazine, October 1921, p. 468, in those days too, Freemasonry was largely confined to the members of the Episcopal Church among English-speaking people, both Scottish and English Masonry having its main support among the members of the established churches, and it is a fine thing to know that in those days the Church and Masonry went hand in performing works of charity and goodwill. Today the Episcopal Church takes the same position as the Masons in regard to the great public school system of our country, the past century having worked a revolution in our methods. The Church of England controlled its churches in the colonies through the office of the Bishop of London, who appointed commissaries for the colonies to carry out his orders. By the time of the Amer Revolution, there were 3 Anglican churches and 250 Anglican clergymen in the 13 colonies. 14. Rev. Jasper Adams. The Rev. Jasper Adams, 1793–1841, is an example of early Episcopalian leaders. He was a Mason and well-known Episcopalian clergyman during the early years of this country. He served as the chaplain and a professor at West Point. He eventually started a private seminary at Pendleton, SC 15. Heresy and the Anglican Church. The Anglican Church has embraced men of all forms of persuasion. From the Anglican Church have come men like John Taylor, who became the LDS Church's 3rd president. John Taylor was the descendant of Richard Whittington, 3 times Mayor of London. He had been exposed to both Masonry and the Anglican Church's Anglo's realism, both of which Mormonism encompasses. He also was a Methodist minister for a spell. He declared that Christianity was hatched in hell and was a perfect pack of nonsense. The devil could not invent a better engine to spread his work. 16. In other words, when we get the bigger picture, we see new religious groups which we had pictured as new formations drawing their blood from many religious heritages, but which were actually in many ways just regroupings of Masonic thinkers accompanied by those who they were able to get to follow and submit to them. William Temple. In 1921, William Temple, 1881–1944, was made Bishop of Manchester, and in 1942 the Archbishop of Canterbury. William Temple is quite well known, especially for his ecumenical activities. He was instrumental in promoting the World Council of Churches and the union, of the various British Protestant denominations, which unified under the British Council of Churches. He was chairman of the Provisional Committee of the World Council of Churches. W.R. Inga. W.R. Inga, 1860–, Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, is another well-known Anglican. He has promoted mysticism and Platonism. James Parks Morton. James Parks Morton, Dean of the Episcopal Cathedral of St. John the Divine, New York City, is openly a New Age leader. He is on record as in favor of the New Age plan, called Planetary Initiative, to unify the world under a one-world religion, one-world government. and he is doing all he can to promote its happening. For Pentecost, he invited every type of religious group into commune with his church. For a Thanksgiving celebration he did the same. He describes this. So at Pentecost we invited the head rabbi of New York, the abbot of the Zen community, Satchidananda, a Hindu, Oren Lyons, an American Indian, the head imam at the mosque, and we all stood around the altar and prayed for peace in our own languages. Then we all received communion. Some church people said, "How can you do that? They don't know what they're receiving." I say, well, I don't really know what I'm receiving either. We're increasingly being called to realize that the body of Christ is the earth biosphere, the skin that includes all of us. 17. For Thanksgiving in 1988, James Morton invited in witches, medicine men, nature worshippers, and American Indians, and they danced around in a circle dance to promote friendship and unity. Morton stated that the dance was to create a heightened consciousness of the necessity of different religions working together to save our planet. 18. President Bush. It is no surprise then, considering the Episcopalian support for a Masonic world religion and a one-world government, that 33 degrees Freemason George Bush 19, who hopes to be the one in office to have the honors of bringing in the New World Order, would as U.S. President turn to such men as the RT. Rev. Edmund L. Browning, presiding bishop of the Episcopalian Church in the United States. Another reverend that Bush turned to during the Kuwait crisis was the Senate chaplain, Rev. Richard C. Halverson. 20. Episcopalians have rejected Christ. Not only have homosexuals, Satanists, and New Agers spoken from the Episcopalian pulpits, but in 1990 at the Michigan Episcopal Diocese a resolution by those Episcopalians who apparently still believe in the Bible was ignored. Their resolution, which was refused to be given to a vote, simply quoted the Bible that Jesus is the Christ, the only name given under heaven by which we may be saved. It was rejected for a vote, because it was said to be divisive and demeaning to people whose faith in God is as strong as ours, though it is differently defined. According to the Christian scriptures, this is really warped thinking. Although pretending to be different and Christian, actually the Episcopal Church, which now adheres to a social gospel, is preaching and defining faith in God just as the other religions. The Episcopal Church, by rejecting the Bible's definition of faith in God, is not able to see that witches, New Agers, Satanists, etc. do not have a faith in God. The issue that Episcopalian Masons raised, that one shouldn't demean other people's faith, is fake, for the Buddhists, which is et al. Do not have Christian faith. It is not true that Christians are rejecting other believers by believing in Scripture. An example of where the Episcopal clergy have gone is Newark's Episcopal Bishop John S. Spong, who talks about how he worships in a Buddhist temple. In the fall of 1988, I worshipped God in a Buddhist temple. As the smell of incense filled the air, I knelt before 3 images of the Buddha, feeling that the smoke could carry my prayers heavenward. It was for me a holy moment. Beyond the words and creeds that each religion uses, there is a divine power that unites us. I will not make any further attempts to convert the Buddhist, the Jew, the Hindu, or the Muslim. I am content to learn from them and to walk with them side by side toward the God who lives, I believe, beyond the images that bind and blind us. 21. Participation in the One World Religion. The Episcopalian Church is officially part of the One World Religion. A foreshadowing of the union of the large power religions of Christendom was seen in 1922, when the Greek Orthodox Church, specifically the Eastern Orthodox's Holy Synod of Constantinople, accepted the Anglican religious orders. The Archbishop of Canterbury committed the Church of England to the pact that the Global Forum of Spiritual and Parliamentary Leaders on Human Survival decreed. That pact resulted in a 5-day global forum where religious leaders of all persuasions, except Bible-believing Christians, were present. Also participating were the Archbishop of Canterbury, the normal host of Mason religious and spiritual leaders, U.S. senators, Soviet government officials, the UN Secretary General, the Dalai Lama, considered a god, and a host of other types like monks, Muslim imams, and rabbis. They declared that their commitment to a unified religion, which is supposedly necessary for global survival, is in their words commitments that are irrevocable. In January 15 to 19, 1990, they held another global forum in Moscow, USSR. That global forum called for a new planetary perspective involving a new spiritual and ethical basis for human activities on Earth. 22. Yes, they are proposing a new ethical basis for us, to replace that old-time religion so many Christians have sung about. Theirs is the revitalized Christianity, also known as the Masonic religion, that New Age leaders such as Bailey and Benjamin Creme say will be the one-world religion. It is the religion of Masonry, which is described by Albert Pike. Masonry, around whose altars the Christian, the Hebrew, the Muslim, the Brahmin, the followers of Confucius and Zoroaster, can assemble as brethren and unite in prayer to the one God. 23. The New Age plans to take over the Church. Masonry and its daughter the New Age do not plan to destroy the Church but to subvert it to their purposes. New Age writer William Thompson states, "The new spirituality does not reject the earlier patterns of the great universal religions. Priest and church will not disappear, they will not be forced out of existence in the New Age, they will be absorbed into the existence of the New Age." 24. The Anglican Church is not being destroyed but rather subverted. And just as it was made to bow to the dictates of Henry VII, it is bowing to the dictates of the international power which plans to rule the world. The Anglican priests still have their churches, but they are used for the New Age. An example of that is the historical St. James Anglican Church just off of Piccadilly Square. The church is a favorite for tourists, especially to the New Age type which it caters to. The church calls itself a 7-days-a-week church for London and the world. Within the church are held classes for all types of New Age religious activities such as health for the New Age, through meditation, visualization, lifetime astrology, yoga meditation. If you want to join the Sufi healing order which meets there, you can. 25. Episcopals like Bishop Louis Stewart Kaiser, who authored the Eighth Revelation Reveals the Ninth, a new Hermetic initiation discourse, 1974, are turning to the occult. Episcopal clergyman and professor at the Catholic Notre Dame University Morton T. Kelsey promotes the occult to Christians in his book The Christian and the Supernatural. This apostasy is causing much glee to hardcore New Agers. One said, "I am very glad to discover such strong movement within Christian churches that is sympathetic to the pagan spirit and willing to learn from the teachings of the old religion." 26. Notes. 1. Latourette, Kenneth Scott. A History of Christianity, Vol. 2. New York, Harper & Row, 1975, p. 806. 2. Ibid. p. 972. Ibid. Cf. With Other Histories on the Clergy. Holy Blood Holy Grail mentions some recent sources including a French book. Winder, Gordon, and Wendy Kochman. Secrets of the Royals. New York, St. Martin's Press, p. 86 refers to researchers making claims tying the House of Windsor to the House of David. Texie Mars and other researchers are saying this. Winder and Kochman, O.P. Cit. p. 86. Knight, Stephen. The Brotherhood. London, UK. Granada Pub. 1984, pp. 241-42, 254. 8. Ibid. pp. 254, 262. The working group established by the Standing Committee of the General Synod of the Church of England. Freemasonry and Christianity, are they compatible? London, Church House, 1987, p. 40. Article in London's Daily Express, March 23. 1966, as quoted in The Unlocked Secret, p. 40. Poole, Rev. W. H. Anglo-Israel. Toronto, William Briggs, p. 33. Denslow, 10, Zero Famous Freemasons, Vol. Ill, p. 366. 13. Ibid. v. 3, p. 120. Latourette, O.P. CIT. On Commissaries p. 953, on Clergy Figurisp. 956. Information taken from both the National Cyclopedia of American Biography, Vol. 12, p. 520 and Denslow's 10, Zero Famous Freemasons. Journal of Discourses, Vol. 6, pp. 176 and 167. The Tarrytown Letter, November 1984, Building the Earth at St. John the Divine, a Gothic cathedral shapes a new worldview and a wider vision of humanity, p. 5. Austin American Statesman, November 24, 1988, p. A4. George Bush's Masonic membership is well known to Masons. After he became president, in accord with revealing everything in accordance with the law, information was placed in the Library of Congress indicating his membership. As we gallop toward the New World Order, tighter censorship is coming into action. Records of Bush's membership have disappeared from the Library of Congress, and his staff is now denying his membership over the phone. George Bush's membership is referred to Schnobelin's latest book, and may be offhandedly referred to in X-33 Mason Jim Shaw's book, although Shaw doesn't mention him by name. Article by Karen Hosier of the Baltimore Sun. Bush speaks with clerics about war carried in the Oregonian, circa January 28, 1991. The Voice, Diocese of Newark, January 1989. Dave Hunt does a good report of the activities of the various Global Forum meetings in his book Global Peace and the Rise of the Antichrist, Yun, or Harvest House, 1990, pp. 156-57. He uses as his sources the newsletters and brochures produced by these global forums: Shared Vision, Global Forum of Spiritual and Parliamentary Leaders on Human Survival, Autumn 1987, p. 5. Also Shared Vision, Global Forum's newsletter, Summer 1988, p. 12, and also the official brochure of Global Forum, headquartered in New York. Pike, Albert. Morals and Dogma. Charleston, S.C. Supreme Council of the Southern Jurisdiction, AASR. 1917, p. 226. William Thompson, Introduction, in David Spangler's Revelation, The Birth of a New Age. Hunt, Dave, and T.A. McMahon. The Seduction of Christianity. Eugene, or, Harvest House, 1987, p. 71. Miriam Starhawk in Circle Network News as quoted by Texie Mars in Dark Secrets of the New Age. Westchester, I.L., Crossway Books, 1987, p. 204. Presbyterians. Most of the Puritans were Presbyterians. And the Congregational churches that rose out of the congregations of the Puritans worked in close cooperation with the Presbyterians. Theologically the two were akin. One, the state organizations in New England of the Congregationalists and the Presbyterian General Assembly had exchanged delegates beginning in the 1790s. They cooperated in sending missionaries, in the Home Missionary Society, and in the American Bible Society, begun in 1816. 2. 49 colleges and universities, many of them now secular, were started by the Presbyterians. 3. Many of the Presbyterians in the United States were from the Scot-Irish settlers that had moved to Northern Ireland, and left Ireland when the economic situation deteriorated. Charles T. Russell's family were part of this group. Presbyterians play an important role in teologies. Various Presbyterian ministers have played important roles in the Masonic lodges. Presbyterian minister James Anderson was responsible for the Masonic Constitution and the development of modern Freemasonry. For Presbyterian minister James Allen Cabanis wrote the Grand Lodge of Mississippi's Official History, which was published in 1967 by the Grand Lodge. Masons have played prominent roles in the Presbyterian Church. This section must be prefaced by saying that the United Presbyterian Church is very close to Freemasonry. There are more United Presbyterians than all the other 7 major Presbyterian denominations put together. There is in excess of 2 million American United Presbyterians in 90 churches. In contrast, the Orthodox Presbyterian Church had only 16,590 members in the 1982 Yearbook of American and Canadian Churches, and the Presbyterian Church of North America was listed having but 4,878. 5. The small Reformed Church finally took an official stand against Freemasonry in 1942. The one Presbyterian denomination prior to that time that took a clear stand against Freemasonry was the Associate Presbyterian Church, which following the 1757 secession tradition had forbidden Masonic membership. In writing this part concerning the Presbyterians, I have taken the liberty to lump the various groups together in the same section. However, they can in no way be lumped together in their response to Freemasonry and the one world power. Examples of Presbyterian Masons working on the functional church level are Robert W. Cretney, 33 degrees, Deacon Presbyterian Church, Morton P. Steyer, KT, 32 degrees, Schreiner, York Rite College, Royal Order of Scotland, and Elder Presbyterian Church, and Hugh I. Evans, 33 degrees, KT, National Head of the Presbyterian Church, USA. 33rd degree Mason Hugh I. Evans, 1887 to 1958, deserves some note here. He represented the U.S. at the meeting of the World Council of Churches in Holland in 1948. He was the national head of the Presbyterian Church, USA. in 1950–51. In 1955, he became the director of the Foundation of the Presbyterian Church at NYC. And he served for a while as the president of the Board of National Missions. The newsletter Free the Masons, August 1990, says on the other end of that, however, is the church on whose board sit lodge members, or whose deacons or elders share Masonic secrets. These secrets reflect their higher allegiance to the lodge, and seem to produce an aloofness from the rest of the church body. These are good men who attend regularly and are often the financial backbone of many small congregations. One pastor wrote of his frustration in a rural church. He put it this way: as faithful as these men are, I always feel at board meetings that there is a second agenda which is not open to me. It's like they get their marching orders from the lodge on how to conduct the business of the church. They are good men, but they seem to operate with some higher knowledge than the rest of us. There is no submission to the authority of the church and its members. Sometimes Masonic literature shows its true colors almost to the point of being embarrassing. The book Standard Freemasonry states that Presbyterians are bad material for the lodge until they go against their church. 6. The Proceedings of the Grand Lodge of Oregon, 1870, p. 209 states that the world is a good place when the Presbyterian Church shares its pulpit with a Jewish rabbi in Salem, or the Alabama Grand Lodge reported in 1889 that out of its 7,950 Freemasons in the state, 483 were Christian ministers. 7. The New York Grand Lodge report of 1890 gives us the breakdown of the 703 Christian clergymen that were N.Y. Masonic members: Methodist, 288, Episcopalian, 146, Baptist, 112, Presbyterian, 59, Universalist, 31, Congregationalist, 21, Dutch Reformed, 13, Christian, 13, Lutheran, 11, Jewish, 7, Unitarian, L. Reform Jew, 1. 8. The New Age and the Presbyterian Churches. The United Presbyterian Church put out a report on occult and psychic activities in 1976 that gave a positive report to various occult activities. It encourages the study of the occult within the churches, p. 3. The medium Olga Worrell's book The Gift of Healing gets a favorable review. One of the 7 on the task force that wrote up the report was Mrs. Margaret Harmon Bro, who was a medium and the co-founder of SFF. Another example of the New Age in the Presbyterian Church is Pastor H. Richard Neff, of the Christian Community Presbyterian Church of Bowie, Maryland. He authored the book Psychic Phenomena and Religion. He states in his book, occult practices may be beneficial and helpful for many people. p. 166. Presbyterian Pastor Neff believes that only fraudulent mediums are bad, and he advocates mediumism for others. Cf. pages 166 to 7, 130 to 1, etc. Notes. Latourette, Kenneth Scott. A History of Christianity, Vol. 2. New York, Harper and Row, 1975, p. 1231. Ibid. Holmes, Arthur F. The Idea of a Christian College. Grand Rapids, ML, William B. Eerdmans, 1975, p. 19. Numerous books refer to Anderson. 2 references may suffice here: Ferguson, Charles W. 50 Million Brothers, and Jack Harris's Freemasonry, The Invisible Cult, p. 113. 1982 Yearbook of American and Canadian Churches as quoted in the World Almanac 1983, p. 353. Standard Freemasonry, p. 40. Proceedings. Grand Lodge of California, 1889, p. 5. Proceedings. Grand Lodge of New York, 1890, p. 37. The Primitive Methodists. Some men who have joined the Masonic Lodge are difficult to understand. Lorenzo Dow is one of these. Lorenzo Dow was solidly behind the Masonic belief system. 1. He joined the Freemasons in 1824. 2. Some of the things he wrote sound like universalism. 3. But he wasn't really theologically a universalist. Most of the people he preached to didn't understand where he was coming from either. Lorenzo Dow was the catalyst that caused Hugh Bourne and a friend William Cloves to establish the Primitive Methodists in 1811. Several denominations experienced primitive movements, for instance the Primitive Baptists. The idea of primitivism goes back to Rousseau and Diderot's writings. Both were Masons. There are parallels in Freud's civilization and its discontent and Spengler's man and technics. Nature is the norm. The world goes in cycles. And we are returning, that is recycling back into another golden age. The Mason Thomas Paine encouraged this type of thinking. We have it in our power to begin the world over again. For indeed, Billington in his scholarly work Fire in the Minds of Men, shows how the word revolution was coined by the occultic secret societies because they believed that an upheaval would precede a revolving back to the conditions of an ancient golden age. Lorenzo Dow was sincere in bringing people to Christ, albeit his understanding of Christ, which many considered heresy. He traveled almost non-stop for his lifetime, and likely preached to more people in his life than anyone else in that time. 5. He was called crazy by many. Some called him a mystic. 6. He was very keen on prophecy, and preached it a lot. He preached often on paradise and hell. During his non-stop traveling, Lorenzo Dow was a constant visitor to Masonic lodges, to their chapters, and their commanderies. 7. Yet his memoirs mention nothing about such an important part of his life. There is not the slightest hint of involvement with the Masons, and in his memoirs there is but an offhand remark on page 122 about a lodge meeting going on above him in a tavern he was staying at while he was trying to sleep. Why is he silent about his involvement? The primitive Methodist Church that was set up had 12 permanent members who ruled. Later in 1846, 24 guardian representatives were selected and legally invested with the primitive Methodist Church's property. It wasn't until the next century that democratic procedures began. What was the primitive Methodist Church like when Russell's colporteurs found them? Apparently, the Masonic influence was strong. John Whitaker, a primitive Methodist minister, exposes the Masonic influence when he describes his denomination. The desire for latitudinarianism has wrought untold mischief in our church. Theosophy, Swedenborgianism, Unitarianism, and even agnosticism are rampant today within our borders. It is time the church was purged. 8. In England, Charles T. Russell's preachers found the primitive Methodists and Free Methodists very friendly. Bro. J.B. Adamson, in a letter reprinted in the W.T. in 1881, states, found the Free Methodists very fair. The treatment better than I got anywhere else. Gave the pamphlet to 16 preachers and 100 of the most intelligent of the church membership. 9. It's possible some of the primitive Methodists heard of the Watchtower movement in the Masonic Hall or at some Masonic function. The 1991 yearbook, for the Jehovah's Witnesses, 10 records an early Bible student preaching to the Masons in their Masonic Hall. What did he preach on? He showed them the pyramid diagrams in the front of Russell's Volume 1. Interestingly, the Masons used P. Z. Smythe's diagrams also in their literature, such as Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. They must have felt comfortable with Russell's pyramidology. At any rate, there is the possibility some primitive Methodists might have learned about the Bible students through lodge functions. In England, many primitive Methodists joined Russell's movement. 6 primitive Methodist ministers joined his organization en masse. 11. In the W.T. February 1884, p. 2, the problem is mentioned that Russell's followers were being mistaken for Universalists, primitive Methodists, or Adventists. New readers in all parts of the country are constantly inquiring, by what names do you call yourselves? Are you primitive Baptists? Are you missionary Baptists? Are you Universalists? Are you Adventists? Are you primitive Methodists? 12. As this book is documenting, the Universalists, the primitive Methodists, and the Second Adventists all have strong Masonic connections. As this book has made it clearer what the early Watchtower Society was like, in contrast to today, and how much closer it was to Masonic thinking in its early years, it is not such a surprise. Indeed, it is understandable how the Watchtower Society could be mistaken for being Universalists, or primitive Methodists. The not-so-primitive Methodists. Most of the Methodist groups have been progressive. But what are they headed toward? The book, Prominent Personalities in American Methodism, by Howell, gives an authoritative listing of the various lodge affiliations of prominent Methodist leaders. According to our compilation from this book, bearing imprint of 1945, 29 out of the 36 active bishops are members of secret orders of one sort or another. 21 of the 36 are members of the Masonic fraternity, many of them holding the higher degrees of the order. The best qualification for becoming a bishop today is that one be at least a 32nd degree Mason. 13. Perhaps better than showing lists of Methodist bishops who are Masons, is just to get to the bottom line. The United Methodist Church wants a one-world government under the New World Order. The United Methodist Church, Rocky Mountain Conference Road Press. Reagan in 1983, resolved that to ensure world peace and disarmament among nations, we United Methodists of the Rocky Mountain Conference urge the President and the Congress of the United States, in concert with all other willing nations, to call a World Constitutional Convention to reform the United Nations into a federal, representative world government. 14. Masons like 33 Degrees Mason James C. Baker, who is president of the Methodist Bishops, and Verndale Johnson, chairman of evangelism for the United Meth. Church, have been directing affairs on the national level. Men like 33 Degrees Mason William E. Schooley, Board of Trustees Metro Memorial Methodist Church Shriner, and into the side orders of Masonry, are on the local level. There are so many Methodist Masons in England that they have their own lodges called Epworth Lodges, named after John Wesley's birthplace, Epworth Rectory. 15. The Moravians, a Gnostic sect who called themselves the Moravian Brothers of the Order of Religious Freemasons. 16. Played an important part in the founding of Methodism. Moravians played a decisive role in the origins of Methodism, which helps to explain the enthusiasm of both. True, John Wesley's group at Oxford, already called the Enthusiasts and the Holy Club, was active before the Moravian Peter Baller came upon the scene. Still, it was Baller, whom Wesley met in Georgia and then again in London, whose glowing pietism had such an effect upon the father of Methodism. It was Baller who in 1738 helped Wesley turn his attention inward to discover a new wellspring of religious feeling, and it was Baller who suggested establishing the Fetter Lane Society in London, which Wesley patterned after several Moravian meetings already in existence. 17. John Wesley advocated universal redemption, which emphasized salvation as an option of man's free will rather than God's free grace. Until American independence, the Methodist ministers under Wesley's authority in America and England were considered a society whose members were scattered within the various Episcopal churches. The American colony's independence caused Wesley in 1784 to send Rev. Thomas Coke to organize the Methodists into their own congregations. 18. United Methodists and Youth. In 1972, the United Methodist Church sponsored me to go with the Kansas East Youth Study Group. The tour was well planned and well executed. The group was part of the United Methodist Church's program to raise up church leaders. The group consisted of teenage leaders. I was an exception. I was Baptist. I still have the papers and items from the tour. The group met Methodist leaders including the head of the United Methodist Church, Pentagon people, congressmen, UN people, and revolutionaries from Angola. While our group was decidedly anti-Vietnam War, it seemed that our group did not connect the contradiction that the United Methodist Church helped finance the communist revolutionaries we talked with. I am grateful to the United Methodist Church for the opportunity to experience the group. In the context of this book, it could be mentioned that the Jewish and Masonic undercurrents within the Church were visible throughout that trip. Some of the concepts that were stressed were civil rights, globalism, and liberation theology. Those concepts all tie in with the power's agenda to bring in the New World Order. The liberation theology and revolution that the United Methodist Church finances will be discussed in the next chapter. The small conservative denominations. To the credit of the small, conservative, independent churches and denominations, many of these are not part of the one world religion, but the power has still made serious inroads into most of them. What will the New Order do with these denominations? They have three options: subvert the leadership. If there is no hierarchy to subvert, then subvert the people, and if neither of those can be accomplished, then they will have to make an exception for these groups or eliminate them. We will examine briefly three small denominations that this author is familiar with that illustrate these three approaches. It should be noted that in prayerfully studying many religious bodies, this author hasn't found any that don't bear out the scriptures, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. What is presented is neither to build up or tear down the reputation of any group. Reputations are often simply men's images of something rather than the thing itself, but to plot the course of the one world religion as the New Order wars to destroy the last pockets of resistance to the one world religion. The next few years will decide whether they overextend themselves like Napoleon in Russia, or if they take over Jerusalem, figuratively, like the Babylonians and Romans did. Control the hierarchy. The Seventh-day Adventists have over 500,000 members in the United States. Started by a woman of Jewish heritage, Ellen Goldwhite, they have made the Sabbath a prominent part of their religion. This author has admired their church members for the standards that they have maintained, especially their stand against Freemasonry. This denomination has a hierarchy with a president. Every 5 years the denomination has a convention to discuss a particular issue that is placed on the agenda. For instance, recently they discussed whether women could become ministers. The easiest way for the New World Order to deal with such denominations is to subvert the hierarchy. That the hierarchy can be moved in such directions can be seen by their decision years ago, even before Roe v. Wade, to allow abortions 19 which even their people help perform in their hospitals. Maybe this author is off base on this next observation, but to think of an Adventist doctor eating health food for lunch, and then performing an abortion seems like a New Age value system. That is just one indication of a shift toward New Age morality. We see people like Seventh-day Adventist writer Renee Norberg and CO authoring a book with psychic Jean Dixon. Subvert the membership. Not all small denominations have a hierarchy. The Church of Christ are groups of independent churches. Although independent for many years, a few editors of Church of Christ periodicals and a clique of a few ministers were looked to for guidance. The trend within the Churches of Christ seems to be one that churches are moving away from looking to a few men for their direction. 20 Because there is no powerful hierarchy to subvert, the Masons haven't shown a great deal of interest in recruiting its ministers. This denomination has historically put no barriers or deterrents up against Freemasonry. Masons have had free access to church positions if they have wanted them. There are Church of Christ ministers who are Masons, and this author personally knows various Church of Christ churches with lay members involved in Masonry. One Church of Christ in California meets in a Masonic hall. 33rd degree Freemason and Church of Christ minister Forrest D. Haggard, who recently wrote Short Talk Bulletin, which is an attack on every Christian who criticizes the lodge. Haggard says that critics of the Masonic Lodge can be divided into 3 categories. 1. Someone had a personality problem. 2. Political or religious dictatorships which oppose free speech often attack the lodge because it insists on such freedoms. 3. For money. Haggard even claims the lodge is supportive of it, the church. These groups of churches are showing movement toward the one world religion. They are adopting the ideas that New Agers are planting within the churches, using New Age language and moving toward ecumenicalism. In visiting with Church of Christ ministers, this author has experienced a lack of knowledge on their part as to what are New Age ideas as compared to biblical Christianity. By the way, there have been attempts to bring these items that this author is bringing up in this book before the Christians practicing them. Those that have been contacted by myself or others have stubbornly refused to listen, and so it is hoped that by some chance some of the many people contacted will read this book and see the bigger issues at stake. When a Church of Christ asks the United Methodist Church to have communion with it, the issues at stake are much larger than simply do we like them or not. Churches like the Churches of Christ are easy targets for the many schemes the New Order has thought up to subvert the churches. They in general fell for the one where in exchange for signing on a paper denying Christ as the head of the churches received a tax-exempt status. The Top Secret Operations Research Technical Manual Trademark SW 7905. One that the Bilderbergers Policy Committee uses, which is discussed elsewhere, Chapter 3.6, spells out one of their methods to subvert the Christians. Because the Church of Christ doesn't take a stand against military service, this tactic has been, and will be successful as one tool to subvert their members. Quoting one part of this trademark SW 7905. 1. We read, "Few efforts of human behavior modification are more remarkable or more effective than that of the socio-military institution known as the draft. A primary purpose of a draft or other such institution is to instill, by intimidation, in the young males of a society the uncritical conviction that the government is omnipotent. He is soon taught that a prayer is slow to reverse what a bullet can do in an instant. Thus, a man trained in a religious environment for 18 years of his life can, by this instrument of government, be broken down, be purged of all his fantasies and delusions in a matter of mere months. Once that conviction is instilled, all else becomes easy to instill. Even more interesting is the process by which a young man's parents, who purportedly love him, can be induced to send him off to war to his death. The manual goes on to say that part of the reason for drafting men is to corrupt them. Why? It further serves to make the youth as guilty as the elders, thus making criticism of the elders by the youth less likely. Generational stabilizer. It is marketed and sold to the public under the label of patriotic equals national service. In other words, the New World Order realizes that if the young men of this country have moral superiority over their elders, they will stand up to them when asked to do something amoral or immoral. By making them do things that they can be made to feel guilty for under the guise of defending their homeland, like fighting in Vietnam, they have eliminated moral opposition by creating another generation of guilt-ridden young men. This highlights what you will learn in Chapter 3:10, where the rubber meets the road, where we discuss methods to cope in a Christ-like way with the new order. If there is a lack of safeguards for the Church of Christ churches, that is not the situation with the next denomination we will discuss. Elimination or special exempt status. Some groups like the Old Order Amish cannot be subverted by the New World Order because they are not part of the system, don't believe in serving in the military, and don't give much if any chance to outsiders to subvert them. When Hitler took power, the 3 Amish settlements in Germany were eliminated. The members of these CHs disappeared. Because the Amish are independent church districts, many of which do work with other districts, it was a small victory for the government during the Vietnam War when the Amish churches decided to work together and be represented by a steering committee. But although this sets a precedence that the government will try to further encourage, it is a minor gain at best. The Amish churches will never give their autonomy away to some committee. This means that even if the government got in people they liked on a steering committee, it would have only minimal influence. Can the membership be subverted? Although it rarely happens, it isn't impossible. One major subversion took place over 200 years ago, when the Amish allowed folk magic to mix with their culture. When the Rosicrucian settlements fell apart, they joined the Mennonites in Lancaster Pa. And brought in many of their occult ideas. Other influences too have introduced occult practices. Although the famous Pennsylvania hex signs are more representative of the higher Pennsylvania Dutch churches, they and the magic they represent also been practiced among the Amish. Magic, astrology, and New Age healing have made solid inroads into the Old Order Amish. The Amish book, which lists all their ministers, is mixed with pages of astrology, and has been for decades. After writing an expose of astrology showing its Babylonian origin and its unscripturalness, this author sent the book to the publishers of the Amish calendar, their book listing their ministers, challenging them to leave the astrology out of the calendar. The challenge was ignored. The Amish have worked hard to remain a rural people. The farmers of this country are one of the true producers in the U.S. Most of us merely manipulate, or move, or rearrange what the farmer produces. The farmer depends upon the weather, the soil, the sun, and water. Because he is more dependent upon these things, he is often more dependent upon God. America has belittled and ignored the farmer too long. One weakness of today's society and the New World Order is their total lack of appreciation for the farmer of America. Someday that disregard may come back to haunt them. The push today by the power is for agribusiness and large Russian-type farms. It seems all the lessons learned in the communist countries will have to be rediscovered the hard way. Denslow, 10, Famous Freemasons, p. 327. Ibid. Dow, Lorenzo. History of Cosmopolite, or the 4 volumes of Lorenzo Dow's Journal. Pub. Joshua Martin, 1848, pp. 140, 351, and others sound like Masonic universalism, albeit other pages seem to contradict this. Read, Daniel G. ed. Dictionary of Christians in America, p. 940. Denslow, O.P. Cit. Dow, Lorenzo, O.P. CIT. p. 102. Denslow, O.P. CIT. Primitive Methodist Leader, March 3, 1921, p. 329. WTR October. November. 1881 p. 298. 1991 Yearbook, WTB and TS. Convention Souvenir Notes, 1910, p. 57. 12. WT2/1884, p2, WTR 1879-1887, p. 584, quoted also in WT March 1, 1979, p. 16. Masalink, William. What is Wrong with the Lodge? Chicago, I.L. National Christian Association, pp. 23-24. Quoted in Ferenc, Benjamin B. Planethood. The Key to Your Survival and Prosperity. Dewar James. The Unlocked Secret Freemasonry Examined. London, William Kimber and Co. Ltd. 1966, p. 51. The Moravians also go by the names Order of the Mustard Seed, and the Church Unitas Fratrum, and Heron Hunter. Lovejoy, David S. Religious Enthusiasm in the New World, Heresy to Revolution. Cambridge, M.S., Harvard University Press, 1985, p. 164. Gorey, Rev. P. Douglas. History of the Methodist Episcopal Church in the United States. New York, International Book Company, 188, p. 63. Information on the Seventh-day Adventist acceptance of abortion can be picked up by reading their various periodicals. For instance, Signs of the Times had a Questions to Youth where they state they have no stand against abortion. The Adventist Review and Herald, which cover conferences, also has articles that touch on the subject. Religions of America by Leo Roston, Simon, and Schuster, 1975 p. 252 quotes the late SDA, Seventh-day Adventist, Minister Arthur Maxwell's statements in favor of abortion. Arthur S. Maxwell was the editor of Signs of the Times, the leading evangelistic journal of the SDA. He also authored over 90 books. Informed observation by a leading Houston, Texas Church of Christ minister in a talk October 20, 91. Billy Graham and the Bible. Scriptures tell us that the love of truth will protect God's people in the end times from deception. Let us not run from our sins but pray and hope our sins will be revealed, so that we can repent and draw close to God. The Bible is very frank to expose the weaknesses of great men of faith like Peter. What if you found out that the real character of Billy Graham, who is especially well spoken of by the secular media, was not his television image? What would you do? Someday the truth about Billy Graham will be known, and many people will fall away from Christendom. If you love the truth, you can help Christ's body begin a healing process to overcome some of that falling away. Faithful men of God have lovingly written Graham to help him, but he has established himself as his own authority surrounded by his friends. Today you have the privilege, as you read this, to quit trusting in a man, and to place your trust fully in Christ. Before Billy Graham falls, you can begin warning your friends to place their trust in God, rather than men, especially media-built images. Billy Graham is a 33 degrees Freemason. Witnesses to the truth of Billy Graham's 33 degrees Scottish Rite Masonic membership are many. 1. Not only is this membership hopelessly at odds with Christ's teachings, but it reveals the satanic side of Billy Graham's character that the media hasn't told you about. 2. Billy Graham groped blindfolded in the Masonic Lodge and declared before the worshipful Masonic Lodge master that he was in need of light. How ridiculous for a Christian evangelist who claims to have the light of the world, to beg a pagan hierarchy for light. Billy Graham has repeatedly taken blood oaths on penalty of gruesome death to keep the Masonic Lodge's secrets and to deceive others about their activities. When such a man as an international evangelist swears to be dishonest, is dishonest, and takes blood oaths, then this is a reproach on the Bible and on Christ. Are Freemasons like 33 Degrees Billy Graham trustworthy? No, according to the great evangelist Charles Finney, who left the Masonic Lodge when he dedicated his life to Christ. He said the Freemasons could not be trusted. Finney declared that Freemasons in the higher levels have lost their consciences because they have seared their consciences so much. According to Finney's warnings, Billy Graham would have a seared conscience. Finney spent his life warning Christians about Freemasonry, and if he were alive today, would likely be writing a tract like this. Does God's work depend on personalities? Which does God desire, for men to build names for themselves or for men to sacrifice all that they have so that God might be glorified? Can God miraculously lead men to Christ, or must millions of dollars be spent on Madison Avenue sales techniques and expensive crusades? Isn't there something wrong in the man-made character of the Billy Graham crusades? According to repeated studies, almost all decisions at crusades have been made by people who were already Christians. 3. Was Christ wrong to focus on discipling, rather than spending millions for superficial mass evangelism decisions, most of which are not conversions, but mild renewals? Christ could have done it Billy Graham's way, he didn't. Christ made himself of no reputation. Phil 2:7. Why is Billy Graham so popular with everyone, not to mention the important Christian clergy? If there are obvious flaws in Graham's character and the character of his crusades, why is he so popular? Consider the following and you will know better why Billy Graham is popular. First, his popularity began when William Randolph Hearst, the multimillionaire, began funding Youth for Christ and Billy Graham's evangelistic efforts. Billy Graham became a nationally known figure when millionaire Hearst publicized him through his newspapers in 1949. Hearst's influence got the national media to pick up on Graham. Billy Graham is indeed popular. So popular that Graham was described by Drive. G. Paul Musselman, I call Billy Graham the greatest of the ecumenical voices. 4. Billy Graham is on record in support of the World Council of Churches expanding to include the other major religious groups in the world. 5. So popular that Graham was given his doctorate, yes, his doctorate is an honorary doctorate, by the Pope. The Pope must be pleased that Graham, on receiving his honorary doctorate, said that the Catholic Church is preaching the same gospel as he is. 6. It must be further reassuring that Catholics who go forward at Billy Graham crusades are referred to Catholic churches. 7. So popular that Charot, NC, has had a holiday named Billy Graham Day, and Billy Graham is heralded as a great Christian prophet. So popular that Christian publishers like to take things written by others and use Billy Graham's name because books with his name as author sell well. So popular that dyed-in-the-wool communists like him. They must have been pleased when Billy Graham was recorded on tape in an interview later published saying, I think communism's appeal to youth is its structure and promise of a future utopia. Mao Zedong's 8 precepts are basically the same as 10 commandments. In fact, if we can't have the 10 commandments read in the schools, I'll settle for Mao's principles. 8. So popular that all the presidents and many leading politicians worldwide have been close friends with Billy Graham. Billy Graham has given respectability to the presidents, including his good friend Richard Nixon. A well-researched article on Billy Graham in the Journal of Church and State concluded after examining Billy Graham's interaction with the various presidents since Eisenhower. Could Graham speak the word of truth, especially when that word may be critical or slashing to the man in the White House when he is on such friendly terms with him? On the basis of the evidence now available, the answer must be no. 9. So popular that men like the late Armand Hammer, who were prominent in the world's power structure and working toward an overt one-world government, have been able to get Billy Graham into any country. When Billy Graham went to India, he gave assurances that he was not going to proselytize any Hindus. 10. While in India, he spoke to Christians. If Billy Graham will not take on Hinduism, which is almost identical to the New Age movement, do you think he will seriously take on the New Age movement? Graham's tract A New Age is Coming can be used to legitimatize the idea of the New Age. 11. When Billy Graham went to Israel, he gave assurances to the Israeli government, "I am going to address only Christian audiences. I have no intention of proselyting. In fact, I must be grateful to you for proselyting me." 12. When Billy Graham has gone to Catholic countries, his crusades have been helpful to the Catholic churches. After the National Council of Churches failed to pass a resolution declaring the NCC against converting the Jews to Christ, Billy Graham gave assurances to Jewish leaders that God had a special place for the Jews and that he rejected coercive evangelistic efforts by Christians to convert Jews to Christ. 13. All this cooperation with the Catholics and Jews is summed up by Billy Graham's statement in 1957, "Anyone who makes a decision at our meetings is referred to a local clergyman, Protestant, Catholic, or Jewish." 14. Jesus said, "Woe to you when all men speak well of you, for so did their fathers to the false prophets." Lk 6:26. Christians, put on the mind of Christ, and as his disciples see things the way he sees things. Christ sat down, called the 12 and said to them, "If anyone desires to be first, he shall be last of all and servant of all." Mk 9:35. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Mt 18:4. The kings of the Gentiles lord it over them, and those who exercise authority over them call themselves benefactors. But you are not to be like that. Instead, the greatest among you should be like the youngest, and the one who rules like the one who serves. Lk 22:25-26. Could it be that the ones we think are the greatest will be the least in the kingdom of God? Could it be possible that some unknown widow may be placed at the greatest position? In our haste to idolize men, we have forgotten the Apostle James' warning not to be respecters of men. We have forgotten the Apostle Paul's statement about being followers of no man but God. Christians seem to ask, what would God do without Billy Graham? And could God get by without Billy Graham's ministry? Not only could he, but in many respects Christians would be better off. How so? Tony Campolo, well-known Christian sociologist, pastor, and speaker, found that converts from television or radio were rare. He found that most converts from the televised Billy Graham crusades had had Christians who were fundamental to their conversion around them before and after they watched him on TV. He concludes that it is uncertain whether the sermons or the Christian friends were what was crucial. 13. If Billy Graham were not around, and the Holy Spirit needed people to testify of God, it is clear that almost all the converts had a Christian in their life who could have ministered completely to them. Christ desires that we Christians quit placing all the responsibility of ministering on professionals, and that we each take up our individual responsibility to minister. Next time you have a large Christian gathering, ask them how many came to Christ through the television. When Christian groups are asked this, the response is very small percentage. As stewards of Christ's wealth, are we honestly spending our wealth in best manner? Compare the large sums spent for TV evangelism/crusades with the other needs that go begging for our Christian money. Is this the best use of God's money? Is Billy Graham really that good of an example to spend millions on? Bible-believing Christians have been wincing at how Billy Graham has promoted a long parade of Masons, liberals, heretics, Satanists, etc. on stage with him, as well as those who he has placed into the leadership positions of his staffs and crusade organizers. Many letters have been written to him about this. Billy Graham not only gives dubious Christians leadership roles, he publicly praises them, such as Graham's comment that Bishop Kennedy, Methodist Bishop Gerald Kennedy, is one of the 10 greatest Christian preachers in America. Kennedy is on record as denying most of the fundamental Christian doctrines. The Bible teaches us how to treat men who deny Christ, who deny the scriptures that the Holy Spirit co-authored, and who lead gravely immoral lives. Scriptures do not say to give them leadership positions and praise them. Scriptures say rebuke them, Titus 1:13. Have no fellowship with them, F 5:11. Withdraw yourself from being with these types 2 Thes 3:6 from such turn away 2 Tim 3:5,8. Receive them not 2 and 10,11 reject heretics Titus 3:10 bs separate 2 cor 6:17. Notes. 1. The following are 3 dependable witnesses to Billy Graham's 33rd degree membership. Witness 1. Billy Graham took part in Rev. Jim Shaw's 33 degrees Masonic initiation. This was before Shaw left the Lodge for Christ. Only 33 degrees degree Masons and candidates participate in that initiation. Jim Shaw refers to Billy Graham's presence at this Masonic initiation on p. 104 of his book CO authored with Tom McKenney, The Deadly Deception. Lafayette, L.A., Huntington House, Inc. 1988. Jim Shaw has verbally confirmed that p. 104 refers to Billy Graham. Witness 2. A recent book, advertised in a Masonic periodical, The History of Freemasonry written by Episcopalian Drive. Robert Morey refers to Billy Graham being a 33 degrees Mason. A telephone interview with Drive. Morey, who has examined Billy Graham's 33 degrees degree Scottish Rite file in the Scottish Rites House of the Temple, confirmed that his books reference that one of the most well-known evangelists in the world is a 33rd degree Mason. p. 11, refers to Billy Graham. Witness 3. Kurt Billings, an ex-New Age leader now Christian, warns Christians in a talk entitled New Age and Occult Influences in Public Schools that some of their big leaders are selling the Christians down the tubes as fast as they can. In person, Kurt noted that his comments referred to men like 33 degrees Freemason Billy Graham. Other witnesses. Ralph Epperson, who is giving public talks and is the author of The New World Order, 1990, and Fritz Springmeier, author of Be Wise As Serpents, 1991. Recent books exposing the hidden satanic side of Freemasonry are The Deadly Deception by Shaw and McKenney, The Secret Teachings of the Masonic Lodge by Ankerberg and Weldon, The Hidden Power Behind Freemasonry by Moore, Should a Christian Be a Mason? By Storms, and Be Wise As Serpents by Springmeier. Free the Masons, P.O. Box 1077, Issaquah, Washington, 98027 has a good proclamation that was the Free the Masons newsletter January 1991, which summarizes the serious problems that make Christianity and Freemasonry incompatible. Just one example of the type of results that Graham's crusades get is the results of the New York Crusade. Almost all that came forward were Christian. 64% were referred to churches they were already members of. Graham himself admitted that 40 to 70% of the decision cards were from people of sponsoring churches and almost all the rest were from people who had been members of non-sponsoring churches. See Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness, 1979, by Marshall Frady, pp. 291 to 315. Statement made in 1969. Quoted in Why We Cannot Support the Billy Graham Crusade by E.L. Bynum. At a press conference in Los Angeles, Graham said, "There is a great need for an ecumenical Christian body much broader in scope than either the World Council of Churches or the National Council of Churches." FEA. November 1972. Graham wants the WCC and the NCC more broader. The NCC already includes the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey's, and has long included such groups as the Unitarian Universalist Church. The WCC is as broad as it can be, as it already has anti-Christian groups, and it has some conservative elements that have been dragged into it by their liberal denominational leaders. The only way to take Graham seriously is that Graham has in mind that the World Council of Churches will add to it New Age churches and other world religions. That Graham wants to see a one-world religion modeled after Freemasonry would be consistent with the views of those who he has as close friends. Speech by Billy Graham at Belmont Abbey College when receiving his honorary doctorate from the Catholics. Graham said, "The gospel that built this school and the gospel that brings me here tonight is still the way to salvation." Numerous instances confirming this can be cited. Here are a sampling. In the San Francisco Crusade 1,3 Catholics came forward, practically all remained Catholic. Sword of the Lord, July 2, 64. The Catholic Voice of Oakland, the official diocesan paper of the Catholic Church, said that if a person makes a decision at a crusade, if he is Catholic, he is referred to a Catholic church. The National Catholic Reporter, December 21, 90, tells its readers that the Billy Graham Crusade will help them to become active again in their Catholic parishes. American-born reporter Maureen DeHano recorded an interview with Billy Graham which was used for an article in the Mainichi Daily News, May 28, 1973. In the interview, and reported in the article, was Graham's statement that Mao Zedong's 8 precepts are basically the same as the 10 Commandments. Article: Billy and the U.S. Presidency, Journal of Church and State. Vol. 22, Winter 1980, p. 126. Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness, p. 335. Interview with Bill Steiger, A New Age Leader. Billy Graham, A Parable of American Righteousness, p. 343. Jewish author Gerald S. Strober in his book American Jews Community in Crisis, p. 110, states that after a resolution in February 1973 at Pittsburgh by the NCC failed to declare the NCC against converting the Jews, Graham came out with his statement. Strober also notes that Graham has privately assured Jewish leaders he is against converting the Jews to Christianity. Strober then on p. 111 informs his readers that many Christian organizations that are Jewish missions take their marching orders from Billy Graham. Christians should investigate where their money is really going. Why we cannot support the Billy Graham Crusade, by E.L. Bynon. 20 Hot Potatoes Christians Are Afraid to Touch, 1988, by Tony Campolo, p. 74. The following photocopies are included in order to lend some documentation to Billy Graham's involvement in the New World Order. Exhibit A. Pages from a Masonic book showing Billy Graham's endorsement of the Masonic Youth Program. Exhibit B. When the personal secretary to Jeane Dixon, Alice Bramer, became a Christian, Alice photocopied this letter that Billy Graham sent Jeane Dixon. This letter sent by Billy Graham to Jeane Dixon calls her a woman of God. Also enclosed are items concerning Alice Bramer and her knowledge that the New World Order funneled money to Billy Graham through Jeane Dixon. His staff picked up a check monthly. Exhibit C. Copy of a page indicating what kind of tactics P2 Masonry uses to recruit members. Other Masonic groups and parts of the New World Order use the same tactics, which to some extent, according to what Billy Graham told a friend, were used to recruit him. Exhibit A. Pages from a Masonic book showing Billy Graham's endorsement of the Masonic Youth Program. Forrest de Los Haggard Transactions. Missouri Lodge of Research. Volume No. 27. 1970. The Clergy and the Craft. By Rev. Forrest D. Haggard, D.D. Board of Publication. A. Basie Van Landingham, Ovid H. Bell, Harold M. Jane William R. Denslow. Editor Louis C. Westcook.